Hello? Hello? We are live once again. Allow me to get some notifications out first. Oh. Allow me to get some more links out. How is anybody watching? Actually, not starting early today because I had to stay late at work. Excuse me. How's everybody's Thursday doing? Let's see if there's one more. So, I might show it off later. Well, not on camera, because I'm still fat. And so. But, I did get an official I Wanna Hug That Gator t-shirt. And it's pretty cool. I'll post it on Twitter later. I'm not wearing it right now, just because I'm still going to exercise today, after this, I think. So, and I don't want to get that shirt all ruined. But yes, I've been excited to play this for a while. I know I keep saying I'll stream on Sundays. I'm going to make sure I do it this Sunday, especially since I don't know if we're going to finish it today. It says it should be about 8 hours, but since I've been reading slow and stopped a couple times, I'll probably have another 2 streams of this, and we really haven't gotten that far in the school year anyway. But yes, I still want to hug that gator. I had a very stressful day at work. There's always a lot of parts coming in to inspect, it seems right at the end of the day, which is really fun. But I get to leave early tomorrow, that means, so. So, where we last left our intrepid human, Inko G. Nito, we were at the family barbecue of our friend Damien. I got really mad for 3 reasons. Number 1, because Inko wanted a well-done burger. Number 2, that he suggested that the dinosaurs eat synthetic meat because meat's expensive. And number 3, because I realized that the barbecue is a holiday celebrating the last warm day of the year. So that these cold-blooded reptiles, dinosaurs, can soak up the sun. When in fact, a large number of dinosaurs were actually most likely warm-blooded, meaning that this really wouldn't mean anything to them. And these might, I'm not completely sure, neither are paleontologists, but it just might be the case that the dinosaurs, in fact, were warm-blooded that we were hanging out with. We had a very nice encounter with Olivia, who does live with Damien. They're her godparents, and they're good God-fearing Christian dinosaurs, as evidenced by the cross in their living room. We had an intimate moment where we got to watch her painting. She got to get out of her comfort zone just a little bit. And, joined the rest of the family out. We got to see her in a swimsuit, which was pretty cool. Apparently, don't ask, that is about as lewd as it gets. So, we're not really gonna have to worry about much. But, that said, I think it's time. For a second I thought we lost our save. Here we go. Where is... Oh, we are back in school. Alright, we're back in one of the only 2 classrooms in this entire school. Whew. Made it just in time. I take my seat right next to Olivia and let myself relax for a second. Olivia is, as usual, doodling away on her notebook. I take a quick peek at her new work, curious to see who she's trying to turn into a caricature today. Instead, the page is filled with various scribbles of what looks to be a rat. The only piece of shading for its fur is just on its head, and save for a white spot around its right eye. It looks like the same one she doodled on the note we passed around in history class. The mural of mice shows it in various poses and scenarios, some basic and some pretty creative. There's even one wearing a cape and wielding a ridiculously giant sewing needle like a sword. These rat doodles of yours are pretty cute. Thanks. Actually, that reminds me. Look who else I drew over the weekend. You also tried to drown us. She flips a couple of pages of her sketchbook and holds it up for me to see. Much to my surprise, it's none other than Mia. Who's Mia again? Oh, that's like the class president's GF. That's her. Olivia decided to draw her as what I can only describe in the most flattering of ways as a druggy harlot. Her clothes are even more ripped than her usual attire. Her jacket is filled with all kinds of unflattering patches, and her hair is styled into a gaudy mohawk that only detracts slightly from her face, full of piercings and rings. Sorry. In fact, she has a couple of rings piercing her eyelids to the point that I think it would be impossible for her to keep her eyes open from their weight. That's not even getting into all the tattoos that Olivia's drawn on Mia's face. So again, deeper lore, I think Mia's supposed to be what the character Fang was, the main character from Goodbye Volcano High and Snoot Game. And so they're directly making her the bad guy in this one, or they're ripping on her. I think. I can't help but let out a snicker at the sight. You like? She's sporting a smug grin as she looks my way. I mean, it's funny, but how can she even breathe with all those nose rings? She doesn't need to. She's full of hot air already. Aw, she's smiling. The girl chuckles at her own joke. I bet if she saw it, steam would blow out of her ears. Yeah, she'd stomp around uselessly and then do nothing else. Seems like you have a pretty good idea of how she works. She's just predictable. It's not rocket science. There's the flower girl that I liked from the first episode. We're interrupted by a pair of students. I recognize them, though I only know one of their names. Lunara, that's her. Yo, Inko, my Humi. She an orc? So I saw that what you submitted for the contest, and I just love it. It was so good that I just had to show it to my friend. Yeah, man, I just had to see who made it when Lunara told me all about it. And when she told me, I was like, oh my god. I just knew when I saw you, you had that artistic spirit. Pretty verdammt fantastic, especially for a newbie. I'm a bit taken aback by her backhanded compliment. Still, it is a compliment. The first one, real one I've heard since coming to St. Hammond. About my art, I mean. Oh my gosh, I never introduced myself, did I? I'm Kiara. It's so nice to meet you. Yes, likewise. Cool. I mean, it's not that great of a piece, it's just something I had on hand. Last minute. Damn, you're selling yourself way too short there. Yeah, your work is absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, I'm thinking we should hang out sometimes. No, be gone, thought. I'm with the Gator. Oh, you slut. Stop trying to get into his pants. That escalated quickly. Oh shit, the bell's ringing soon. Already? Damn. Well, it was nice seeing you again, Inko. Keep up the great work. Be seeing you later. Yeah, be seeing you real soon, Inko. Bitch. I can't help but smile as my new friends, exclamations, wave their goodbye and depart. Don't be the guy with a bunch of female friends. That's not a good look. Do not be Chris Chan and his gal pals. That's a good life lesson, chat. Do the opposite of whatever Chris Chan would have done. And you're probably gonna be okay. A heady feeling of joy washing through my head as I replay the words of praise repeatedly. In the corner of my eye, Olivia's smile reflects the overwhelming cheer I'm feeling. She's either genuinely happy for us or she's furious. Though it seems to vanish the moment I look her way. Seems like you're becoming the talk of the school. I mean, I had hoped that I'd get some positive feedback about my work, but I didn't realize it'd be that good. Olivia chews her lip in contemplation before turning to me. Say, Inko, can I see your submission? Sure, give me a second. Luckily, I'm prepared, as not only do I have my portfolio drive, but I finally set up a cloud drive for it. It's as simple as opening up the application on my phone and swiping to the exact digital copy and present it to Olivia. Ta-da! Consider it my magnum opus. Magnum opus, I finally got to say it. You keep a copy of it on your phone? I've got my whole portfolio in cloud storage. I learned it was good practice from a couple artist blogs. So what do you think? Oh, Olivia squints at my phone as she does her best to formulate her opinion. It's a nice. The compost of it is really something. You mean composition? Yeah, that. You did great, Inko. Huh, getting a compliment from Olivia for my work feels a bit alien to me. But maybe, just maybe, it was the start of something new. Yeah, I can almost feel it now. Inko Ginito. Ace photographer capable of capturing masterpieces through a photo lens. Yeah, that has a nice ring to it. Olivia must see my self-congratulatory grin because her own drops. Alright, you did good, but don't let it go to your head. Best girl. When the grin remains, she forces it off by elbowing me in the chest. Gah! Warned you. She's pouting. That's gonna leave a bruise. With that exchange behind us, Olivia and I get ready for class. Slam. As was the norm by now, Mr. Yadikin began class with some violent abuse of school property. Good morning, good morning. Now settle down, we've got announcements to go over. I sit back in my seat, subtly feeling out the spot where Olivia smacked me to check. Yup, bruised. Sheesh. As the pale pterodon continued on reading from the announcement sheet like he did every day, I found myself lost to my own thoughts. Nothing else really happens that I consider out of the ordinary. Sorry. Things that are new, the school itself, are finally starting to become mundane. Ellipses. Later at lunch, I'm rattling off my best stand-up to Olivia while Damien's out getting seconds. Liz had retreated to her usual space in the rafters. And then he says, "Oh, Gadeo." Olivia's hand flies to her nose, trying and failing to contain the snort-filled laughter. It sets off a chain reaction as my own laughter spills out over my mouth, full of cheap school burger. Ha! Gods, you suck at comedy, Inko. Olivia drinks greedily from her canteen full of whiskey to alleviate her sore vocal cords. Is that why you're all out of breath? It was a pity laugh. Stick to photography. You got a better one? The mood is slow to settle, but once Olivia has caught her breath, she speaks with a snide smile. In fact, I do. So a Triceratops, a T-Rex, and a Rhinorex find a lamp. Her mouth clamps shut and eyes go wide. Oh, perfect. I've been looking for you two. Oh, great, Harry Potter's back. Olivia casts down her eyes to her lunch, spearing her mystery meat roughly with a talon. Hey, Ben, what's up? I figured I'd come by and congratulate you on your submission entry. This again. I mean, it is my best piece, but all the praise for it is still surprising. It's exhilarating, all these compliments and everything. Thanks, man. Hey, maybe I'll be the winner of the contest. What do you think, Olivia? The green Gator girl flinches. Ben shakes his head. Also, Olivia, great to catch you here. My horrible girlfriend is around somewhere. Oh. Principal Scalar wanted me to remind you that you need to clean up after yourself. Leaving messes in classes can disrupt students in other periods. Scalar said that? Why not tell Olivia herself? She's busy and tired. Okay, teacher's pet. Olivia scoffs at the mention of our principal, yet keeps her mouth firmly closed. Must not be that important then. Inko, I just spent my entire school period cleaning up her mess because she's not taking anything seriously. Okay, this would be the time to play the card of, hey, she's in a wheelchair. Maybe cut her just a little bit of slack. I'll put you in a wheelchair, Ben. How'd you like that? I'm not supposed to be Scalar's errand boy, and I'm certainly not supposed to be a personal janitor. I'm left to frown at Olivia giving Ben the silent treatment. Was it wrong of me to think she'd be more open with everyone else? Like she is with me. I don't know, something about reading all this just makes me yawn. I'm not that tired either. Do you know how hard it is to scrub baking soda from out from the carpet once it's dried? Can you just try not to make other people's lives harder? Wow, what a dick. Yeah, thank you. Ben, what the hell? I didn't mean that. I went too far. Sorry. Olivia tries shooting me an indifferent gaze. It cracks a bit into embarrassment when I don't return it. Ben's comment is completely uncalled for. I just can't stand around if she's not even going to defend herself. Come on, Ben, leave her alone. My point being, Olivia, this is completely ridiculous. I expect better from you. Expect? How can you have expectations? Oh, shit. How can you have expectations for her? That came out a little wrong. Well, I expect her to do the bare minimum and not waste my time. Aww. Olivia doesn't even bother looking at Ben. Instead, she's looking at me with that sad face until she quietly wheels away from us. I think I went a little too far there. A little too far. Man. He pinches his brow and sighs. And left standing there with the student council president, I wonder what I had done that earned me Olivia's ire just now. That bad? Mia really wanted me to have lunch with her today. She's definitely going to give me an earful after school. He glances at his phone and grimaces at the notifications. Spoke too soon, she's giving me one now. Well, you should probably grab your lunch while there's still time. Ben glances up at one of the clocks in the lunchroom. There's only about 10 minutes of lunch left. Bah, you're right. But the lines usually closed 5 minutes ago. His fist hammers his palm in epiphany. Oh, you used the vending machines out there. Anything good there? I've been enjoying the atomic hot taquitos recently. Oh, gods. But Damien tells me he's a bigger fan of the bitter melon bites. Bitter melon it is. I don't think my tail could handle that amount of capsaicin. Ben gets up from his seat. Alright, I'll go check it out. Let's see. One of his feet gets caught on the stool and he stumbles headfirst. Right into Damien's tray, stacked high with mystery meat. Tie with mystery meat. Tie with mystery meat. Tie with mystery meat. He faceplants right through the tray onto the floor. On the bright side, the mystery meat cushions his fall. On the dark side of the moon, the mystery meat cushions his fall. Whoa, Ben, you alright? I jump from my seat and go to help him up. Blech. Instinctively, I look around the cafeteria. All eyes are on us. I can already hear it starting. Various murmurs about the safety of the student council, murmurs that start breaking, murmurs into jeers, start breaking, murmurs into jeers, start breaking, murmurs into. I know how the song and dance goes. I know how the. It's over for Ben. Millions must die. Billions, sorry. He gets up and dusts off his stupid orange blazer. Not exactly what I meant when I said meet and greet, Damien. Oh yeah, you're right, sorry. All of a sudden, the entire attitude of the cafeteria has shifted before my eyes. The jeers were deflected into a general amusement that permeated throughout the room. One of the nearby students stands up and hands him a few napkins to wipe his face off. Hey, thanks. How does he manage to stay composed while covered in school mystery meat? Isn't it great that schools serve students food that's basically comparable to prison food? Isn't that how we should be treating our youth if we value education that much? Both impressed and jealous. You okay? They thought you couldn't eat meat. Lol. Nah. Even if I swallowed it, it'd take a lot more than that to really be an issue. I'll be fine. Thanks for the concern, though. Even as he brushes off the lunchroom grime, Ben carries himself with dignity. If that had been me, this guy has some serious quick wit. No, he's a dork. No, there's probably a little more to it than that. Man, I was looking forward to eating that. Why on earth did you have that much meatloaf? I asked the cafeteria earlier this morning to let me have the leftovers, although now it's gone a bit to waste. He eyes the remains on the floor. Some poor janitor is going to have to mop all that up. Maybe. Don't even think about it. The bell signaling our next class tolls. Fistfights and gang wars cease on command, and everyone starts milling towards the exits. The cafeteria empties enough that I can clearly see the Ben-shaped meatloaf angel on the floor. It's a familiar, rubbery and textured feeling on my fingertips. My instincts had kicked in, and my hands going for my camera to capture the moment. After which a sense of shame rolls over me. That I would even consider capturing something like this, especially when it's happening to my friend. I don't know who that would be, because it wouldn't be Ben, because he sucks. I get up from my seat with a heavy sigh and head for my next class. I hope Ben will have the time to clean up before photography. He's got 5 minutes. On my way to photography, I'm still caught up a bit by what just happened. I think I'm starting to see how Ben accomplished that. I mean, ordinarily, an incident that embarrassing would be just detrimental to your social standing. On my first day, I went through something like that, an event so humiliating, people were spreading rumors for days. Still, they died out pretty quick, but the fact is, it happened. One moment, everything's fine. Then suddenly, something you couldn't have even seen coming just upends your life. Something like that can happen all the time, and to anyone. Something that's always terrified me. It's something that just happened to Ben, only he was exempt. He was quick on his feet and diffused the situation faster than it could have even really started. It's like disaster avoidance, or it's called you realize that high school isn't actually that important, and you just kind of don't let stuff bother you, and people will see that. Actually, this is true. I seriously think it's the most important skill one can have, to have everything under control, to seek trouble from a mile away, and make it a non-issue when it takes you by surprise. That sort of social capital is something I need. Maybe it's a little selfish, but if I were seen that way, and then any sudden happenings would be forgiven instantly. Of course, Ben isn't alone. The world is full of people with that skill, only I'd be lying if I said most of them deserved it. Most people able to get away with stuff use their unique ability for just that. Yawning. Getting away with stuff. I hate that I have to keep yawning, but because this is not boring. No, I'm genuinely invested in this. What should be seen as a blessing of social buffer is just some enabling trait of theirs, a charismatic get-out-of-jail-free card. If I had that ability, I'd use it to push myself to my limits, both artistically and productively. That's my ultimate goal. Ben is one of the good ones, definitely. He's definitely earned my respect over this. I don't get it. Like, every time we play it, every time we see him, I actually like Ben less and less. The question remains, though. How do I get like that? That line of thinking is cut off as I round the next corner. I wanted to talk with you, Olivia. Oh, no. At the center of the hallway intersection, I see Mia and Olivia. Evil rock music. Ellipses. Oh, come the fuck on now, Olivia. Don't be such a killjoy. I'm trying to be nice here. The grin on Mia's face is jovial as she stands before the wheelchair-bound girl, her tail lazily swaying as she eyes Olivia. Man, I never realized how lethal those spikes on her tail look. After all, have to be nice to someone as talented as Olivia, don't I? You're such a great, you're so brave and tough, making fun, picking on the wheelchair-bound girl. You evil bitch. Behind her are a pair of similarly smiling saurian girls. Actually, way to cotton pick a minute here. Those two? They're Mia's friends? I mean, she knows her way around a palette and canvas. Right, Livia? A paraplegic Picasso here. Picasso still existed in this universe? That's you, right? I can't imagine how useless you must feel otherwise. I'm so glad you're able to put those thoughts aside and paint some things you like. Mia takes a step towards Olivia, her previous expression taking on a more ominous air. Can I just say something? And this is more of me singing the game's praises, I'm sorry, but this interaction, the tension here is genuinely more interesting than in most games I've played lately. And I don't know why. Somehow these nobodies on 4chan made more compelling character writing than a lot of AAA studios. Yet for all that talent and untapped potential, they seem to lack some of the basics expected of a functioning young adult. Mia's lips part, revealing a cruel grin. I hear you've been really dirty, messy little baby, leaving your stuff everywhere in class and getting it all over the place. They should stick you in a cute little bib. Kiara and Lunara laugh, cheering loudly at Olivia. Mia snaps her fingers, causing the two of them to go quiet. Because this is a cartoon now. Well, kind of is. I still don't want to believe it. Those two, they were so nice to me. What are they doing with Mia? I know them. They're smart, and they know this is what it looks like. It'd be horrible. It's horrible. They're not the kind of people to punch down like this. You don't know women, Inko. But they're all decided to do this, right? What's going on? Is there more to this situation? Mia takes another step forward, her figure now looming over Olivia as she looks down with a cruel sneer on her lips. Normally, I wouldn't waste my time trying to single you out, but I'm gonna use this moment to make you get the picture. Benny was supposed to join me for lunch, but he had to stay behind to clean up after your mess. You got your issues? You can't ride a bike, whatever. Oh, no. That's your fucking problem. Stop making it mine, Olivia. Or do I need to start being a problem for you? Yeah, does Ben look like your nanny? Well, she does come pre-packaged with the stroller. Ooh. Come on, Mia, that's crossing the line. Not like she can stand up to you or anyone. Jeez. What? I'm just chatting with Liv here. Loser. But if I did hurt your feelings, I'm wheelie sowie. Kiara's beak clicks loudly and repetitively while Lunara's hand covers her maw to try to hide a giggle. Oh, don't take it so personally, Liv. Yeah, I'm just teasing ya. Right, Liv? We're all just one big happy family here. Lord knows some of us could use one. Oh, shit. This makes me just hate Ben even more. Why is he dating this woman? Is he just like a complete, pushover? And he's just like, yeah, I'm friends with the school sociopath. Whatever. I don't even know how to respond to that. I want to hear both sides of the story here. What history Mia and Olivia have for a confrontation like this. I think getting this upset over her missing lunch with Ben is extreme, but Mia's friends remain by her side. Completely steadfast against Olivia. Isn't that bad? And yet Olivia says nothing to her because she's a Chad. She has her head atop the knuckles of her hand like I would during Prockling's history lessons. We're zooming in dramatically. How far will we go? Sorry, taking sips of water. I think we're done. There were moments where Olivia's tail would press into the floor, shifting her chair back or to the side. It looked like she was attempting to sidestep this conversation with that muscular tail. But Mia's own movements cut off her escape attempts. Mia returns the calm stare. There's no motion, but the staring contest was a fight in its own way, and the first to look away would lose. Olivia's frigid indifference against Mia's piercing gaze. Kiara ends up dropping her phone, and both glare at her simultaneously. A draw. Kiara, I swear I'll kill you one of these days. Olivia takes the opportunity to move past Mia. Mia takes no time to toughen her stance and continue her spew of insults. What, leaving so soon? No response. And so quickly, that's almost normal walking speed. Oh, shit. I was honestly thinking you need a cooler nickname to go with your need for speed. Hot Wheels. In an instant, Olivia stops to a squeaking halt. Gone was her stoic face. In its place were eyes wide with shock. Yet, Ben, your girlfriend is literally making fun of a girl in a wheelchair. You're not a cool kid. You have a bad judge of character. How the hell? Olivia's pace falters. Mia quickly steps ahead again and places a foot on her left wheel. Your brain-dead, fin-head friend told me back in gym class. He went on about how you had it back when you were still soiling your diapers. Honestly, I think you should embrace it. It's not even that bad of a nickname, but when it's something that you don't like and other people insist on using it, yes, I have experience with something like this, you just get irrationally pissed off about it. So say it. Ellipses. Well, ellipses. Oh shit! Are you retarded, you stupid bitch? Fucking say it. Oh no. Gods, do you need a fucking speech therapy too? Say it. Hot Wheels. Hot Wheels. See, I knew you could do it. I think Olivia's about to bite someone's fingers off. Kind of fitting. I agree with half of it. Olivia's claws dig into her armrests. All the while, Inko is just sitting there slack-jawed doing nothing. Maybe that's the nuance. The point is only half of it Oh! This is so mean. I miss the barbecue. I want to go back to the barbecue. I want to go back to the whale wearing the gold-shaded necklace and us seeing our waifu in a swimsuit. I mean, Mia turns to look at Kiara and Lunara, eliciting some more giggling from them. I'm sure you wouldn't mind us making it cool again, though, right? I mean, you were such a winner back then. Mia leans in close, her voice now a harsh stage whisper as she glares daggers through Olivia. What's wrong, Hot Wheels? Don't want to talk anymore? Am I not good enough for you? Even from afar, I can tell that Olivia is starting to lose her composure. I would have started killing... Well... oh no. Hey, Damien. Inko, I like you. Don't come to school tomorrow. Her tail lays limp on the floor, as if the energy to hold it was drained away. Oh my gods. I think this is bullying. I didn't want to believe it, but it's undeniable by now. This is textbook bullying. It's unfair. It's like when you're in line to use the restroom and after hours and hours of waiting and someone cuts in front of you. Completely inexcusable. Shut up, Inko. Is this part where you should step in? No, that came about 10 minutes earlier. What do I even say? I have to at least try, right? It's my duty as a fellow student. Maybe I don't even need to say anything at all, just being present for Olivia against the Horde. It certainly wouldn't help if I got an even bigger target on my back from Mia. Olivia wrenches herself free from Mia's foot and continues down the hall. The others follow like vultures. Oh man, I need to think and act fast. My legs move on their own and I cross into the hallway. I'm instantly noticed, and Mia's already registered my presence and her expression changes. My heart starts beating quicker and harder. Time's up for being indecisive. Okay. Damn it. These are both good options. I think we have to defend her. I'm gonna save, though. There are apparently multiple endings to this. I want to do whatever it takes. I'm defending Olivia. Screw it. If Olivia's not going to defend herself, then I will. Olivia needs my help here. Hey, what soul this then? Oh, good lord. It's Basic Baldy coming to save the day. Okay, that's a good one. Piss off, new guy. You won't score any points doing this. I grit my teeth, as if this were for popularity. Luckily, I know what to do in this situation. Hey, I can go get a teacher right now. If this is how my classmates treat each other, I'm disappointed. Especially you two, Lunara, Kiara. Kiara and Lunara look aside a bit, more aware of their situation now that I pointed it out. You know him? Yeah. It doesn't surprise me. Lunara's gotten cozy with him. But come on, dude. We weren't ganging up on Olivia. You were. I saw all of it. How you bullied her. You're not that hot to me anymore. Snark. Bully. Really? Mia spits out the word bully like it's a word of the day in kindergarten. Somehow it makes me feel silly for saying it. You're gonna tell me to pick on some of my own size next? What? Did you even hear me? I said I'd go get a teacher. All the people my own size, I think I killed them already. Kidding. You really need to loosen up, huh? You ignoring me? I said, I heard you the first time, Riri. Instead of repeating yourself over and over like a freaking idiot, how about you try a threat that actually scares me? Okay. Hey, don't come to school tomorrow. Suspension doesn't scare you? She smiles. Let's just call it friends in high places. Look, just cut Olivia some slack. No, don't say that. Shut that gullet of yours. Okay, so what we have to do is, like, really bully Ben. Actually, I think that might backfire. Hey, Olivia, I think your paladin here hasn't graduated night school yet. Ooh, good one. You wouldn't like it if I were you. Mia laughs dryly. I love all that anti-bullying stuff they taught us in schools. That was absolutely useless. Why the fuck are you trying so hard? It's hilarious. Are you just trying to get... Are you trying to get a piece of that leathery gator? Yeah, I mean, what the fuck? Yes, fuck. Exactly that. I'm sorry for the language, everybody. Let me slip into something that works in those Jeez! I did not know it would go here. I was like, oh, okay, the worst it gets is, hey, we see, a little, I thought it was a little bit more melancholic than that. All we did was see her in a swimsuit, and it was like a fairly tasteful one-piece one, so... The other two start chortling again. Mia's forced me lower on their social scales. They're compromised. My face heats up. I'm starting to see red. Hit her! And yet I'm frozen in place. How could she just claim something like that without hesitation? Oh my, he's not responding at all. He's totally into that? I don't know what that... I know what it's an allusion to. I've never heard that before. This was a mistake. No, it's for Olivia. They're not focusing on her anymore. I can still fix this. I take a step forward to continue my argument, but Olivia grabs me by the wrist. She gives me a pleading look, one that makes my thoughts stop in their tracks. Aw, isn't that sweet? See, she knows you shouldn't be embarrassing yourself more than you already have. Is that true? She gives a single solemn nod. How touching. Hey, it's getting late. You gonna clean up your freaking act or what? I don't want to swear anymore. She glares at Mia, then to me, then back. This actually works pretty well because the language and like how characters act hasn't really been that bad, or hasn't been anywhere near this for the whole game, or for the whole VN so far. So it actually adds quite a shock when it gets to this. But yeah, bullies will act like this. Kids will act like this. This is what happens not only when you have good writing, but also when you're not a millennial that swears every 5 seconds. It makes the curse words actually have some weight to them when you don't use them every other sentence. Oh, so I can try basically anything with you, and it's no dice. But when things get rough for him, things change. Good to know. The three saunter off around the corner. I turn to look at Olivia, who in turn scowls and wheels past me without a word. Oh no, do we do something bad? I reach out to her. Olivia, are you... She smacks my hand away. Ellipses, I'm sorry. It's just that I couldn't sit back and let Mia trash talk you like that. Olivia stops in her tracks for a moment and her head turning back towards me. In her eyes, I don't see any anger or sadness. Only disappointment. Her citrine eyes are downcast, her claws kneading the cheap leather of her armrest. It takes me a second to realize Olivia isn't talking to me. Forget it. Olivia doesn't even wait for me to say anything back to her request. Her arms push roughly on the rims of her chair, which takes off down the hall without so much as giving anything or anyone the time of day. Ellipses. Oh boy, history class again. History class is as bland as usually as Prockling continues prattling on again about some sort of historical event, but most of my attention is on Olivia. I'm going to see what happens if we pick the other choice. We're gonna stay on this timeline, I think, but I'm just curious. Hello, John 50. So we're gonna save it right here. Load. What happens if... How different is it if we pick support? As much as I want to go off on Mia and her posse, Olivia wouldn't want me to try standing up for her again, not after how I tried to handle it with Ben. Besides, I'd probably fumble the words and make myself look like a fool anyway, so there's not really much I can do. But what I can do is nothing. Say nothing, do nothing, just wait for Olivia to pass by. She stops a bit in confusion, but quickly remembers she's currently on the run. When she passes me by, I follow down the same hallway, slowing my pace to slightly behind her. Olivia turns to look at me with equal parts surprise and dread. I think a part of her fear is about what I'm about to say or do something really stupid. Instead, I give her merely a warm smile. To be picked on by that many people at once, all certain they're doing no wrong, it's terrifying. And moments like this, she should know someone's got her back. Even if I have nothing to offer, at least the playing field will be will be a bit less one-sided. Now that she has someone beside her. The hell? Hey, I know that jacket. And I know that bullseye for a head from a mile away. The group starts following behind us. Olivia glances over to me and I return another small smile. Well, if it ain't Baldy coming in to save the day or something, I don't respond. Cephalozgigs hug that gator. I'm trying. That seems to catch me a bit off guard, as I can hear the gears in her mind visibly start to turn. Hey, I'm still talking to you, Hot Wheels. The sound of shuffling boots starts to gain on us. Just because you have Baldy here to protect you isn't gonna save your hide. Neither him nor any of your dipshit friends. I can see Olivia's claws digging into her armrest at the nickname, but otherwise she maintains her apathetic leer. The more we walk, the more obscenities Mia keeps blurting out to try and get a rise out of either of us. This is why you don't have any real friends, you skipless salamander. I don't know if Olivia has a plan because I can't fully understand why she's letting Mia walk all over her like this. but I remain steadfast and believe that she knows what she's doing. It's all I really can do. Who would even want to be with a cripple like ya? Jeez. So mean. It's great. I can hear Mia laughing at her own words. Olivia, please change your mind and waste this bitch. Ah, so you got something to say now, Hot Wheels? She shrugs. If that's how you feel, Mia. What? Olivia doesn't say anything else. She only turns around and begins to wheel herself down the hallway. For a moment, I try and stand in place and watch as Maya tries to process what happened. Even if her posse looks confused, unsure of what to say. You really got her, Mia. Yeah, definitely showed that leathery bitch. Mia jerks her head toward her cohorts and glares at them, angered by their petty comments. Then she stares me down with obsidian daggers in her eyes. Sorry. Well, that's my cue to leave. With the grace of a headless chicken, I scramble down the hallway to catch up with Olivia. Right at the corner, there's no Olivia to be found. Where'd she go? Suddenly hear Lunara's voice echoing down the hall, followed closely by Mia's. Mia, what are you doing? Get back here, you fucks! Oh mein Gott. Not alone. Not with them. Dread fills me as I hear the pursuing predator's heavy footsteps approach me. If I'm grabbed from behind, I'm dead. Whoa! Suddenly, I'm violently pulled aside, right into the school's elevator by the collar of my jacket. I think we're gonna stick with this one. Olivia. This is like the Sigma male route, right? Where we just kind of silently protect her. Like, she might not actually like if we just completely get up in people's faces and try and just help her out. Maybe just us being present is more helpful. Oh, thank God, it wasn't Mia. She jams the key into the slot and smashes the button to the second level. As the doors close, we hear Mia roar out for us. Next time I see those two again, I'll make sure that oversized cool ball has to use that wheelchair of hers instead. Sorry. Well, that makes sense. Mia probably smokes and drinks as well. Thankfully, the elevator doors close shut and the car jerks upward before making its ascent. Never knew I'd feel grateful to be in this death trap. As I catch the breath I had unknowingly held, my eyes align with a pair of silver serpentine eyes. Ellipses. I appreciate what you did for me back there. I'm surprised. Not sure what to say back, really. Instead, I smile back and nod. In return, she gives me a half smile before recomposing herself. You should, roll with me in the elevator now. Phrasing. How come? Well, you've just become enemies with her. If she sees you, you'll be a wad of gum under her boot. Oh, joy. Yeah. Your best bet is to just avoid her now. This way, you stay out of the hallways. I appreciate it. Don't mention it. So I'm afraid that, I don't know if I'm reading too much into it, but if we went with the defend her route, like they said, hey, you want to get with her. Like, what if, that awakens something in Olivia, and she's like, I hadn't thought about it like that, and now I am. And in this route, yeah, it makes it seem like she likes us more. She likes us more, but it's more of like she just likes us as a good friend. I hope we don't get friend zoned. As much as I appreciate there being different endings and routes and stuff like this, I kind of wish that they were a little more obvious. Like, hey, you know, you're gonna go with this end. Like, it's saying, hey, show her support or defend her is like too similar. Wait, the elevator will stop Mia from beating the sound out of me in the entire rest of the school? Yes. We hear the small electronic bing of the elevator, and the doors slide open. History class is just as bland as it usually is. Proclin continues prattling on about some sort of historical event. But most of my attention is on Olivia. She has her hoodie over her head and looks lost in thought. The altercation must have shaken her up more than I thought it would be. A part of me wants to ask if she'll be okay. Even though I'd already asked 3 times already. But the last thing I want to do is prod at her. Soon enough, class nears its end, and Olivia uses her accommodation to leave the class early. Besides, we can talk about it after school if she wants to anyways. The more I think about it, the more I realize that I had my first real confrontation with a bully at school. I'd heard once that when you get into a fight for the first time, you throw up from the adrenaline. No fists were thrown, but I feel about the same right now. I wring my hands together to try steadying them. Jeez, I'm a wuss. I stood up to Mia with Olivia, and I end up in this mess. The final class ends, and I'm set free for the day. Stepping out of St. Hammond's main entrance, I'm surprised to see my friends huddled together in a tightly knit group. I usually don't see any of them after school, and I always assumed they left as soon as the bell rang. Hey guys, what's going... Inko! Damien looks exceptionally worried as he glances at me. Inko, you believe me, right? Pardon? She's pouting again. Olivia's nostrils flare with an exasperated snort. I didn't mean for any of that to happen. It's all Ben's fault, that little prick. What's the matter, Damien? When Mia asked about that nickname stuff from so long ago, I just blurted it out. Oh yeah. That. She didn't say she'd use it for something so unscrupulous. Damien is best boy, I think. I'm ashamed it took me more than a moment to figure out what was happening. Guess Damien feels culpable for what Mia said. But why? You don't want to know what that word means. Who cares? Inko, really, I didn't mean for any of it to happen. Hey, I believe you, man. Your heart was in the right place. Olivia told us what happened with Mia, calling us some nickname. Damien leans back over an unresponsive Olivia, hands spread in supplication. She said you were there, too. I was, yeah. Olivia, you loved that nickname back when we were kids. Damien's words were diminished with a roll of her smoky eyes. He really didn't mean it, Olivia. I know already. For a split second, she bore row upon row of sharp teeth before gnashing her maw in frustration. Olivia's nostrils flare out with a huff of hot breath again, and I could practically see everything from her day finally weigh on her. You are just being you again, Damien. Sometimes I wish you weren't, but whatever. There's a grittiness to her voice once more, but she continues on. More whiskey. She holds her canteen up to her lips, but drops it immediately. Empty again. The grit in her voice is back, but she presses on. And the nickname is just that, a nickname. I don't want to hear it again. Especially from her, and especially if it's just to get under my skin. Olivia stares at Damien for a while before breaking contact to glance at Liz and I. Why not? Who cares? What? Wait, did I say that? Why did I ask that? It just kind of came out. Liz notices Damien still organizing his thoughts. Seeing as neither of the others are going to answer coherently, she sighs. Well, I wasn't around for this, but when they were freshmen in middle school, Damien and Olivia would take the bus every weekend to an arcade in the city. I guess he came up with the nickname around then, and it stuck. Yeah, it's half right, but I didn't come up with it. I brought a chunk of change for us to play stuff with each other. A match on just about everything there was a quarter, probably still is. But I don't think I won even once. When she stood to win something, it was like a switch went off in her head. I'd never seen Olivia get like that. Some of the teenagers were watching too. They saw everything. A couple challenged her once, and I ran out of cash. And sure enough, she ended up clearing house all afternoon. Sorry, need some more water. It was all she'd talk about at school all week until we could get back home, go back for more. It only took her like a month to be recognized as some local champion. Sometime along the way, people started calling her Hot Wheels. Don't remember really who or when. But I do know it's proof that she's got that fire in her. Wow, yeah, I had fun back then. I guess I forgot I wasn't supposed to bring it up. Have things really changed that much? And you did, again. Damien hisses to himself. Sorry. You just can't help yourself, but you're right. That was the best time of my life. The name Hot Wheels belongs to a 10-year-old me. Not current me. Hey, that's a great story. To be recognized so well that you get a cool nickname, it sounds amazing. Being a champion, being a winner. Why all the disdain for the title? I'm not. What? I'm not a winner anymore. Because you don't get the arcade anymore? If it's what I'm thinking of, it's only like a half an hour away. Olivia looks at Liz like she's just recommended everyone watch the newest Netsticks anime. I like that. Well, if this story is anything to go by, I'd like to see you be a winner again. Olivia's breath seems to hitch for a moment. I'm sure these guys want to see it too. Damien's the one who dragged you to our lunch table all this time, right? Look at him. He's nearly kneeled over. We're getting kind of self-righteous, aren't we? Because he's afraid of losing that part of you. And Liz, I think I'd like to see why you and Damien are really close friends. Yeah. And just as quick as I gained the bravado to speak up, my words left me immediately. I think I accidentally put Olivia on the spot there. Whoops. Well, her tail rolls along the ground, a bit in contemplation. If you guys really care that much about it, I wouldn't mind it from you guys. Aww. And all at once, Damien lights up. Yes! Alright, Hot Wheels is back! You guys refers to Liz and Inko. Haha. Damien's shoulders drop for a moment, but he quickly recovers. Hey, If we're getting the name out again, we should go visit the arcade together sometimes. I'd rather not. Okay, then how about a better name like Death Roll? Olivia swings her tail around to trip him, but he's fast enough to jump over it. Damien's words flood out as he contemplates his new nicknames for Olivia, and I try to appease her. Many of which are shut down by her or leave Liz and I chuckling. Ellipses. Gradually, our giggles died down, and the four of us chatted a bit more about the day in general. Eventually, Damien and Liz headed their respective ways, and with Olivia deciding to stick around. Most of the school has filtered out to their various homebound rides or to their after-school activities, leaving Olivia, and I all alone. Hell yes. Hey, I'll roll with you. Really? I don't mind, of course. It's nothing. House is only a few blocks away anyway. Besides, I'm sure someone would beat you up and take your lunch money if I didn't. She's the best. There's plenty of time to make it to the next train, so the two of us take it easy. The sun finally managed to break through the autumn clouds, making the walk almost unseasonably warm. Man, I thought the last day of summer was weeks ago. Huh, it was. I don't mind staying warm longer, though. Feels pretty great to me. Olivia gives her chair an extra hard push and letting herself glide by unaided for long enough to stretch out her arms to bask in the sunlight. Might have figured you'd like the heat. Oh, what, because I'm a dino? No, not like that. I'm just playing. I think we're in chat. Relax. You're pretty touchy on that stuff, aren't you? The two of us finally make it to the train platform, nestled as it is off the main street. I can finally see the train a few blocks away. Our walk timed up with its arrival perfectly. I just think it's important to be educated is all. Even if you're, the only human in our school? Olivia flashes me a cheeky grin as my train pulls up. I've got to admit, but her mischievous nature is a little infectious and also super cute. As the train doors open, I leave Olivia with one final job, something I know she'd appreciate. Oh, jab. Hey, whatever you say, Hot Wheels. I neatly dodge out of the way of her slashing claws, stepping smartly onto the train as the doors close. Inko, you son of a bitch! Get back here! As the doors ding shut behind me, we end our straight. No, just kidding. I can see an irate and still blushing Olivia waving her fist as the train begins to pull away. Still giggling, I managed to squeeze myself into a seat next to a yellow-scaled woman smelling faintly of hot dogs. You know, I may pay for that comment later, but the look on her face was totally worth it. As the school year progresses, the days start to feel like they're moving along much faster. And before you know it, you're 30 years old. Death is just around the corner. A part of it may be the change of the season, however slight that change may be. While the calendar says it's officially fall, the only thing I've really noticed was the increasing number of clouds in the sky. Better safe than sorry, though, which is why I bought my fancy compact carbon fiber umbrella. Still, things have started to be routine for me in the mornings. Wake up, throw on my clothes, consider eating breakfast before I realize I wrecked my stomach, walk to the station with a Featherlight umbrella in hand. And wouldn't you know it, I have another chat with Superintendent Chalmers, I mean Mr. Ferris, on the ride to school. Why I keep... Oh. Hello, Mr. Nito. How are you this morning? Doing fine, sir. Thank you. And how are you? I'm doing well. Hey, did you know that a bunch of girls were horribly bullying a disabled girl at my school? You want to do something about that? Oh, sorry. So, my niece told me over the weekend that you and Olivia were in a predicament of some sort. Oh. I stand corrected. He is going to tell him about this. Yeah, Olivia was being picked on by someone, but it's not a problem anymore. I see. It's unfortunate to hear and strange, considering the substantial funding the school gets for anti-student harassment programs. What good is all that tax money if classmates are still ragging on each other? If it means anything, Olivia knows how to handle herself. I was there to support her. That's fine, but the issue is this sort of thing shouldn't be happening to begin with. As a aside, Liz has gotten somewhat enthusiastic recently regarding Olivia. She's surprised at how animated she's gotten. She's even more than just a PNG now. Ever since that get-together at Randall's place, I think. Did you see her in that super hot swimsuit? Did you see her? I'd wager you have something to do with it, no? Maybe a little. Yeah, it was certainly rocky in the beginning, but we've been warming up to each other. It's nice seeing a different side of her, even if it's brief. I don't know, can I take credit for that? We all have unique chances to make a change, Inko. If you're good at grasping them, that in itself is something to be proud of. How do you know it's really a chance to do anything? He let out a deep, reverberating chuckle. Well, to flip our usual script and let you in on an old phrase, a friend of mine once told me, if you see a fork in the road, take it. Yeah? Thanks, Mr. Ferris. Ellipses. Like my mornings, the school days have become routine as well. Slave through PE with Damien and see Olivia's new doodles and sketches in art class. Watch Liz lose her mind tutoring Damien at lunch and talk shop with Ben and say, hey bro, why the fuck is your girlfriend really harassing my friend Olivia? What is wrong with you? She's evil and insane. Though now I have to avoid Mia like the plague because she's surely out to kill me. All that said, I think St. Hammond has been my best school experience out of... Man, I've lost count how often I'd moved. Must be the fresh head trauma. As for today... It's been raining pretty often, so Coach Sully made us play more dodgeball in the gym. Mia was definitely gunning for me the way she launched them at me with the speed of a catapult. I rested in Yetikin's class, popping my spine against the curve of the chair. Apparently today's a short day because of some assembly, so the period will end much earlier than usual. It also means we get to most of the period to slack off and do homework. I glance at the desk next to mine in the hopes of catching Olivia's latest artistic masterpiece when I notice she's not drawing and instead only fidgeting. Hey Olivia, you seem a bit nervous. Everything alright? Oh, yeah, sorry, it's just that I've been hearing rumors that the school's shared drive might have been corrupted. Wait, really? Yeah, really. How would something like that happen? Not sure, but I'm scared that might have messed with the art contest submissions. I think you should check out your entry on the website just to make sure it's okay. Technology, don't fail me now. With urgency, I take out my phone and type in the school's website. Fast fingers lead me to the art contest tab. Can this loading bar go any slower? Finally, the page loads in and... oh. Looked like the submissions have been closed. What? I hold the phone up for Olivia to show her the page. Submissions have been closed since voting started last week. Oh. Sheesh, I thought Mr. Yadikin had spooked me. Olivia's all seized up. Well, that's reassuring. With the submissions closed, there's no chance of any hacker messing with them. Olivia doesn't seem convinced, still drumming her fingers on her desk. Hopefully she'll feel loads better when the preliminary winners are revealed. Speaking of which, when are the As the bell sounds, the class begins to pack their things, and Yadikin corrals everyone into a single file line. Alright, everybody, we have an assigned row, so stick together. Oh, I liked school assemblies, because I didn't have to do anything. Before I joined the rest of the line, I looked back at Olivia, who seems to be stalling. Come on, I'll walk with you. That seems to stir something in her, and she glances up to me while hastily shoving a notebook into her bag. Yeah, I'm coming. As we head out the door, I notice Olivia shuffling her hoodie a lot. It's not a long walk to the auditorium, and despite Yadikin's best attempts, most of the class splinters off to sit with their friends. Having expected this, he shrugs and makes his way over to the back of the auditorium where the other teachers are. Olivia and I are left to the struggling crowd, trying to filter into the cramped theater of the school. It's going to be difficult finding some seats. It's fine, I have a spot. Olivia wheels herself down the pathway, to which I follow suit. She heads down the aisle to about the first row of seats. There's a vacant spot where a typical seat would be, with a faded handicap sign. Olivia parks her chair into the empty spot, to which I take the seat next to her. Best seats in the house, right? Can't complain. As the hall fills with more students, my anticipation rises. Oh man, I can hardly wait for the announcements. So, do you think I have a chance? Huh? Oh, maybe. Photography isn't super popular, but... Olivia folds her hands on her lap, staring straight ahead as her voice trails off. I knew that, but I'm still hopeful. Hey, guys. I have to remind myself that this is normal. Hey, Liz. I can't believe it's finally here. Gosh, I'm so excited. Me too. By the way, where's Damien? Hey, guys. I'm over here. Damien is in the far back of the auditorium, yelling and waving his hands in the air to catch our attention. He's going to get in trouble for that. Frills, sit down! Damien immediately stops and takes his seat. With tempered expectations, we both sit in silence for just a few minutes before Principal Scalar walks on stage and taps on a standing microphone. Okay, everyone. Got a whole bunch of important announcements to make, so I'll make them quick so we can all have an early lunch. As soon as the idea of going for an early lunch is brought up by Principal Scalar, the entire room goes silent as vigil. Wouldn't it be as a vigil? I guess when it comes to an early lunch, it's serious business. Over the next 15 minutes, Principal Scalar goes over the important events coming up in the school year. Most I would consider standard things like pep rallies for the sports teams or bake sales to fundraise for upcoming field trips, and even something about the new clubs being formed, such as the disgusting Japanese Animation Appreciation Society. Not the best. Wait, what is the acronym? The JAAPS. Not the best acronym, if I had to say. Otherwise, it's all mostly boring housekeeping stuff when one got right down to it. I wonder why such announcements warranted an assembly when the mood suddenly shifts with Scalar's next big announcement. Oh wait, I think that's my favorite pose of Olivia's. Just completely done. Now that we got the main stuff out of the way, I've saved the best announcement for last. St. Hammond is proud to announce the 5 semifinalists for the annual Fresh Start Art Contest. Huzzah! Cheers and applause roars loud enough to make my ears ring. Yet I'd be lying if I had said I also wasn't excited for the reveal of just who had made it to the semifinals. Maybe I was giving myself a bit too much credit, but I really wanted to be among those semifinalists. I can almost taste victory. In fact, I turned to face Olivia and prepared to cheer alongside her. But I'm stopped in my tracks when I noticed that, unlike the rest of her peers, Olivia seemed to be uneasy about the prospect. Almost scared, even. Before I can ask Olivia why her sudden change in mood, Scalar continues with her next words, cutting my train of thought off. Jeez, I'm so sorry. And here we have the 5 semifinalists. The pieces of the 5 skillful students who had beaten all the other competitors came up, followed by the names of the victors right above them. Alas, I see no photography submission in sight. At least I gave it a shot, right? Aw man, I didn't make it in. Liz's neck droops down like a melancholy noodle. I can't help but feel pity for the bummed-out Brachiosaurus. Buzzed. Checking my phone, I see. Tell Liz to come back here, bro. I'm sure Damien's got that handled. Despite my sullied mood, I look back to the semifinal winners and can't help but be amazed by them. Each artwork is impressive in their own right, their colors blending wonderfully and the figures beautifully designed. It's easy to see why these were voted as the winners. The last one especially catches my eye. The scenic landscape with the setting sun looks stunning. If not for the slight stylization of the skyline and the fantastical color palette, it could probably pass off as a real photograph with some filters pasted over it. I'm no art critic yet, but if I were, I'd label it as a masterpiece and easily the best out of all of them. Let's give our winners a big round of applause. The auditorium fills with the usual kind of clapping one would expect in an event like this. Polite, with an underlying tone of disinterest, though one person felt compelled to constantly make a piercingly high whistle. We will be displaying the winners' art pieces in room 237. You're welcome to view them during luncheon after school today. Oh, neato. Principal Scalar continues the rest of the assembly, announcing other events for the school and other minor reminders. Behind me, I see the teachers start psyching themselves up for the Herculean task of getting some 200 hungry dinosaur teenagers out of the room and towards lunch without getting anyone killed. Principal Scalar finishes and waves back to them to signal it's time. Alright, we're gonna start adjourning for lunch. You all know how this goes, so no just going for the exit. Being in the first row, we're the first to get up. What is this, like, SimCity 3 music? It's pretty good. I always thought about this, is ever since playing City Skylines, it's made me realize just how inadequate SimCity was, even the classic ones. City Skylines is what you wish you were playing when you were playing SimCity. Curved roads, much bigger maps, great community support. I had to uninstall my copy of City Skylines just to force myself to play other stuff on my backlog, including this. I would stream it sometime, because it's probably a good chill, like, just chatting game. But I don't know if my computer could actually handle both streaming it and running that game. I have a pretty good PC, but that game does kind of suck away a lot of it, the processing. Anyway, onto something that doesn't take up a lot of processing outside of my own ability to process words. I follow behind Olivia until we make it to the hall. Hey, Olivia. She stops and turns a bit. Geez, is she still anxious about the sight thing earlier? She looks a little pale. I wanted to check out the winning paintings a bit more. Why, come on? She considers for a moment. Nah, go on without me. I need to use the restroom. Alright, I'll see you at the lunch table then. Olivia nods and starts off down the hall, following the flow of students toward the lunchroom. Let's see, the principal said it was room 237. Ellipses. Hey, it's that same classroom that we have our classes with in. First thing I notice walking into the classroom is the amount of people checking out the gallery. Yeah, I will say that's my one criticism of this so far, is that they could use a couple more backgrounds, and I wish they would show more of the art and drawings instead of just saying, oh, she showed me this drawing with the mice and whatnot, but she didn't actually show it. Well, I didn't expect it to be filled to the brim with eager students. There's a decent amount of people here, about a baker's dozen or so. Maybe more will come when they finish up their lunches. Well, I'm here now. Let's take a look at the lucky winners. Like, again, for example, we're not seeing the artwork. The pieces are all set on easels in the back of the classroom. Some desks and chairs are moved closer to the front to give each one its own space. One by one, I take a moment to give each canvas a thorough review. The auditorium screen really didn't give the art justice, but because now I can really take in the detail of each one by being up close. The color palettes, the brushwork, the subtle nuances. Yeah, I can definitely see all of them having a good shot at getting first prize. But now, it's time to see the one I've been eager to get a look at since it was first shown. Oh, see? Now we actually got to see it. Even though it's obscured by the text box. From what I recall from Mr. Attikin's lessons, it's made with acrylics, explaining why the colors of it seem more vibrant. It stands out in defiance to the other paintings in the contest, most of which were either violently absurdist and meaningless, or muted still lifes of ordinary objects. It's a meadow of mystifying colors, the organic lines, drawing the viewer deeper into the piece, and I feel as though this would be a place I'd wake up to within a fantastical dream. There's no rigid structure or forced metaphors here, just a fantastical merger of creative expressionism and real-world beauty. I feel my fingers itching for the familiar weight of my DSLR. This is a piece I want to immortalize in my portfolio. It's hands down the winner of the contest in my eyes, I simply must find out who made this. Looks like this breathtaking show of an artistic talent was created by a semi-finalist winner. It's gonna be Mia, isn't it? What? Incognito, 12th grade. Ellipses. That's a problem. Ah, Inko, I'm glad you swung by. Looks like you're admiring the art contest. I told you that St. Hammond's artistic programs are unparalleled. That's not mine. What's not yours? I try to say more, but the words won't leave my mouth. Ben's eyes follow mine to the bottom of the painting in front of me, and I watch as he makes the same realization I do. Inko, you didn't. Did you paint this? I had no idea your style was so developed, so humble. If I had known, that's not my entry. It's not? No, mine was a photograph. But what's your name doing on this one? It must be some kind of mistake. A million scenarios come to mind. They must have gotten the wrong name somehow. If they did, I think the real artist would have come forward by now. Then the submission website must be hacked or broken. But our school checks for stuff like that. If it was, we would have known by now. Then, Inko, you're sure you didn't submit someone else's piece by accident? Of course I didn't. Harry, did you put your name into the Goblet of Fire? Of course I didn't. Why would I do something like that? You're the only one who can log into your account, Inko. Suddenly, everything stops. My account. Did somebody... Look, relax, alright? We can get this sorted out. Just don't panic. Don't panic! Don't fucking panic! Ben lowers his voice. And I take a sip of water. But Inko, just to be clear, what? You didn't just get a bit of extra help, right? Ben looks at me through the edge of his glasses, eye to eye. There's some real stakes in the contest. Cheating is taken seriously. Especially fraud. The word echoes around inside me. Fraud. It makes my bones chill. There's a genuine faker, liar. They're all bad in different ways, but fraud is just dripping with frigid condemnation. No, I swear, I submitted a photograph. Ben relaxes his shoulders. Alright, just making sure. Sorry to alarm you. I really don't like Ben. It's perturbing how we can go from deadly serious to jovial like a flipped switch. You going to be alright? Sorry, I need some air. Hey, feel free. I'll let Scalar know, okay? Yeah, thanks, Ben. Okay, for a second, I thought we were going to do something really stupid and be like, oh, no, don't tell anybody. Like, just leave it for now. Like, we can't make a bigger mess out of this. Like, no, just do the rational thing and say, hey, yeah, this accidentally got submitted under my name. You probably take it easy. Ben offers me an earnest smile, waving at me as he steps out of the room down the hall. After some time, I follow him, shambling down the hall as I try to make sense of what just happened. I thought everybody actually liked my photography. But they all thought I was some kind of expert painter instead. I don't even know how to express it. I feel empty. I thought maybe my hard work was finally paying off, but I submitted the right entry, so what happened? Did somebody change it? And if so, how? It's such a good piece, too. What even is there to be gained by putting my name on it? Sorry? I wander aimlessly through the halls. The thought of missing lunch passes through my mind, but there's a different sort of emptiness pervading my stomach. Why is this rattling me like it is? Man, it's not like I'm in trouble or anything. Ben's helping me sort this out. I'm at a loss of what to even think right now. Oh crap, Olivia mentioned something about server issues before. I couldn't see my submission, but was it just that? Maybe Olivia was right to be worried. Well, duh, why else would she be so nervous? My aimless walking leads me outside the principal's office in the gala. There's that one cityscape painting from the start of the school year. The very first painting I ever saw here, and still one of the best. A cityscape that morphs the rigid structure of urban planning into a soft and inviting utopia, as if viewed from the eyes of a child. The sky above the city is a beautiful shade of crimson, with radiant clouds clustered along its length. I know, we saw it. If the art contest submission was the best painting I'd ever seen, then this one comes close. I can only imagine the accolades she must have gotten for painting this back then. You know, for a while I got to have that experience. I got to step in the shoes of an artist and feel much better than myself. Maybe that was the intent. All the praise, approval, everything I've been wanting, just for a while, was given by an anonymous stranger. Whoever that may be. Actually, this gives me a bit of an idea. If I'm clever and Olivia's up for it, this can be a good way to get her to show off her painting more. Everyone would like that. Maybe that's what she needs. You could act as, like, a personal publisher for her so she doesn't have to deal with people. Huh? This is a terrible idea. We want to get her out of her shell. This is the last thing we should be doing. Wait a second. Yeah, I think we realize. I peel down the empty hallway. I need to find Olivia. She couldn't possibly... I bet she did it. But why me? Why would she... Thinking about it only increases my worries and desperation to find who I hope to Raptor Jesus isn't the culprit. I haphazardly check all the places where Olivia could be, but can't find her anywhere. My hunt for the baryonyx leads me to the second floor of the atrium. Feels like there's a lead brick in the pit of my stomach as I internalize my current situation. The soft pattering of rain hitting the window grabs my attention to see a gloom-covered volcaldera outside. My eyes wander along the school's pathway. I wish I could see it, but nope. Here's just a blank background. Thank you, game. VN. Covered in mud thanks to the earlier rainfall. Ellipses. Wait a minute. Those look like tracks in the mud. I burst through the main entrance doors and am met with the feeling of droplets hitting my head. Outside, a dark overcast has rolled in. Forecast called for an on and off rain during the day, but pretty gnarly clouds, dude. That is a pretty cool dinosaur mural, I gotta say. Out on the wall of the school. Makes it look almost dusk around. Crap, what am I wasting time for? I follow the trail with urgency, fearing that the rain will wash it away. Looks like it goes down the whole pathway. I ignore my clothes before becoming progressively damp and the water collecting on my shades. Eventually, I round the curve that leads to the bridge and see a distressing item at its end. Oh no. I really like this background, though. This is like hand-painted, or this looks really, painted. That's like, even out of context, this is like, kind of a very, very sad painting with a wheelchair. A wheelchair? Olivia's wheelchair. She can walk again! Oh. Empty the occupant, toppled on its side. A new fear grips me, born from the mental imagery provided by that sight. Those cruel thoughts push me up the steps faster than humanly possible, even as my rational mind tries to reassure me. Running across the deck, my breath is caught in my throat when I reach the middle. She's on the ground, head slumped down. There's damaged and soaked school supplies scattered all over the walkway. Oh god, is she okay? My foot shifts, trying to force me closer. Slowly, her head lifts up to the sound of my shoes squelching on the floor. Oh no. Inko? Her tear-stained eyes stare at me with a dead expression, and her voice sounds weak. Olivia, I feel like I can finally breathe again. Slowly, Olivia pushes herself up, and I notice she's lying atop a pile of paper shreddings. The feeling of relief slowly fades away, and I remember just why I was looking for her. We stay silent, only staring at each other as the rain continues to bear down on us. She simply sits there, letting herself grow more and more soaked from the rain. Well, she's an alligator, so she's probably in her natural environment right now, outside of actual water itself, a body of water. Do you want to talk? No, not out in the open. I grab my compact umbrella from my backpack and unfurl it. It doesn't do much to dry Olivia off, but at least she's not getting more soaked. The umbrella is placed between us and the elements against the ledge, forming a personal canopy above us. Now we're alone. Aww. There's space next to Olivia to take a seat. Aww, I like this shot. It's odd. We've sat together before, but sitting on the ground in the rain, and the room is just a little claustrophobic. There's bits of paper melted onto the pavement, soaked by rain. Though torn apart and waterlogged, I can sort of make out a tree? A rough sketch of one, anyway. Like the one that stood prominently in my false submission. So you did do it. Inko, please, I can explain. I didn't have a choice. What? I know what I did was wrong, but I didn't have any other way. It wasn't a choice not to trick me. She avoids looking at me, focused on sitting on the scraps of paper scattered about the floor like confetti. Okay, I thought she... So it wasn't just that she wanted us to win the contest. She wanted to submit her artwork, but she couldn't have it be under her name because she's like... Again, as she's established, she doesn't think that she can actually win anything on her own. The only reason she would win an art contest is because people would feel bad for her because she's in a wheelchair. So she's like, okay, I'm just going to publish it under Inko's name. He'll get the credit, but I'll also know that, hey, I can at least win on my own. That's good. That's good writing. I'm sorry I keep saying it. That is a genuinely interesting, like, dramatic storytelling there. AAA devs, take note. This is what writing is called. This is what being invested in characters is like. Imagine that. Do you know what emotions are? These dinosaurs act more human than any... Yeah. They're more human than a lot of human characters made by, like, Ubisoft or whoever. She avoids looking at me, focusing on the scraps of paper scattered about the floor like confetti. It wasn't to trick you, I just... I get it, you're mad at me. I'm not mad. I'm just confused. I thought we were good friends. I wasn't expecting it. Expecting you. She pauses to give her throat some respite. Her usual water bottle isn't anywhere nearby. A shaky breath escapes her mouth. When you came around, I thought you were no different than the others. That you were some self-centered, pretentious midwit who only cares about his image. That's when I got the idea of using you to swap out your art with mine. You didn't seem like the kind of person who cared about how he gets the attention from others, just that he gets it. Her description of my character feels really reductive, but the ache in my chest hits a little too close to home. But that's not what I think of you now. Yadikin's the one person I can trust. So when he went to bat for you, saying we'd make good friends, I was worried. What's so special about this guy? I honestly got scared he'd be wrong. That you'd be just like everyone else. I'd be setting myself up for failure. But worse than that, Inko, I was afraid he'd be right and I'd have to face what I'd done to myself. Damn, this is good. And now I've gone and done something like this. Switching my contest entry. She nods, swallowing hard. I wasn't thinking. Suddenly everything was out of balance. Everything I'd created, all my work, my own little world was suddenly changing and I had no control over it. I just had to do something. I didn't know what I was doing. I was doing that. I'm sorry. She stops to process my words and continues. I knew I'd get caught. It's stupid. I was hoping for it even. Someone to figure out that it was swapped so it would be changed and everyone would be none the wiser. She turns to face me with silver eyes welled with tears. How many different ways are we going to describe her eyes? They're silver, they're gray, they're serpentine, they're citrine. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. I just don't want to go back to being the person I used to be. The person who didn't care about hurting you. Her head tilts downward with a violent hitch of breath. Ivory claws extend and grip at her knees in a painful display, and yet Livia chokes back any sound she'd make. Her body shudders with every heavy breath from her, and I realize that every defensive barrier she had was completely gone. Livia laid herself bare, leaving only the crying girl desperately trying to silence her pitiful tears. I think what she needs to hear, because, we have a right to be upset, and I think we can already figure out why she did this, as I've already explained. I'm going to save anyway. But I think the right choice is to say, I can't hate you. Yeah, that's what I said. Faced with those unbidden words from Olivia, I'd have to be a heartless bastard to do anything but accept her apology. It's clear that the guilt has been rotting in her conscience ever since. That's something that actually scares me, is that, the vast majority of people have a sense of guilt. I think maybe it's also just a Catholic thing, is, I've done stuff where, man, I feel so awful that I feel like a physical stomach ache. And it eats you from the inside. I know it's cliche to say that, but it's true. What's terrifying is, and that's good, that, if you do something that is wrong, it's a very good thing that you feel bad about it. But there are genuine, sociopaths and psychopaths out there. Most of them, are politicians, but who can just do stuff like that and just not feel bad about it. Even people that do horrible things, they'll often try and figure out a way to justify or rationalize it. But there are people that are, so messed up that they just don't feel bad when they hurt other people. What she did was wrong, no doubt about it. But then again, thinking of her criticisms, circumstances, how can I blame her? How could anyone? I probably would have ended up having to do the same thing in her shoes. At this point, Olivia's put herself through enough stress as is. If there's one thing she needs to hear right now, it's that I forgive her. I don't hate you, Olivia. You don't? No, I don't. I won't lie. It definitely hurt, when I first found out. But the fact that you're willing to admit your mistake shows that you're growing as a person. And I'm really glad to hear that we're friends. So refreshing to hear her. It's refreshing to hear her say it. I was worried she was only just putting up with me. Olivia seems understandably puzzled over my lack of anger towards her. I figured you'd be more upset. Is this just your pity? If so, I don't want it. It's not pity, Olivia. I'm accepting your apology. I don't want you to feel guilty about it. The sooner we can put all this behind us, the better. But I can tell you're a good person, so don't worry about it, alright? I offer her my best smile. Olivia slowly nods. When you put it that way, I guess. But still, truth be told, I deserve to fail to actually face consequences. I'm such a fucking fraud. All over a damn painting. Olivia, you did what you thought you had to do, and you're saying sorry for the consequences. It's all that matters. I scooch closer to Olivia. Huh? That was you taking action in a way I never would have guessed. A crime of passion, I think it's called. I'm probably wrong, but she gets the idea. The world runs on those. You don't need to change. I don't think you did anything wrong. She leans her head against the wall of the railing before looking at me with a half smile. Thanks. You're right. I'm just throwing everything away like an idiot. I'm just scared. I'm here with you. I coax the rest of the tired grin from her, and she looks down at the shredded papers again. After that, after everything was said and done, things became quiet. Beneath the solace of my umbrella, we relaxed together. At least until Olivia begins shifting uncomfortably. I sit and watch as she takes her calves and shifts them to her side with one hand. Her tail comes around and presses into the paper-filled floor before her, keeping her upright as she starts to lean forward. Finally, with the strength of her tail and one arm, Olivia lifts her hips up from the floor and swings her shins fully beneath her. She smiles as she kneels over me. You just going to sit there? Crap. I guess I was just gawking stupidly. But it's just so fascinating seeing the girl maneuver herself in these odd yet well-practiced ways. I'm kind of jealous, actually. I wish I had a tail to do some of the things she could. I've said this before, and again, all this present evidence aside, I'm not a furry or a scaly or nothing, but I think it'd be cool if I had a tail. I think that could be useful. I think it would give me better balance. I press my hands down on the floor and push myself up. I don't know why I thought I had to stand, but instead I shifted myself into a kneeling position too. We're face to face now. Chat! Chat! We hugged the gator! We're hugging the gator! We actually did it! We win! We're not even done with the game yet. For a split second, I feared the worst as Olivia drew me into a hug. I don't know what she would do, but I like this. For how strong her arms were, how they're wrapped around my chest feels exceptionally tender. My own arms have enveloped her, returning the embrace in a similarly soft way. And as her arms loosen, I draw back, but I don't want to take my hands off her. That was nice. Don't make it weird. Sorry about that. Through the sound of the rainfall hitting my umbrella, my ears suddenly pick up the noise of what sounds like squeaking. I look down and see there's something shuffling in Olivia's pocket. It's a mouse! It's a mouse! A little beast emerges from its hiding spot with a squeaky yawn, to which Olivia offers her hand for it to use as a platform. Hey, little guy. Nearly forgot about you. Had a nice nap? That's a rat. Oh, right. You haven't met each other. Inko, this is Guts. He is the character in Berserk. Guts, meet Inko. Oh, hi, Gutsu. I awkwardly wave at the apprehensive-looking rodent. Aww. Olivia lifts Guts to her shoulder gracefully, like her hand is an elevator for him. You brought him to school? Well, yeah. I just really needed him today since, all the crap that's happened. She gives Guts a few scritches under his chin. I bring him sometimes when things get rough. And nobody noticed? You haven't. Touché. Yadikin did. Once. He has told me to not let him run around the school, otherwise it'd be considered a health hazard or something. The tardy bell rings out in the distance. We're late for our next classes. Monsieur Yadikin will understand. We should probably get back to class. Here, hold this. I give Olivia the umbrella so she and the rat can stay dry while I go fetch the wheelchair. I just got an achievement. The achievement was, you did the thing. But now it's settled into the mud. This wheelchair has definitely seen better days. After dusting off the dirt and pooling the water the best I can, I make my way back. Thanks. She offers the umbrella back, but I make sure to hold it above her. I keep the wheelchair steady with one hand as Olivia climbs into the seat, using her tail to help herself up. We stand in the rain, in silence for a moment, only sharing content glances. So what do we do about the contest now? That's a good question. Ben was there when I saw my name in the painting. He already went to tell someone. So, like you said, no harm, no foul. What about your own submission? I ruined it. I scratched the back of my head. It wouldn't have won anyway. It's just a picture. Oh. I thought it was pretty okay. Hearing those words from Olivia sends a strange flash of heat to my face. It's not unpleasant, but again, those honest words from her really do cut through me for some reason. Thanks. A loud squeak draws my eyes to Guts as he stands atop Olivia's shoulder. You too? A very wry smile stretches across Olivia's face. I think it means Guts is saying it's actually so-so. Hey, cut him some slack. Guts. Inko didn't have any time to make anything for the contest. He's got some high standards. Yep, it's why I've gotten so good. The sheer absurdity of it. I don't know which one of us broke first, but our laughter fills the air, heard only by us, as the rainfall cuts off all other noise. So, now what? I don't know. I don't want to go yet. Still pretty worn out. Worn out. A smile crosses my face as a wicked idea comes to mind. Well, too bad. What? I walk around behind Olivia, grinning like a mad idiot. Inko, what are you doing? Inko! Inko! Her head tries to follow me as I stand right behind her chair. I figure that pushing your wheelchair around is really tiring, so how about I help you out? Aww. Olivia blushes and looks away. Fine, but just for today. Returning to the campus was certainly awkward. Passerby shoot us looks. It's not the most common scene to see a girl in a wheelchair just roll on in, sopping wet and tracking mud in. More likely, though, is because the girl had taken to using my umbrella to hide herself from those looks. She was already extremely red in the face. It was a conundrum. Drop the umbrella and let people see her, or keep it up and draw more attention. I shall name it the Nieto Theorem, first of the dead. She's gonna kill me if I ever attempt to publish it. But making our way back to Olivia's current class, she simply shook her still concealed head, I didn't really have much of a choice. And from all that, I knew of the girl. Her last classes were all in the upper levels, and she was in possession of the elevator key. And I was in possession of the weakest knees here in St. Hammond, at least according to Coach Solly. So I wheeled her to my current photography class. On the way over, she keeps bending her head back to peek at me, like she's making sure I'm still there. My dog does that, or at least, well, it's my dog, but he lives at my parents' house, because we got him when I was still living with them, and we all just kind of raised him together. But yeah, he'll if you're petting him and he's sitting down, he'll like turn his head up at you to make sure you keep petting him. It's adorable. Like she's making sure I'm still there. Knocking on his closed door, the pterosaur professor didn't even bat an eye at the poorly hidden girl. He simply stepped aside and let us through. Ben was looking our way, but I chose to pay him no mind. After everything I heard, Olivia didn't even register he was there. She simply rolled herself to the back of the classroom and through a door into what I'd already guessed was Yadikin's supply closet. You know what? I'm an idiot. It's a dark room, isn't it? I don't think you'd want to get that dirty or wet. The stares of my other classmates abated as, thankfully, our key teacher continued his lecture. Taking my own seat, I focused on Yadikin. When are we going to get to a good stopping point? As much as I could, at least my mental thoughts kept me distracted the whole period. Just before the bell rings, Yadikin stares me dead in the eye. He points a stern finger at me and then to the floor and said to signal, "You stay." We'll end soon. Once everyone has left, he closes the class door, and locks it. Care to explain? Explain, sir? He opens the door in the back and signals Olivia to come on out. In the mud, the drenched clothes, the declaration of sanctuary. I was having a bad day. She's looking a bit better, still drained, but she's not shivering. Her rat sits on her lap, and Yadikin extends a finger down to scratch under its chin. I can see that. He takes a seat against a nearby desk and waves a hand for Olivia to go on. When she doesn't, he shifts his hand to me. I look between the two of them, Mr. Yadikin's expectant leer, and Olivia's pleading eyes. Ultimately, I shake my head in the negative. I just helped Olivia get out of the rain. Of course. He slouches further atop the desk. Can I tell you some other time? Sure. Whatever it was, it looks like you've recovered pretty well. Olivia doesn't answer verbally, instead giving him a bashful smile and nod. It was about your work again? Yeah. Oh, this girl. He turns to me and points a thumb at her. You know, the work she's so concerned about absolutely wrecks the grading curve in my class. For the sake of the other students, I had to put a limit on extra credit assignments. Really? Yeah, never thought I would even consider such a restraint. Why punish someone for working too hard? I would think to myself. Then 4 years ago, this little green goblin comes rolling into my class. Hey, only I get to call her my little green goblin. Back off. Stay in your lane. Half a semester and more than a few angry calls from parents later, my hands were tied. Young lady simply does too dang much, and it almost looks like your wheelchair is levitating now. Olivia smiles, but doesn't look up from her pet. It was that much better than all the other students? Well, no, I don't grade by technique. If I did, you'd be in big trouble, Inko. Olivia's work was very good even then, but the main thing I admire is how motivated she can be. I hadn't seen someone so enthused to just paint in years. Certainly haven't seen anyone so enthused since I had to change the rules like that. You were worried it'd stop me. Was I? That definitely sounds like me, but it didn't stop you. Not even a little. Heck, that year you even got me to see some things differently. I don't think I ever did anything like that. you did when you came into class after the Friday before Mother's Day. Take a look at this. I'm handed the quill pen, and the first thing I know about it is how soft the feather portion is. It's the special pen you always use. It's actually from my wife. Whoa. Specking it closer, I can now see more of the intricate details. From the faded engravings on the shank to the maintained but worn point. It's well made and kept, yet the feather and brass showed its age. She came in that afternoon with a whole stack of crumpled painting drafts, so frustrated she couldn't get it right, and so determined to make it perfect. I'd say any of these would be great. Your aunt would love any of these, and she fires back, if it's not good enough for me, why would it be good enough for someone I love? I did not have an answer. So I tell her to take a step back, and we take a few hours to go over the fundamentals once more. I send her home to try getting it right over the weekend, and come Monday, she returns and hugs me the first morning. That Friday night, though, what she'd said was on my mind. I talked about it all night with my wife. Then that morning, I decided to make a change for myself. My wife was molting at the time, so there was always a new feather or 3 in our blankets each morning. I took the biggest one, preserved it right, got a bit of help to make it into a real pen, and I've used it ever since. It helps me remember to do my job right, for the people I care about and for the people my students care about. I think what it was, it's that childlike reasoning that comes so naturally for the youth. That reasoning, it makes a type of innocent, earnest dedication that something I think I'd lost for a while. Don't give me so much credit. You haven't lost it, have you? Good, don't lose it for me, okay? Okay. Yadikin yawns and stretches. You feeling alright to go to your next class? Yes, I'm ready. Great. He claps a hand over my back. We should do this again sometime, have an awkward conversation. Mr. Yadikin ushers us out of his classroom as the late bell trills, handing us a note that he'd rapidly scrawled on. Miss Procklin didn't seem enthused to see us come in late, but sighed as she read the late note from Yadikin. As I took my usual spot, I felt something odd in the corner of my eye. Looking up, it was to see Olivia looking my way, with that smile on her face. One that spoke so many words, yet I couldn't figure out what. All I could do in turn was try to match it before focusing on Miss Procklin's latest lecture. As more time passes, the art contest fades into the background. Alright, next time we see an image, we're stopping. Last week I had a scare when Principal Scalar called me into her office. I feared that they had figured out what Olivia did and assumed I was part of it, just as she predicted. Luckily, that wasn't the case. Instead, she wanted to inform me that they had no leads as to who could have done the swap, and since it was tampered, it'd be removed from the contest. No skin off my back, honestly. As compensation, she gave me one of the runner-up prizes, a coupon for some pizza from some Italian restaurant called Dynamo's. I'd go there. Not the biggest pizza fan. What? But not a bad prize to get after all of this. Saving it for a rainy day. However, I found myself in a conundrum of my own doing. My peers' concern about my entry were resolved, but I hadn't accounted for the new questions about my portfolio. My paint portfolio. The few times I showed off my photography work, they'd be mildly impressed at best. They were never upfront about it early either. No, instead I got the runaround. Oh yeah, these are nice, Inko. Not bad, but what about what you did for the contest? I can't even be mad about it since it's just another misunderstanding. Unintended lie from my side of things, but then I had a thought, what if it wasn't a lie? What if I was actually good at painting? And after working at it for the past month? Yeah, no, I can't unscrew this. Okay. We have to stop. Chat, thank you for watching this. I'm glad I got to get to probably a highlight of this game. Visual novel, sorry. Again, the writing, I think, is actually really, really good. characters keep improving. Even our character, Inko, he still says stupid stuff, but like immediately realizes, oh, I shouldn't have said that. And okay, yeah, teenager is gonna say that. Teenage boy will do that. So yeah, I'm happy. I hugged the Gator. I got the Gator t-shirt. Tomorrow's Friday. Me and work friends are going out to get some Korean food. So that'll be fun. Everybody, hopefully, if I'm not lazy again, I will see you Sunday when hopefully we can finish this. I'm determined to finish this. We can't be too much... I mean, we've kind of hit a very big crescendo, right? All that's left is to maybe do more than hug the Gator, like hold her hands. Oh, excuse me for saying something so lewd. Anyways, I am going to go to bed soon. God bless everybody. Thank you for coming. I'll see you later. Hello. I'm going to get some links out, and then we can get started. Sorry, just finished dinner, so I started a little bit late, and I'm later tonight because I also had a dentist appointment, so that was fun, but it's over now, and we are with our waifu once again streaming. I'll give everyone a couple minutes. We are back with more Gator goodness. So, now I know I have to stream more often because I forgot the name of Olivia's pet rat. I'm sure it'll get brought up again, but... Also, I think, judging by the length, I'm gonna go a bit longer tonight. Sunday, I want to stream a long time, and if necessary, stream it next Thursday as well to finish it before Valentine's Day, because what a perfect thing to stream for Valentine's Day. I had thought I would be finished with this earlier, so instead I could stream Guilty Gear, Strive, and play as Ramlethal Valentine, which would also be very appropriate. But we can still stay on this for longer, and I need time to brush up on Guilty Gear, Strive again. But yeah, the next thing we stream is going to be an actual game. I want to stream the polar opposite of this, because I think some people might not like it. I got into this circle with dissident right-wing politics. But what's more dissident right-wing than this thing that's neo-sincerity? Because I was thinking about this, right? This game is the culmination of kind of decades of visual novels, right? A lot of them coming from Japan. Some are very, very, kind of legendary, like Yume Nikki or Steins Gate. Yume Nikki is... Sorry, that's the RPG Maker game. I'm talking about, Umi Neko, When They Cry. Yeah, I've been watching Joseph Anderson stream that. And, a lot of them are just very ridiculous and over the top, which has its own charm, but Dan Salvato, back in 2017, kind of did the great subversion of it with Doki Doki Literature Club, where you have this super saccharine high school romance visual novel, and then, but everything's twisted, and, the characters in the game are actually pushing back against the structure of a visual novel. And then you come back with this, which... Goodbye Volcano High wasn't a visual novel, it was just basically a movie, a CGI movie with a few rhythm segments to justify its existence as a quote-unquote game. But Snoot Game came after this, and now we have this. And this, for all intents and purposes, are for everything that I can know of, other than the fact that they're, dinosaurs, is completely sincere romance visual novel. So we've kind of deconstructed and reconstructed it into something nice and wholesome. So we have all of our Gatory goodness. So what happened last time? A lot happened last time. We've gotten closer to Olivia. The art contest happened, and we had the shocking revelation that Inko didn't think that his photo won, but when it showed the semi-finalists, one of the 5 is this really beautiful painting that his name was under. And what seems to have happened is Olivia swapped out her art with Inko's. Now, I don't know if she just wanted to have his name under it, or if he actually did win the semifinals and she just swapped out her painting with his photo with her painting. And the reason why is because she has a very bad inferiority complex. I'm wondering if that's the appropriate word for it, but she doesn't want to have to try at anything, because she feels like anything that she wins is only because people are giving her something out of pity because she's in a wheelchair. So she doesn't feel like she can actually earn anything. And so it kind of makes sense of why she would swap out Inko's artwork with her own, because then it would win just on its own merits. Now, of course, we confronted her about it on a very rainy day. She had fallen out of her wheelchair outside, and, we confronted her, and we decided, we're gonna be real good friends with her. Like, we didn't pry into it, we forgave her, and I don't know if we have the thing yet. We did hug the gator. That's what I know. That's all I know. And something that I like, shield your eyes, children. But in the gallery here, this counts as lewd. Now, yes, it is somewhat. I will accede to that. It could be much worse. That is relatively tasteful. And there is no sexual content warning on the Steam page, so I'm happy about that too. In any case, we can now resume. We also learned that our art teacher, Mr. Yadikin, has a very close relationship with Olivia. He's kind of been her mentor, and so he's just kind of talked it out with us of like, what happened, why we didn't get back to class, why we're all covered in mud and water. Which should be fine for Olivia because she's an alligator. That's where alligators belong. I'd also thought about this is, so alligators, unless she's the very rare Chinese alligator, she's most likely an American alligator. Although if she's a dinosaur, she could be a very distant relative. But let's say she's an American alligator. Maybe she should get a very deep southern Louisiana accent. Or a very southern accent. Now, I can't do a very good southern accent, I don't think. But it would give her tremendous extra charm, I think. We'll see how it goes. Because I'm just giving her kind of a depressive voice. But, let's go. Yeah, no, I can't unscrew this. For the past 3 weeks, I've been staying after school, making use of one of the club rooms to practice. So yeah, he's taking art lessons, or he's practicing painting more with Olivia. Yishinko, did you listen to any of the tips I gave you? Using everything at my disposal, namely the textbooks for Mr. Yadikin and how-to tutorials online, he's watching... Oh, who's the Warhammer painting guy? He retired a few years ago. Duncan something. Duncan Rhodes, that's it. Duncan Rhodes. The angel, the star of Warhammer 40k mini painting. I'd stay as late as possible, trying to get the same skill level as Olivia. As I stare at the horrid acrylic monstrosity before me, there's nothing I can do but weep at my own inadequacies. Not actually weep, but squinting at the Lovecraftian horror before me, I can maybe see a little progress, drowning in the madness of the excess paint. Olivia had made good on her promise to teach me around the time I'd asked Mr. Yadikin to borrow the keys to the spare room. And while I memorized all of her teachings down to the letter, what am I even looking at? Are you trying an abstract sort of thing here? It was an attempt at a self-portrait, actually. Could probably post it online and some rich arschloch would buy it. Is that good? No, never trust the opinions of people on the internet. There we go. I learned it the hard way. After a brief period of awkward silence, I let myself collapse on the stool behind me and toss off the oily apron in frustration. At this rate, I'm going to be a double fraud or something. Sorry, I'm just paranoid about the audio, making sure it's good. Crook. Splat. I don't even have the energy to get angry. Probably looks better now, at least. How did Olivia get so good at this? Olivia, please, you've got to have some actual advice for me. She quietly hums to herself, slipping away a notebook she'd splayed across her lap into her nearby bag. Well, when I want to draw, it's usually because I've got something on my mind. What, like inspiration? Kinda, more so that I just envision something and want to put that on canvas. Amused that the door of the studio flies open and Damien quickly storms inside, looking like he wants to eat me. Inko, Olivia, are you guys here? There's an active That would be a twist. That would be the Doki Doki Literature Club twist. He takes heavy breaths as his vision darts around the room. After a moment of surprise, I raise my arm to catch his attention. Damien, what's wrong? The loser kid everyone picked on went berserk. The hyperactive Dilophosaurus spots me, taking a final breath before jogging over. Guys, I need to ask you something. What, is everything alright? Is something happening? I can't help but panic. I've never seen Damien this flustered. Do you want to come to the arcade with me and Liz? Ellipses. Is that it? Yeah, that's what I said. Wait, when was this decided? I thought something bad had happened. No, just asking. No, just asking. Oh, that was Inko. Let me read you. I thought something bad had happened. Nope, just asking. Liz is already prepared. Liz already has the car prepped and everything. Oh. I should have expected that, but still. How did you know we were here? I didn't. I just kept opening doors until I found you two. I think Damien is best boy. I've been at it for a while, actually. Damien's eyes dart to the canvas that lies on the floor next to me. You working on your next masterpiece? Oh, painting sideways is probably one of your trade secrets, huh? Olivia hops up and down in her wheelchair. Olivia hides her snicker with her hand. Don't worry, I won't tell a soul. Yeah, that's right. Don't tell anybody. I lean down to pick up the canvas and place it upright, deciding to remove the ugly painting and place it in the corner of the room to dry. Anyway, how about it? To the arcade? The Olive Baryonyx fidgets, her brow lowered in contemplation as she considers the question. Let me look up what that is. That's not an alligator. I mean, it looks like it's could be its ancestor. It has a similar, somewhat looking head. Hello, John 50. The arcade, it's not like I had any other plans today. Sure, why not? Alright, let's go. Wait, don't. Oh, Inko, Olivia, there you are. Damien was taking so long to get you, I was about to come find you myself. This time, both Damien and I are wheezing for air. Despite Olivia's protests and hesitation, Damien had wasted no time in grabbing her by the handlebars and sprinting for the exit. I had chased after them all the while. Olivia screamed like a banshee as she was pushed through the hallways at a breakneck pace. Yeah, ha, just ha. I take a deep breath and stand upright. Olivia's claws have dug into her armrest, and she's definitely trying to kill Damien with her glare, which he happily ignores. Why didn't you just message me or something? I wanted to, but didn't want to ruin your concentration, man. So instead, you kicked the art room door open. Yep. So yeah, as I'm watching our friend Arch Warhammer stream the Snoot game, I'm noticing more and more the differences of not just the bump in quality, but they wanted completely different characters in this version. In Snoot game, you know, Fang is a very thin, slender-looking dinosaur, and the friends are pretty all kind of unlikable. And Anon is just kind of this, you know, slab of meat. He's pretty buff and has horrifying-looking eyes. They're trying a bit more of a cool look with Inko here. And Olivia's, she's a little, as they say, thicker. In a good way, in a very positive way. And I like Damien, and Liz is okay as well. I think it's more the voice that I gave her that I think is funny. And we have, like, an enemy. We have an evil rival in the form of Ben's girlfriend. I can't remember her name. But yeah, gave you a little bit of extra time, right? You've been staying late for forever now. I can't hide the wince. It hadn't occurred to me that more people would notice. I'll relax. It's not like you're the only one. So, I'll wait to tell my dentist story in a minute. Yeah, I sometimes need to stay behind for student council and club meetings. Right, sure, so, come on, the car's in the student section. What kind of car could hold her? Is it a convertible? The Dino duo start toward the student parking lot, heading towards an rather old but well-kept sedan. Olivia grumbles silently to herself, but follows after, nonetheless. Come on, dude, it'll take a few minutes to get Olivia in and then 30 to get to the arcade. Won't take that long, damn it. Olivia huffs and wheels herself to the passenger side, opening the door for herself. Do you need any... It's fine. To punctuate her statement, Olivia uses her strong arms to lift herself onto her armrests. Then, with more grace than I thought possible from the olive-scaled girl, she managed to flop down on the passenger seat. I stare at the abandoned chair, wondering where to put it. I've got room in the trunk, Inko. Clunk. The trunk lid pops up with a heavy thunk to punctuate that. It takes me some more time than I'd like to admit to figure out how to undo the locks that actually collapse the chair, but once it's done, I'm able to slide it into the spacious storage area easily. Damien had already hopped through the window of the front passenger seat by the time I'm done, as if he'd practiced the maneuver. Clack, clack, clack. I simply open the door behind Liz's seat, and watch as a pile of soda cans empty on the pavement below. Sorry, those are from this morning. I just toss them in the backseat when I'm done. You better return them and get the refund. I live near an official recycling area for bottles and cans, and so I even got one of their t-shirts. It's made from recycled plastic. It's actually fairly soft. At least I think it's made from recycled plastic. So yeah, I get some pocket money when I head out there. Surprise, Liz. Oh, surprise, Liz doesn't make you use a bag. I do. Damien pulls up an overflowing plastic. This hits a bit too close to home. The vitamin water bottles I bring to work every day do start piling up in my car. Why haven't you tossed out all those bottles already? I'm saving them for a project about recycling. Plus, I'm also going to use a couple of them for a sculpture. Saves me the trouble of going out and finding aluminium. And I get to drink as much soda as I want. Speaking of drinking soda, yeah, I went to the dentist. And a couple of months ago, I had, bitten really hard down on something. And I felt like something had gotten stuck in between my teeth. And for the past couple months, more so than normal, food gets stuck behind there really easily. And I went to the dentist today, and they said, oh yeah, a chunk of your tooth, your back molar is missing, because that area is where you had a couple silver fillings. And over time, the silver fillings can actually start wearing off, and they aren't actually glued onto your teeth, they're just held there by the friction. And so over the years, probably at least 10 or 15 years, they just kind of popped out or gotten loose, so that'll be fun to fix next month. But if insurance pays for it, I'll be happy. I don't really say anything as Damien scoops out the rest of the cans from the floor of the car and puts them in a new bag, which he then stuffs in the car's trunk before giving me and Olivia a thumbs up. Alright, dudes, we're good to go. Hey, artwork! Sorry, very thirsty. I nod and slink into the semi-clean seat. My hand searches for the buckle of the seatbelt and brushes against something warm and soft. There's a tiny gasp next to me as the comfortable mystery in my hand is yanked away. We held her hand, chat! We shouldn't do that till after we're married. This is lewd. How do I, make the text box go away? I want to see how I do that. Let me just look this up real quick. I should know this, but we can look at the waifu in the meantime. Should be an easy way to do that. Sorry. Oh, all you need to do is in the help section, but it's H. Okay. Oh, there we go. Isn't she cute? Huh? I look to Olivia, her hand held to her chest. Her green face has a scarlet tinge, and her mirror-shade eyes. How many different ways are we going to describe this freaking alligator's eyes? They're green, they're citrine, they're gray, they're silver, now they're... What is mirror shade? What kind of... Just... They're black? What is it? You okay? She's smiling. The emerald-scaled girl... I thought she was olive-scaled. Inko! The emerald-scaled girl turns her maw from me. I stifle a mystery chuckle at that. The warmth of my palm fades, however, and leaves my hand feeling lost. Okay, all the safety checks are done. I like that. Her head is... Her neck is just kind of twisted up like a little cheese curl. That's great. Liz gets in the driver's seat and grips the steering wheel. Outside, she's craning her neck to check on the mirrors and tires. Wait, Liz drives with her head sticking out the window? Liz pokes her head in. What's that? Her neck snakes inside and coils around the hook in the middle of the car. Then with practice motion, her neck continuously coils till her head sits atop the neck roll as if no different from someone putting on shoes. It kind of looks like a giant scale-covered scarf. There's even still enough space for her to see the windows and check behind her. Inko? It wasn't anything important. Alright. But, the city, right? Okay, lock the doors. Make sure they're locked. I'd actually been wanting to see it a bit more up close for Yadikin's class. This is apparently in the same universe as Snoot Game. Because it's also Volcaldera in that as well. I'm wondering if there's going to be a cameo. Although I don't think there can be, because those characters are actually just owned by whoever made Goodbye Volcano High, and Snoot Game is just like a free fan game parody. Do you know how much gas money it burned through to take a detour around here? Good, because neither do I. Let's do it. Let's fucking go. What? Now? I barely have enough as is. The view on the way is fine. I'm looking forward to it as well. You sure? Yeah. Oh, no, she doesn't have that voice. I'll point out some stuff I remember along the way. You're my tour guide now? Don't make me change my mind. Glad that's settled. Everyone buckled in, right? Liz pulls away from the school parking lot, darting down the opposite direction I've always entered and exited. Weird to think, but my edge of the world was as close as a right turn out of my own school. Then again, I still haven't been living here long. Anyone want a station? I don't think I've ever listened to the radio here either. Liz and Olivia hardly seem to glance in Damien's direction as well. Suit yourselves. Oh, music. Within the span of a few seconds, the natural ambiance of the road is replaced with the loud sounds of decades-old rock music, the only good kind, sending vibrations throughout the car and everybody in it. Just as fast as it comes, however, it stops as Liz haphazardly yanks the volume knob counterclockwise, toning the music down to a bearable level. Damien frowns for a moment, but he doesn't seem to contest her decision. Bezizzed. What the... I turned off all the notification stuff except for messages and calls, and between all the people I messaged, there's only one who was inside the car. Checking the screen, I see... D-Man. Damien? Wait a minute. Any song requests, man? Seriously? I don't know, Damien, so long as it isn't twangy country music. Oh, how original. I bet he also doesn't like rap music. Your basic young person. I like music that's just not country or rap. Old country music is fine, because that's closer to folk. But, like, anything after Johnny Cash died is basically trash. Sure. Wait, you've been texting? How long? Yeah, since, like, the first week of school. What the heck, dude? Let me see your phone. I hand it over, open on the contact creation page. She taps the first few numbers and pauses. Then sheepishly yanks her phone from her coat pockets. She doesn't know her own number? Olivia finishes tapping her number and hands it back. She's entered herself as Live Long. Huh, sounds vaguely oriental. Bazizist. Live Long is typing. Test. Nope, it's not working. Yup, got it. Bazist. I always have my phone just on silent, so, because I get spooked too easily. That was uncalled for. That's why I sent it. She giggles at her own joke, despite being the butt of it. In the mood in the car is too high to hold it against her. Before long, the dense forestry starts giving way to more urban developments. More and more decorative palm trees start dotting the paths as well. The silhouette of the city gets closer as we approach one of those spaghetti junctions leading up to it. The result of decades of poor infrastructure decisions, multi-million-dollar projects promising to fix up all the traffic. If they just built one more overpass. We need to make walkable cities again, right? Olivia is paying close attention to her phone. She scrolls lazily through some forum. Pah! What's so funny? Oh, nothing. Hey, Lizard Lounge? Oh boy, you're still browsing that, Olivia? Yeah? What is it? Don't tell him. It's this weird exclusionary chat room. They only allow dinosaur women. Men, and rather specifically human men, are banned. This is sexism. This is sexism and speciesism. Gasp! Exclaimed Damien. Yeah, exactly. Racial segregation. He seems excited about it. Olivia showed me once, and the people on it are really weird. Humans are banned? You weren't supposed to tell him. It's the last safe house for us on the internet. Freedom of association is back on the menu, boys. I think there's probably better places for that online for... Oh, I think there's probably better places for that online for you to associate with. Tell me about the racial segregation, man. Now I know why my dad's been putting on white robes every Sunday. It's not that. It's just how it has to be for our safety. Some dino girl can be doing anything at all, and there's always at least 3 guys in the comments saying, she looks like, don't say it. They also really bring down the quality of the site. Look, it's explained in the rules that humans have 1/5 the attention span of dinos. Liz groans while Olivia shows me her phone. The graph is blurred to hell and I can't make out most of the text. I don't know how I feel about all of this. What's not to get, Inko? We're really, really racist against you disgusting, scaleless humies. Think about it. You're in history class, it sucked, so you just remember, wait a second, I'm a human, stop listening. I wish I could do that. Oh jeez. Was Hitler a dinosaur in this world? What kind of dinosaur would Hitler be? According to Lady Hitler here, you can. It's just a funny group of women like me. Lay off. Let me have it. You don't really believe that stuff, do you? Not really. It's just the rules of the place, alright. Okay. Olivia sticks the phone back in her pocket with a huff. Was the ride to the arcade always this long? I think we're about 20 minutes away from the arcade still. Don't worry, Inko. The water fountains are integrated. Shut up. Yeah, maybe giving her a deep southern accent would help. I'm just kidding. Damien cackles to himself. Alright, I hope the place still sells those hot dogs for just $1, so it's better than Costco. There's no way anyone, anywhere, sells hot dogs for $1 anymore. Yeah, but they did. It was great. Olivia and I would save our lunch money just to go here instead after class. I don't think I'd trust it if it were still that cheap, honestly. You ate a dog off the floor once. That's different. Damien fills the air with old tales of his and Olivia's adventures in the arcade. She'd occasionally chime in to correct him on whatever over-embellishment. Even as the last remnants of suburbia melt away and the skyscrapers overtake our view of the outside world. Finally, I'm in the big city. Well, here we are. I'm almost disappointed when we pull into the arcade parking lot. So am I, because we can't see anything. Large glass windows covered in sun-bleached promotional leaflets adorn the front of the arcade, and the building itself looks a couple decades old. This place was probably successful in the past, but I can only imagine they break even nowadays. Though maybe the recent resurgence of retro deco could change that. I could show you more on the return trip. Come on. Oh no. This is just a photo with a filter over it. This is lazy. Guess she must have seen my brief hesitance. Liz unlocks the trunk and I hop out to get Olivia's chair. Have a good night, Rookie Altair. As I attempt to heave the thing out of Liz's trunk, it takes considerably more effort than I'd like to admit. Now, how do I unfold this blasted thing? I think there's a release button right... As I check to make sure that all my fingers were intact, I can see Olivia snickering through the passenger window. Inko-san... Oh no, she's a weeb. I mean, that makes her even better. Inko-san, you have much to learn. Observe. Olivia makes sure the brakes are held and heaves herself over in one motion. The chair is forced by momentum alone with a loud... opened by momentum alone with a loud crack. She gracefully rolls by me, her tongue stuck out in smug victory over my ineptitude. Ready. Sweet. Damien hurries us inside, and I can tell he's the most excited to be here out of anybody. Alright, so our strength, our love tester is Poorfish, try again, Glammy, or Clammy, Harmless, Mild, Not Even Nice, Wild, Burning, Passionate, and Volcanic. And there's little icons of dinos next to it. That's cute. I prefer the bigger tester in New Vegas, though. Dude, this place is the bomb. We used to scrounge for change to come here after school. Got a funky music going on right now. The place is abuzz with activity, flashing machines, all competing for attention, and gamers excitedly conversing. I lean in a bit closer to Olivia. It's pretty dang loud in here. You going to be alright having to speak up more? Well, of course I am. What do you take me for, a kid? Sorry. I appreciate the concern. Aww. Liz scowls as she peels her boot from the floor with a loud kish. Ugh. Damien, you could have warned me about... Damien's taken off toward a nearby coin machine. Fistfuls of bills at the ready. I could have told you too. I've been here before. So why didn't you warn me about the stickiness? Olivia shrugs. Liz's head lowers to bridge of snoot-pinching levels. Well, you two did kind of drop this on me at the last minute. But I still remember this place pretty well. Great, you can show Inko around and I'll go with Damien. Liz... Aw, look at her head bobbling around. Liz meekly puts her pointer fingers together as she looks at the salmon-frilled teen. Those two-player gun things look fun to try out. You mean the light gun games? Yeah, those ones. Can't put my finger on it, but something tells me that Liz was banking on splitting apart from the start. Though it would give me ample opportunity to have some alone time with Olivia. Just to get to know her more, of course. Liz, I think I broke this one's joystick. Liz sighs heavily through her nose. Seriously, Damien? Oh, come on, it's perfectly even and fair. You sure about this, Liz? We could all just stick together. The long-necked dino looks around the arcade nervously. As much as I want to protest the suggestion, it might be for the best. Liz wants to stick with Damien, probably to make sure he doesn't do more damage. And Olivia knows this place well, so she'd know all the best games. Skee-ball. We've already been spending time together after school, so why not? I'm not against the idea, I just, Alright, glad you agree. Liz takes this as her cue to leave, and she quickly pulls Damien away deep into the arcade. Meanwhile, Olivia begins to roll ahead, but stops and gives me an annoyed look. Come on already. Ah, right. As soon as I step closer, Olivia resumes her casual roll down the aisleway. Olivia's eyes seem distant as she looks over the various game cabinets in the room. Silver irises, again, different names. Pick one thing for the color of her eyes, and a soft hum resonating from her mouth. I try and follow where her gaze lingers, but she seems to be constantly drifting to something new every other moment, while deep in her own thoughts. And as we carry on slowly, the creeping awkwardness in my stomach gnaws away at me. I have no clue what to do right now. The point of this excursion was to relax. It feels rude to interrupt her, but she definitely knows better than me. Say, Olivia. My voice brings her back to the current moment with a start, her hands maneuvering her chair around to look at me fully. What a game should we try first? The baryonyx shrugs her shoulders. Anything. Okay, then how about one of your favorites? My favorites? Yeah, you used to come here all the time. I'm sure you've got some that you prefer. The look of surprise from her is quickly hidden by her turning her chair back around. Fine, my favorites then. My favorites. She pushes her wheelchair with purpose towards a particularly large screen in the corner. Looking at it closer, there's a large block connected to it, and dull multicolored sticks hanging off the sides with wires. Oh, verdammte. I look up at the title above the screen. Ruin Robbers? The more I look at it, the more I see where splotches of fresh paint barely cover the poorly done marker graffiti. Olivia's pout is so prominent, as she glares at the base of the funny-looking block before the screen. They updated it. So it should be better than right. Her pout breaks, transforming into a depressed frown as her eyes seem to gloss over. I follow her gaze of her green, citrine, gray, mirror-colored, and silver eyes from the metal plate to the base and try to better understand. Machine looks pretty well maintained if you ask me. Something wrong with it? They added a foot pedal for the cover action. I test the plate, feeling it sink down and noticing the video demo on screen changed to a screen with a bunch of ASS with numbers next to each instance. This sucks. Olivia's hands curl into fists as she glares at the machine. A twinge runs through my chest when I look back to the frustrated Dino Girl. One aspect of her favorite pastimes has been changed in a way that almost robs her of it. The thought strikes a painful chord in my heart, though I know I had zero hand in the game update. That's all the same to see the clover-scaled girl look so morose. I turn my eyes away my feet. The sensation leaving as I do, and a flash of brilliance overcomes me as I look at my loafers. Hey, I got an idea. She cuts me off with a growl. I know what you're gonna say. The answer is no. So you're willing to just give up because you can't play it easily? Yes. Olivia's response leaves me a bit floored. Her hateful eyes leer venomously at her former favorite game, but I know my idea will work. Okay, you play then. Haven't you been paying attention? I'll handle the pedal work. Olivia's words are left hanging as she tries to visualize what I'm saying. Her confused gaze wanders between me and the flat rectangle on the floor. The whole time, she looks so goofy, I have to withhold a chuckle in fear of her clawing me. She must have realized, though, as she snatches the light gun from my hand, her cheeks bearing a red hue. Fine. One game. She looks at the light gun in her hand and takes a deep breath. You better do your job right, Inko. I give Olivia a nod and she wheels herself right next to the arcade machine. Gimme. She reaches out for my hand and goes to take it before I can respond. She takes it for a split second and then moves down to grab my wrist instead. Her scales are soft and cool. Hit the pedal when I squeeze. Capiche? Capiche. I nod in affirmation and Olivia blasts the start button into pieces. I swear if I actually have to play a video game. Not so tight. Dude, hit the damn pedal. It's like playing with controller lag. Inko! Sorry. Holy crap, this is worse than I remember. Hi, it's me, the guy that makes sense. Here you can see I put the respawning enemies in front of a place you're forced to cross. I came up with this idea while eating a bird. I don't even want to staple ears to me. Damn it, not again. Who? This game sucks. Want to play again? She's a bit intense. She's a gamer girl as well. You know, I was saying about this, so Snoot Game, the whole kind of what Fang is into is music. Like, she's in a band. That's from Goodbye Volcano High. Here, I guess the theme or what Olivia's into is art. They need to make a third one where, like, the thing the girl is into is cooking. Because then that would just be, like, peak for me. Maybe make it not a reptile, though. When Olivia finally releases her grip on my wrist, I feel blood rushing through the imprint she left. Sorry about the yawning, I'm not actually that tired. We ended up playing 4 or 5 games total. That's probably enough. I'm gonna move on. You? Are you sure? I don't want to keep you here all day. Olivia looks over the machine one last time before sliding the plastic gun into its slot. I'm still a bit disappointed they changed it, but thanks. Alright, there's better games around anyway. Let's go. A stray thought from before I really got to know Olivia, the Korean's the forefront of my mind. Sometimes along the way, people started calling her Hot Wheels. Don't really remember who or when. But I do know it's proof that she's got a fire in her. She's got that dog in her. A fire in her. Before she can roll away too far, my hand takes hold of one of the chair's grips, jolting the dino girl from her sullen stupor. Say, I've got an idea, Hot Wheels. Instead, why don't we try the fighting game you were so good at? The fighting game... Olivia's jaw clicks shut and her hands ring together tightly. Arcade cabinets can't change, right? I mean... Her gaze turns towards the opposite end of the arcade, and I can hear the loud hollers of competition from here. Come on, Hot Wheels, what do you say? The name seems to invigorate her. Her glacier irises. Another one! Hardening. Take a drink every time Inko describes her eyes in a different way. Hardening, and her ivory claws touching at her wheels. An eerie grin creeps across her features, tongue polishing an incisor as her predatory eyes latch onto a particular cabinet on the far side. Olivia picks a direction and speeds off, parting the seat of sweaty dinos and leaving a small space of safety in her wake. After a short while, passing some digital pachinko machines, she looks back at me for a moment, as if to confirm my presence and say, "Don't lose me." And then yanks her wheelchair to launch herself through the building towards a new destination. Well, hey! I finally give chase, following as best I can, while avoiding the rest of the awestruck players that just witnessed the high-speed dino girl shoving them aside in her wake. As I get closer, the atmosphere seems to grow thicker, the very air becoming dank and heavy, almost as if someone dialed a humidifier up to 11. What is a humidifier for? Who wants that? Make everything gross. Is it if you have like a cold? Okay, maybe like something like that, but everyone has a dehumidifier. This game sucks. I mean, it's not a game. For a second, I have to stop in my tracks to catch my breath and try to cool down as my shades begin to fog up. So this is the power of the fighting game crowd. I'd heard things, but I thought they were jokes. There she is. I might have said this before, and I'm bad at this. I repeat stories a lot, but yeah. Gaming club in high school, right? You think, okay, you know, we're going to play all different types of games. No, gaming club from like 9th grade onward is, and it's why I left, is, okay, we're all going to play Super Smash Bros. Melee. That's the only game we're allowed to play. God help you if you even dare think that suggest that we play something other than this one game. Every week. And that was it. I got so horrified because they had a gaming club in college. Guess what they were playing there? I wonder if I can pick out anything what they're saying in the background. Okay. Through the fog, I spot Liz, or rather Liz's head, sticking above the crowds. Yo, you found us! Getting closer, Damien and Liz's head come into view. Olivia stops and checks one last time that I didn't get washed away in the crowd. She then moves past Damien and Liz, coming to a screeching halt next to a particular cabinet that's occupied by somebody else. She removes a shiny coin from her pocket, placing it firmly on the controls of the player who hardly glances at her. A new character? When does the fighting game of I Want to Hug That Gator come out? I won't play that. As I step closer, I'm able to overhear the exchange between the two dinos. The greaseball ankylosaur, without even looking away from the cabinet, starts rattling off his credentials to Olivia as if it was a job interview. You know, I'm the best giraffe kick player this side of Caldera, right? Double S rank 3 online tournament wins. Besides, 50 cents not. Shut up and nut up already, bitch. Olivia's voice causes the ankylosaur to grimace and finally turn his head. You really want to try me? Look, Tiny Tim, I get. What did you say? Oh. His jaw clicks shut as his eyes manage to sweep above and then down to Olivia. His eyes squinting as his retinas slowly adjust to the low lighting of something not displaying brightly colored, pixelated characters. Bro, you already know you can't be bringing these chairs over here. Not after last summer. Olivia growls and raises a fist. I think she's vibrating too. I think the pale-scaled dino finally sees who is challenging him. His maw helped flaps helplessly as he tries to explain himself before just stopping himself completely. Never mind. Sorry. The Gator girl sighs and taps a finger on the quarter she'd placed down. We'll say you can't refuse, right? His head tilts in confusion. You know, you look to be the new champ here, right? Yeah, how am I... Why does it keep skipping through dialogue? You can't do that, VN. That should be one of the golden rules. Oh. Not a subscription. Okay. Hello, bot. This is the champ's cabinet, right? Damien's come over by this point, followed closely by Liz's head. Champ's cabinet? Unofficial, but that's the oldest one here. Been here since the dawn of time. It's like sacred or something. I look over the old machine, the paint on it chipped and positively covered in marker ink to the point that the only legible thing on it is a very juvenile edit to the game's title. This thing? Yeah, man, they only let the head honchos actually use it. If you're spotted trying without credentials, you'll end up headbutted. That's bull, but I believe it. I look back to Olivia, who's having a withering stare down at the squawk guy she's challenged. Look, lady, I'm a big deal here. Bust your nuts, crown champion, all of Caldera. This particular Jurassic machine's got a history. It happens to be the same machine that the Dano, the Rex Go managed to parry. Quit stalling and fight me already. I'm just setting the stages up, like this is some sort of story, a visual novel. Plus you think you're the only challenger I got? I look around, noticing that there was now a group surrounding us. If my title is champion, I'll take all comers now. A hushed whisper goes through the crowd. Finally, I form a line now. Okay. Tallest to smallest. What? No cutting. Oh, heck yeah, we're gonna wipe the floor with you, Buster. Wait. What? I don't even play video games. That's why I went to the arcade. I'm not really a gamer. What? I'm not really a gamer either. Too bad. Consider it the blood tax. Just punch him in the face. I want to protest further, but Olivia's head turns towards me with a pleading look on her face. Aww, look at her. Besides, you think I want to put my hands on that thing? Who knows where we're in? Incow? Yes. Come on, Liz, it won't be that bad. You're still by the Brachio booth, right? Hold on. Hold tight, I'll come get you. Damien pushes back through the small group around us, following Liz's neck to find the rest of her. Her head swivels around and gives chase, her pleased to not have to play falling on deaf ears. Brachio booth. The arcade's claustrophobic, so brachiosaurs would tend to bump into everything, including each other. There was some lawsuits, so now there's a few platforms placed where people like her can sit in and reach anything, everything. There's even some water fountains attached. It doesn't stop things from getting tangled when there's multiple, but it's something. Ha! Lore! In the end, Liz must have relented, because she shuffles up to the rest of the group. Fine, let's just make this quick. Liz reluctantly steps forward into the arcade cabinet, a crooked smile forming on the self-proclaimed champion's face. It doesn't take long for Liz to completely lose. The large Ankylosaur's hands move like a blur as they dance across the controls, pummeling their digital opponent into the ground. As boastful as he was earlier, he at least proved that he was skilled at your ass kick, the screen displaying perfect after only a minute against Liz. Liz crosses her arms and starts heading back to her old seat in the booth, head and toe with a pout. Buster leans his head back against his clasped hands to make a show that it was no big deal. Next victim. I think Damien could probably kick his ass in real life. Let's do an actual fight. Let's go outside, mofo. Motherfucker. Damien struts to the cabinet and jams his hands in his pockets for change. Is there a whole piggy bank in there? Haven't seen your group around before. Tourists. He needs glasses he can, like, push up on his head. Nah. Liv and I used to come here all the time. Life's been tough, you know, so we got some friends to come up along with this little trip down memory lane. Lighten the mood a bit. This place hasn't changed much in the years either. Aha! He hoists the quarters high and jams them into the slot. Once more, the screen lights up and the character selection music busts in. Buster considers the selection and ultimately chooses the same character. Damien jams on the buttons and picks for himself. What's with that death glare? Damien just picked a counter to his character. Probably expects all of us to be beginners. Buster does seem a bit more tense now. Been a while since then. Tough. Though. Her explanation is cut short as her words take on a scratchy quality to them. Hey, you okay? What? Yeah, I'm fine. I can go refill your canteen pretty quick. Speaking of which... Sure, thanks. She reaches behind her and uncooks her severely dented water bottle from her chair. I need one of those canteens. There's something to look into for Christmas. That Buster guy said there was water by the Brachio booths. Although I can't imagine the water here is very good. Christmas, what am I thinking? I haven't gotten anyone a gift like that before. Focus, Inko, you're just getting some water. I head deeper into the arcade and towards the center, passing through the aisle lit by the game screens. You guys done already? No, just refilling Olivia's bottle. Guess I'm gonna miss Damien's match. Say, Liz. This sticker here, what is it? Her head comes down her head comes in close as she eyes the weird brand on the canteen. Oh, that's from some really old show. Like back in the 90s old. Why? Just curious is all. Well, I never really asked Olivia about it. No, that was her. Maybe I should. After all, I think I recall watching a video essay about it once. Based. I love watching video essays on games and media that I will never actually play or experience. Though I can never get really into the older stuff, the animation always looks so choppy. Yeah, I'm currently watching Legend of the Galactic Heroes. Man, the animation is not the strong suit of that. But there are some really good older anime, of course. Recapping the bottle, I lead Liz's head back to the fighting game section. It's surprising that Damien and Buster are still playing, this time both of their hands slamming furiously on the controls. A crowd has even formed around the duo, exchanging low whispers as they watch the old CRT screen. I pick out Olivia at the front of the crowd, close to the cabinet, so she's able to clearly watch it. She's hyper-focused to the point that when I swish the bottle in front of her face, she just leans over to keep watching. Evil it is, then. I hold the canteen above her muzzle and carefully tip it over until a few drops fall on her face. Her tongue laps along her lips and swipes up the nourishing droplets before glaring at me. Hey! Here you go, fresh from the latrine! Har. She takes the bottle and downs most of it right away before clearing her throat. Thanks. How's Damien's match going? Well, he's getting too aggressive. He is? Yeah, Buster picked a rushdown character, so Damien picked a zoner to keep Buster at a distance. Problem is that zoners are notorious. So this is gonna help me when I play Guilty Gear later. Need to pay close attention. Problem is that zoners are notoriously bad when it comes to footsies. They're even worse with mix-up, which means that if Buster is able to get to Damien's hurt box, he's gonna get super punished and might even lose the set in a single... Wait a second. I'm human. So, Damien has to keep his distance. It's not looking good for him. Oh crap. Oh crap! Olivia and I watch from the sidelines as, over the next few seconds, Buster pulls off an impressive series of moves that crush Damien's character into the ground. Almost like he was waiting for us to get back. Wow, you actually knew how to play. Buster jams an accusing finger my way, as though marking me for death. You're next. Damien's expression carries a hint of disappointment as he steps away from the cabinet, but he quickly peps up and reassumes his usual jovial self. Just me and Olivia left. I then nervously step up to the cabinet. A plethora of characters in various fighting poses stare back at me, each with their own promises of victory. I recall an old saying that Coach Solly had. If we do not know what we are doing, then the opposing team certainly can't anticipate our future actions. If we don't know our plans, how on earth could the enemy know them? I tap my joystick. That was like how Luffy won in a certain battle in One Piece. Like, everybody, like, whoever it was could predict all of his moves, so he just started doing everything at random and kicked his ass. That was great. I should get back into One Piece. I tap my joystick over till the large question mark in the middle of the screen is highlighted, to the astonishment of spectators and my visibly nervous opponent. The game begins, and my opponent, besides me, seems exceptionally calm as he manipulates his controls. Compared to me, trying out every button and stick input to figure out what the heck I'm doing. Unlike Damien, who at least looked like he was holding his own against the bloated Buster, I was getting the digital crap kicked out of me. Every attempt I made was met by my character being grabbed and thrown in some ridiculously elaborate way. By the time the perfect announcement plays on the screen, I can feel my wrists cramping from the crazy amount of button mashing I'd done in under a minute. At least I lasted a little longer than Liz. Don't feel too bad. I am the best after all. Kick his ass, Olivia. Kill him! His snort-filled laughter grates on my ears as I walk back to my friends, all of them scaring daggers past at the pasty scaled dino. We can just shank him in the parking lot after we're done, right? The rest of the crowd are in an uproar along with him, and I can feel my ears heat up at the attention. Olivia's eyes are narrowed as she wheels herself into position, her tail lashing roughly against the ground as she waits for the laughter to die down. and her turn to finally begin. Buster chuckles to himself while cracking his knuckles. I just finished wiping the floor with your friend while hardly breaking sweat. Just so you know who you're really dealing with, I bust your nuts. Achiever of Octave from the annual Jurassic Wisconsin tournament. Oh, this is terrible. This is terrible. Wisconsin still exists in this world. Demolisher of Icaria, second best player of 2007 to 2012, and co-leader of the Midwestern branch of the Mighty Mammoth Gamers Guild. You won't look bad for ducking out. Or are you ready to get busted? Again, we can just shank him in the parking lot. You're fat. You know, you can still back out of this. Olivia's response is to insert her coin slowly, but without breaking eye contact with Buster, with what I can only describe as a predatory leer. She then slams her fist on the start button. Buster instantly moves his cursor towards a different character. Damien next to me lets out a soft gasp. What's wrong? Buster's character is like 3 kinds of bullshit is what's wrong. What? Well, for one thing, he's usually gentleman's band, attorneys, and his mouth is moving, but all that comes out is alien words. I legit actually had to do this when I was in the gaming club in high school, and an even bigger nerd than I was, if you can believe it. Like, I beat him in Smash, I beat like a group one, and then he challenged me 1v1. I still kicked his ass. I don't know if that makes me a very small person for being proud of that to this day, like 14 years later, but it's something. I don't know, a bit more, it might have been like 15 years. Oh well. Buster lets out a chuckle and turns to look at Olivia, giving her a smug grin. Olivia doesn't seem at all fazed by Buster's character choice, clicking her joystick lazily. As soon as Olivia picks her character, the game's announcer blares the name aloud. Wani Long! That's title drop! And just like her phone contact, live long. Card. I also noticed this. So, Olivia's last name is Halford. I want to think, in this universe, she's like the great niece, or the grandniece, of Rob Halford of Judas Priest. I want to think that's true. Damien turns to look at me. The excitement in his face is overbearing. That's Olivia's maid. Oh man, this will be one hell of a fight if Olivia's breaking her out. So, is this Wani Long the good character? Another thing about Gaming Club, right, is, okay, and this is why I hate fighting games, or at least I hate Smash, because like, oh, I like this character, I'll play as him. No, that character's cheap, you can't play as it, that character sucks, what's wrong with you? Sorry. And I wonder, some people would wonder why I didn't really like the Gaming Club at all. Shortest explanation you'll understand is yes. What's the long one? If you don't know what a shoto is, it'll take too long to explain here. Bah! Humbug. Well, Damien rambles on. I recall Olivia's motivation to just get here. The look she had, more than anything piques my curiosity. So, how good is Olivia with her? Damien's reply is to only give me a wide, big grin. Or a wide, big grin. This game is giving me dyslexia. I swear I can read perfectly fine normally. Oh, you'll see. A loud soundbite from the cabinet speaker signals the start of Olivia's match. Given the way Damien spoke about Olivia's skills, it seems like it was derived from an ancient scroll. I expected it to be a flurry of pixelated beatdowns and tactful controller play. But instead it looked like nothing at all. On the large display, both characters are just shifting back and forth, and the joysticks and Olivia's and Buster's hands clacking about furiously. Honestly, it looks like they're attempting to make their digital avatars tap dance. Oh! Wait, did I miss something? I don't want to turn my eyes away in case anything happens. No, like, they're trying to get a read on each other. It's like they're trying to predict what the other will do so they can counter and steal the match. Oh. Their size... There's a heavy crack and thump on the floor in front of me. Olivia's tail lashed at the base of the cabinet, while Buster's Thagomizer managed to crack into the concrete floor beneath him. That actually used to be my favorite dinosaur. It was either that or the Brontosaurus or Brachiosaurus, I guess as they're called now. But yeah, the Ankylosaurus, the one with all the spikes on them, and like the club tail. My favorites now, no, it's technically not a dinosaur, it's I'm almost certain I've said this on these streams, is of course, the Plesiosaur, because he's a cool guy in the water. On screen, the characters finally made contact, and sent each other flying in opposite directions. Behind me, the crowd started cheering, finally excited that there was some actual action happening. Damien is hollering next to me, cheering on Olivia with all his might. Though the excitement dies down again as the duo resume their cyber posturing, my eyes dart between Olivia and Buster. Olivia is completely absorbed in the match. Her eyes are wide and full of killing intent. Buster, on the other hand, seems like he can barely contain his fury. 10 seconds on the clock, Olivia comes in clutch, punishing Buster's character with an impressive string of attacks. He manages to get away with a single pixel of health just as the time limit runs out. Winner, Wani Long! The crowd goes nuts. How does she win? Okay. The crowd goes nuts as Olivia's victory is announced. And you know what? I can't help but cheer along with them. Olivia slumps back on her mobile seat and lets out a sigh before returning to her original position. Buster lets out a snort, stretches his neck, and cracks his knuckle before once again gripping the controls tight. Round 2. Clash and Trash. The crowd returns to a more silent state of observing the match closely. Only low murmurs as they gawk at the two highly skilled players. Somebody screams, "Go home, gamer girl!" The words passed around reach me, tempting to draw my eyes away. Weird for him. Surprised he's not doing the... Is he playing with her? Come on, Olivia! Damien's shout above the rest of them nearly blew my eardrums, but I shared his sentiment as the stylized characters exchange simple bows. The timer continues to tick down, Buster once again being put on the defensive. With how all of the previous bouts went, Buster always had control with a cutthroat level of offense, but I didn't think of him as being this passive. The countdown once again hits 0 this time with Olivia's character slouching in defeat, and the crowd cheering again, though less enthusiastically than before. You got this, Olivia. Just one more win and you're champ again. Olivia's shoulders tense up at what he said, and all eyes stare directly at her. Damien! Come on, Hot Wheels, show him why you're the best! She groans a bit and refocuses on the screen. The group simmers down to silence in anticipation of the start of the final match. The sudden silence actually catches me off guard for a second. Long enough for my own doubts to catch up to me. Buster's playstyle. It's like he's not really trying. The match starts, and the hype flares right back up. That's stupid of me to even think. He's a gamer bro champion type. He's a loser. He's got way too much to lose. I can think of a lot of stuff he could lose. And yet, hey Damien. Yeah. Do you notice anything off about how Buster's playing? You notice it too? Guess I'm not just paranoid then. Like, I didn't really watch your match, but he was always so passive? No. But, like, these two are crazy good, so maybe this is all mind games. As if he's going to throw the game and let her win. Oh no. She would not like that. We glance back at the ongoing battle happening on screen, and I take notice of Buster's hand movements. As Olivia launches her character into furious combo, sure enough, Buster hesitates just long enough to let his fighter get hit by the first blow. That's brilliant timing. This is crazy. Huh? Then it hits me all at once, like a freight train. The way Buster was looking down at Olivia, how he didn't want to take her challenge, all the excuses he was giving. He's a virgin! But also, he's throwing the whole match, isn't he? Damn it. Even here, Olivia was right. Damien, I think he's taking it easy on her. You think so? Damien takes a moment to ponder what I said. Dang. Even here. That's what I was thinking. Should we do something? What, interrupt the match? Everyone else is having fun. The crowd whoops again. Only now it sounds a bit different, hollow, mocking. Damien's frill sags with concern. He turns to me. What we came here for is a good time. If you can't tell, what's the harm? Jeez. You know what I mean? I feel a choice coming up. Yeah, I do. I hate that he's right. I could stand up for her. I mean, just being there for Olivia when Mia was getting on her went pretty alright. That was a while ago, I just don't know. I look over the crowd again, the match is about halfway done, judging by the remaining health pools. Ooh. I think we should cheer her on. Because the point is, because it's not gonna, there's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do to make him not give it his all. If she's gonna, and I think we should cheer her on. I'm gonna be a little bitch and save, though. I know Olivia doesn't normally like this from strangers, but I'm no stranger to Olivia. She knows my intentions. We're friends. On screen, it looks like the characters are about to strike one another with their feet. I cup my hands around my mouth. Go, Olivia! You got this! Damien recoils from my scream, or maybe I popped his eardrum, judging by the glare he levels at me. Then he raises two fingers to his mouth. Phooey! Heck yeah, you got this! Even Liz tries to join in, shouting down at the crowd with her own cheers. Oh, you know what would be cool? You can do it, Hot Wheels! Yeah, go Hot Wheels, go! Olivia flinches and turns her head to look back at us a bit. Curiously, so does her opponent. She sees us cheering, and she gets her usual disfavor furrowed brow. No way, I'm sticking to my guns. Eyes on the screen, Hot Wheels, he's gonna get you. Beat him without even looking. Me and my Inko and Damien voice are starting to blend together. She stares right through the crowd at me. It's only an instant, but I feels longer. But her subtle scowl cracks. Then it completely folds into a smirk back at us. She faces back to the screen with renewed vigor. I really hate the fact that, like, I don't want the entire ending of this, the end, to depend completely on whether or not we said, let's just kind of passively let her do it, or, cheer her on. Hopefully, like, it's not every single choice that matters. Looks like he was only intending to lose by a little. He's picking up the pace now. Only time! Match time runs out. Bah! Dang, wanna go another round? People need a winner. Actually, mind if I run to the restroom real fast? Shit, it's down the hallway. Olivia turns and smiles at me again. It's warm. Aww. I mean, we didn't do anything wrong. Buster waits for her to be out of earshot and scrambles over to Damien and I. It would be Damien and me in this case. Hey, you two. You guys were serious, right? Huh? You were saying Hot Wheels. It's not really her, right? The Hot Wheels from a decade ago? Yep, it's her. Why? Damn, I feel like a jackass now. You were throwing for her, weren't you? Your buddy Finhead gave me some sob story about her during our match, and I felt bad, okay? Who wants to be known as the asshole who picks on cripples? Well, I know 3 lovely girls at school that apparently really enjoy doing that. Ooh, Buster was being hospitable to the young lady. Who the fuck? Shut them. Yo, Buster, you a simp. Piss off. But yeah, I didn't mean any disrespect or anything. Crap, I didn't know she had history here. I should have more respect than that. He sighs. What'll you do now? I'll play for real. Okay, I think that was the good choice. It's what she deserves. Okay, he's becoming a little bit better of a person. It's all we ask. Fair is fair. Buster nods and turns with a thumbs up. He cracks his knuckles and neck in preparation for his first legitimate match of the day. You're still kinda simping, though. Shut the hell up, Dave. Olivia returns, sliding up to the machine once more. Thanks for waiting. No problem. Ready? You know it. Let me get a sip of water before this excitement continues. Good, because you're going down this time. They give each other one last competitive leer before putting all their focus on the screen. Just as before, Buster chooses the OP character and Olivia picks Wani Long. As soon as the in-game announcer yells, "Fight!" Buster immediately goes in for the kill, the total opposite of how he was playing the last match. It catches Olivia off guard for a moment, leading her character to eat a massive combo that takes away a good chunk of her health. True to his word, he isn't holding back this time for Olivia's sake, dealing her the same level of beatdown brutality he gave to the opponents before her. This seems to only invigorate her, putting her skills and hands into overdrive. Even though Buster is going at full force, Olivia still manages to get Wani Long to land a few punches and kicks, along with evading some attacks. The crowd seems to notice the reappearance of Buster's lethality, causing an uproar of cheering and whoops. Damien, of course, follows suit. You got this, Hot Wheels. Kick his ass! Can't let him be the only one, right? Show him why you're the champ. Unfortunately, not even Olivia could beat Buster's true fighting skills, and like his previous opponents, KO Kobold wins. The crowd is a mix of groans and cheers in excitement at the ill-fated defeat of Olivia. Buster crosses his arms, basking in his self-pride at beating the legendary Hot Wheels, who was probably like 8 or 7 if she was famous here a decade ago, if she's a teenager now. Damn, you really handed my ass to me. Didn't I say I was kind of a big deal around here? Yeah. Though I gotta admit, you gave me a real challenge. I can see why you were known as a champ. Thanks. If you're ever up for a rematch, you know where to find me. With that, Olivia makes her way over to us, smile beaming across her face. Aww. Alright, who's next? We exit the crowd into a more spacious part of the arcade. That was awesome, Liv. You really gave him a run for his money. I know, right? I know I'm a bit rusty, but the moment I got my hands on the controls and he gave me a real fight, I was so close to beating him. Despite having been outmatched and losing to Buster, she seems to be having even more fun now than ever. I'm feeling all jittery after that fight. That's the gamer rush settling in, you. Hey, you know they sell food here, right? We should go get some snacks to celebrate. Well, I was smelling grease, so I was just assuming it was. He takes his own order and starts marching off in another direction. Damien, wait for the rest of us. Food, huh? You know what? I could go for a little something. Yeah, it is getting pretty late. Come on, they went this way. Olivia starts plowing through the crowd once more. Oh boy, this again. I'll call it exercise. The snack bar is a small cutaway from the rest of the building, segregated by different style tiling and brighter fluorescent lighting. There's not a lot of options aside from what you'd expect. Pizza, ice cream, chicken strips, pickles, and the like. When Damien asked for 2 slices of pizza, Liz got excited. The moment he got the food, however, he was already eating one while holding the other. She seemed really annoyed, but took his offer to let him pay for her food. What a gentleman. He offered to pay for Olivia and myself, but the last thing I want for him to do is drain his wallet any further, knowing their living situation. It's barely over $10, so it's not like it bothers me. We're also better than Anon from Snoop Game because we're not poor like he is. Olivia got an order of chicken wings slathered in hot sauce. Why am I talking like Damien when I'm clearly Inko? I just went with the classic chicken strips and one of the sodas I recognized from the school vending machine. We take a seat at one of the few open tables, and I struggle to not think about how often they're cleaned. Damien doesn't bother sitting with us. He just heads right back into the fray with both arms occupied by his dinner. Liz follows after Damien to keep track of him, at least her head does. This is going to be creepy. Olivia barely even sets down her tray before crunch. I subtly shift myself away from the maelstrom of molars and claws. Damien probably said he'd cover the meal because he knew Olivia would get like this. Sheesh, Hot Wheels, you like some actual meat on that? Would you like some actual meat on that? I didn't even know wing bones could get that big. Olivia responds by snapping the bone in two between her teeth. Best girl. The marrow squirts out a little and she has to get a napkin to wipe her cheek. Suddenly, my own chicken tender meal looks even more unsavory, so I push it aside and closer to the tooth tornado. It only takes moments for her to accept my offering with no manners whatsoever. Thanks. This is why she's thick, chat. Don't mention it. So, after we finish, any other plans? Olivia ponders my words while rolling a bone around her mouth like it's a lollipop stick. It's just a chicken bone, Inko. An oddly large chicken bone. I don't know. I've basically done all I want to do by now. I can die happy. Damien's probably got another 20 minutes before he burns out. I'm cool to hang here unless you want to do something. Nah, I don't actually play games that much. I had fun playing with you, though. Olivia looks away for some reason. We should do this sort of thing more often. Yeah. Of course, I've never had this much fun outside of my previous schools, mainly because I never had many friends to hang out with. That's kinda sad. Ooh, rub it in. It is, but looks like moving here was a change for the better. Plus, it's just fun hanging out with you. Though staying with Sauce, Olivia's lips curled into a smile. And Liz and Damien, too, of course. Though I have to admit, the way Liz gravitates towards Damien, it's almost like she had this all set up. What do you mean? Well, Damie and Liz are pretty close, so maybe she's using this as an opportunity for them to get closer. That slut. It's almost like we're on a double date or something. And so it begins. We actually, we like her. She jerks back to me, completely attentive. Did I say something? Really? Yeah, it's kind of funny. Since we hang out together pretty often, people might start thinking we're together. Something whips into my back. Gah! Olivia grabs hold of her tail. Crap, sorry. Yeah. I had fun today. Going out like this for the first time in ages. Seeing this place again, it's nice. That Buster guy said they renovated it a bit in the last few years. Has anything else changed? Olivia looks into the depths of the arcade, looking for anything different. You know what? I think the wallpaper's changed. But other than that, she turns back to me with a nostalgic grin. Nope, it's stayed the same. You know what has changed, though? What? The people here. Aww. What, like employees? No, you idiot. Them two, but I meant the regulars. When we came here, the place was always more... Her tongue probes her cheek as she considers different words. More hectic? No, more packed. It was so easy getting through here today. I recall her almost running some people over to get across the building. And with the look she had back then, I don't think she'd have noticed if she had. Olivia's gaze lingers back toward the arcade machines. Back then, every machine was crowded. It was a lot louder, and there was always this something in the air that had everyone excited. It was the laughing gas. The Joker was trying to kill everyone. What about when you and that guy were playing Jurassic? Okay, yeah, it was like that, but way more. Like, it felt like every machine had a crowd in it, and everyone just getting crazy, and it was always a pain to wait your turn. With the heaviest of sighs, Olivia turns back toward me. Just feels empty, like everything nowadays. I mean, empty is good. You were able to get around easy. Near hit and runs notwithstanding. And personally, this place feels crazy to me. Even here in the tiny food court, I can feel the rumbling loudness of all the people here resonate through my body. Her only response was a non-committal hum. Olivia handles her flask carefully, staring down at the sticker I noticed earlier with a wistful look. I remember that Liz mentioned about it being from an old show she watched. Say, I noticed that sticker when I went to refill it. What's it from? Oh, that's from some old anime. She is a weeb. Anime that I remember watching growing up. It's nothing really special. From some anime, huh? What's it about? Uh-oh. Oh no. She's got big googly anime eyes now, chat. You wanna know? Sure, I had never really caught on to the whole anime stuff. Yeah, sure. But I'd like to know what it's about. Well, if you really want to know... Oh. It's not like any other anime. It's called Gundam. And we're gonna get the shit suit out of us. For the next... me explaining Warhammer lore to anybody, or Elder Scrolls lore. For the next 5 minutes, Olivia tries to summarize the premise of Gundam in detail. I have seen... All I've seen from Gundam is, like, a few episodes of the original first Gundam from, like, 1979. And that has its own charm to it for being so old. Given that I'm as clueless to it as I was with the fighting terminology, the plot sounds completely esoteric, don't worry about it. The sticker is of the symbol worn by the faction of space noids fighting for their independence. Sounds like they're just a noble group with a goal like that. What are the space noids? Oh, they're the people that are in space. So is she a fan of Xenon? That's all I know. I know there's Char, and Xeon is the based one. For how long? But that's alternate universe stuff. Oh, and then there's this martial arts one. As she continues her description of the franchise, I start to realize how enamored I've become. Aww. Not just about hearing the show, but from seeing Olivia talk about her favorite show with such passion and energy. I find myself engrossed in her voice as she recounts a particular version of the anime, as if she's even taken to emulating segments. And as she's even taken to emulating segments from the show. And in the end, he finally admits it's one of the best one of the best romances Gundam's done, and her sudden pause worries me. What's wrong? Nothing. Doesn't sound like nothing, rather, given the roughness in her tone again, her throat finally ran dry. Do you need another refill? I'm good. She drinks deeply from her other canteen that is full of whiskey. That started this all off. It's been a while since she talked herself dry like that. Sorry, I was taking a drink of water as well. I really should get a canteen. That looks cooler than just the plastic water bottle I have. In fact, I can't recall the last time she desperately needed to hydrate like that. I think maybe around the start of the school year? She releases the canteen and lets a breath of relief out. Better? Olivia nods. Yeah, anyways, where did I leave? Actually, I've probably been babbling on too long about it. Oh no, I don't mind at all. That's fine. You let me talk about your favorite show. You let me talk about my favorite show, so tell me about yours. Mine? Well, I haven't finished anything. Mostly just video essays about old shows. I'm told I can call myself a fan of video games without having played them. Does that apply to TV? Olivia sure has taste. She can tell me exactly what kind of show she likes and why she likes it. I just know bits of trivia. No, that can't be right. I've seen lots of things in passing. Ellipses. Well, shit. I have no swag. I guess I've spent more time watching in-depth video essays about shows than actually watching. I'm being called out right now. And that's embarrassing. And no, it's not. Okay, maybe a little. But it's never too late to get into it. If you don't watch The Sopranos, are you even a human? See what you like or don't like. Next time you're over at my place, we can binge watch a whole anime series. I like the sound of that. But if it ever gets too intense, you can always watch Power Raptors with Vinny. Hey. Relax. Toku shows like that aren't just for kids like us, they are. It's funny though, I remember my dad letting me watch it as a kid, and Vinny got into it because I showed him. If you don't mind me asking, you mentioned that your dad's in and out of town because of his job. What is it exactly? He's on contract with the Department of Defense. Wow, really? So he's part of the military-industrial complex. Yep, been working with the Air Force since I was a baby. Normally he isn't called that often, but when he does, it's pretty lengthy. Weeks, even months. That must suck. It isn't all bad. Too bad. We still call each other and send messages, but the work just keeps him busy. Well, that's good. Keeping with touch with your folks is important. Why do I feel sad now? About their parents, what's their job? Oh, mine are joint partners and architect. It's why we moved around a lot. The main reason why we're here in Vault Caldera to begin with. Ah, now it all makes sense. What does? You know. She points at my shades and jacket. Having on a jacket and shades doesn't automatically make me rich, Olivia. Dude, who else wears clothes from Abercrombie and Flint and has extra pairs of Ray A bands? Sunglasses on them. People in mansions, that's who. I don't live in a mansion. For your information, it's a 2-story complex with an automatic gate and... Oh. Yeah. When I moved out from my parents' house, it was then I realized, oh, we lived in an upper-class neighborhood. Upper middle class, I like to say, but, you know, I lived in a nice neighborhood. Not that I live in a bad one now, but, you know, I see what you mean. But, of course, you always think that your friends' houses are a lot better than yours. Or, like, oh, you see people with a slightly bigger house, and you're like, wow, we're really poor. Now you get it, moneybags. Suddenly, Liz starts waving her hands around excitedly. She has autism. Inko, Olivia. Damien comes rushing in, both arms filled with a pile of tickets. Whoa, mama, that's a lot of tickets. The other end is still trailing behind him. Damien got the jackpot at Megala Millionaire. Liz, oh. This is probably like 1,000 tickets. I'm gonna go see what this gets the prize corner. Come on. Holy crap. Alright, yeah, you done eating, Olivia? She takes the basket of chicken strips and pushes back from the table. Yeah. I roll my eyes and follow Damien to the prize counter. He plops his winning stash on the counter in front of the unamused clerk. So will this get me? Nothing. You need to drop those in a ticket counter first. Ah, damn, I nearly forgot. He rushes off to get them counted, and I look over the options. A few old games on the top shelf for several thousand. What's the exchange rate supposed to be? Below me in the glass counter is a bunch of candy and small plastic novelties. A lot of joke items, whoopee cushions, air horns, and things like that. In one corner is a series of licensed and generic plush toys hanging. What do you think he'll get? Probably the mini RC car. Oh no, maybe that plasma globe. Or he's gonna get a handful of candy and let us have the rest. You think so? Alright, I'm back. He hands the ticket over. I spot the number 1247 printed on the ticket. Dang, that's enough for one of those plushies on the wall. Let's see. I want... Hey, how about that? He points to a small foosball table on the top shelf. The clerk glances up at it and back. That's gonna be like another few thousand. Ah, damn it. Well, I'm out of ideas. I guess I'll have some of those then. The clerk gets a small bag of chocolates from the display. You guys can have the rest. I really don't need anything here. Nothing's really speaking to me either. I might want something. Olivia scans the corner. There's still enough tickets for a medium prize. She might be going for a paddleball or something. Whoa, look at that. She points to the plushie corner. The blue slug thing? No, next to it. There's a weird, dark green thing hanging in the corner. The only one of its kind. I kind of want to drop kick it. That one? I don't know, something about it really makes me want to, I don't know, tie it to a firework and set it off into a deep fryer? I was just thinking the same thing. Flash a smile. You guys are rude. I'm not saying you're wrong, though. He looks like the reason why we have taxes. I hate its face. He thinks he's better than all of us. I've gotten used to it. Been around for years. Tell it I hate it. You don't really want it, right, Olivia? Wow, it's just like me, for real, for real. Her eyes are bright and wide. She's in love. I'm being cucked by a plushie. Again. Oh. The clerk hands the stuffed toy, and she looks deep into its beady eyes. Like doll's eyes. Her eyes are not beady, as we've explained. They're emerald, citrine, silver, mirror shade, gray, yellow. They're everything. Yep, just like me. I'm going to set that on fire sometime. I feel like having both arms. We have two for a reason. The argument continues for several minutes. I remember we had our senior trip, like on one of our last days of school to an amusement park. I don't really like roller coasters much anymore. I mean, I like playing Roller Coaster Tycoon, which we could stream that. That would be fun. But I spent most of it just focused on the games. I won a gigantic, like, 4-foot tall stuffed frog. Everyone was impressed with it until I realized, wait a minute. How do I get this into the bus? And what was also funny is as we were walking back, there was like a little 4-year-old that wanted to see it. And like I could have done the coolest thing and made that kid's day. Because obviously I don't really care about... It was more about the rush of winning than it was getting this giant prize. I should have given it to them, but I didn't. And now I kind of feel like an ass. Oh well. I'm pretty sure the kid's parents were happy they didn't have to deal with that giant thing. Guys, it's getting late. I think it's time we head out. So she's less the secretary from Ghostbusters and now like Woody Allen. Ah, shoot, she's right. Is Woody Allen still alive? Probably. No, Jerry Lewis was also, yeah. Yeah, Woody Allen's still alive. He's almost 90. Even though the weekend starts tomorrow, I still have a curfew that my folks are strict about. Even though they're never at home. Oh, wait, no. Olivia's dad works for the military-industrial complex. Ours are architects. Agreed. Aw. I guess you're right. We never took the love tester. Will we, though? Actually, no, we have to. That has to be something. On the way, Damien stops and breathes in deeply. You know, this was a lot of fun. Yep, called it. Coming here together for the first time in a while. Thanks for taking us, Liz. Oh, it's no problem. Thanks to you guys, too. Yeah, man, it was fun. We should do this again sometime. Is it just like you remember it? Even better. Oh, I know it was a bit meh. I know I was a bit meh at the idea at first, but I'll admit, it was worth it. Back in the car, the argument picks up again. Aww, she's so cute. I'm just saying, you should try hiding pencils in its ears until they come out the other side of its head. If anyone hurts him, I'll kill ya. She's so cute. She stares with razor intent back at Damien. Okay, let's not get into fratricide over a plush animal. Olivia hugs the wretched thing tighter. So Inca, you want me to drop you off at your place? Oh, dang, yes please. Hadn't thought of that. I quickly send Liz the address to my house, which she puts into Google Maps. Buckled in, we head out of the parking lot and onto the main road. Entering the freeway, we pass by the city, now illuminated. The early sunset bathes the car's interior in a warm orange. As we make our way home, I find myself recalling all the spots Olivia had highlighted. I wanted to ask her again, just so she knew for sure. Where's your seatbelt, you dumb bitch? She's not wearing a seatbelt. I wanted to ask her again, just so I knew for sure, but seeing her rest peacefully gave me pause. Well, I suppose I can ask her another time. Better to let sleeping gators lie, or hug them. Just kind of feel like nothing, like us hugging and having that really intimate moment didn't really have much of an effect on us, but I don't know. Wait, Lay? Let her rest. She had fun. Now she's sleepy. She's eepy, chat. She's eepy. And that's all that matters. Ellipses. I know Olivia mentioned that the place was updated, but I'd be lying to myself if I didn't say it looked a bit too grimy. Just hope I don't get sick. Yep, I got sick. I've been completely out the whole weekend, sick like a dog. Must have caught it at the arcade. At first it was just a slight headache and a stuffy nose. By Sunday it felt like my bones were made of paper mache. Yeah, I really only get sick like once a year, maybe. I mean, sometimes I might get down with I don't want to go to work-itis once in a while, but don't tell nobody. But anytime I'm actually sick, it's like the flu, and I can barely breathe, like, because I get so stuffed up, and I literally just start hallucinating. Like, I have horrible fever dreams. By Sunday, I felt like my bones were made out of papier-mâché. I couldn't even go to school today. Hell yeah! Man, this sucks. I shouldn't have ignored the signs. The rapid weather change isn't helping at all either, between the pollen and chills. Worst part is I'm falling out of practice. I've tried on and off every hour to watch a drawing tutorial, but within minutes, that's exactly what it's like. My consciousness is overtaken by a fog and I retreat back to bed. At this rate, I'll never actually have the skill people thought I had at the beginning of that contest. Between the sunlight obscuring clouds and my own bouts of unconsciousness, I felt like I've been sick for weeks instead of just days. I would have asked my parents for some help, but they still had work, and the most help they could be was simply calling into school to let them know I was sick. Schlurp. We have joined a cult. We are either wearing a Snuggie, or we have joined a moon cult. Which that's a fine development. I finish off the cup of medicine I'd made and go back to my noodles. The only reason I'm even conscious right now is because I figured some soup would help with the splitting headaches. The only thing I actually found help was just taking constant showers to somehow relieve the sinuses a little bit and keep you awake, and it helps deal with all the aches. I could use a nice shower right now too, chat. We might actually stop soon anyway. I think I can go for longer on Sunday since since I won't be tired from work Sunday. I'll probably just go to church early in the morning, then either go get my laundry done or just stream on Sunday afternoon, which I think could be nice. And then hopefully we'll be far enough along that we'll have finished by Valentine's Day. Because I do, as much as I love this, I do actually want to get into playing a real game. I could get back to, on my birthday, I streamed Little Nightmares. I want to finish that again, though the VOD is on my actual YouTube channel. And I've made sure the pantry is stocked full of cup ramen. shovel more instant noodles into my mouth as I lay splayed on the couch trying to watch whatever's on the TV. Eventually I decide to set the salty goodness aside in favor of scrolling through the notifications on my cell phone. Of course I got a few dozen from Damien. Bless his heart. He's been giving me an hourly play-by-play of the school day. Got a few messages from Liz too. She's also filling me in on the school day, albeit not nearly as often as Damien. Even Olivia messaged me, and I felt so oddly soothed by her well wishes as I read her well wishes. I suddenly got another notification, this time from that asshole Ben. It's a PDF of my homework, followed soon after by a simple get well soon animated emoji. Aren't I popular? I'll be sure to thank them in person when I'm better. Another wave of fuzziness washes over me, so I pop a few flu meds and chase it down with another gulp of lukewarm chicken broth. 3 days of being sick as a dog, it's only occurring to me that I haven't seen any sign of... Huh? I thought I already got my grocery delivery today, or was it yesterday? Whatever, I pushed myself up the couch, turned sickbed, and caring for all the styrofoam noodle cups and plastic wrappers that fall onto my carpet. Wow, I really let things get out of hand. You should probably just stay in your room, bro. Your parents could get sick too. My head is spinning as I make the arduous 20-foot journey. I check the people and nothing is there. Maybe it's a small child. Triassic Scout cookies sound awesome right now. One hand works to undo the locks while I'm focusing on finding my wallet with the other. Damn poofy sleeves, if they weren't so wore... Yes! Yes! Best girl's here again! You ain't dead yet? What's up, you dead yet? Olivia? Don't see me in my Snuggie. Oh. Man, the wind is howling outside. The weather's been awful around here lately. It was freezing rain this morning. Do you know how fun that is? I love having to get up in the morning and you know, freezing rain is all over my car windows, so I have to just wait a few minutes to scrape that off before I can finally get to work. That's the worst part about snowy weather, right? Is when it's 6-something in the morning and you have to get ready for work because you have an early shift. Sometimes the roads aren't fully plowed yet. It's still snowing. Your car can just... That's the worst feeling on earth, chat. Of all. Is even if you have good, like, snow tires or, like, a good kind of all-wheel drive in your car, like, you step on the brakes just a little too much or try and turn too quickly, you lose control, and when you're driving a multi-ton block of steel, that's the most horrifying thing ever. Speaking of 40, I don't know, multi-ton block of steel, she's in a wheelchair. Anyway, what are you doing here? Why do I sound like Damien? In spite of her cheerful greeting, Olivia shifts side to side in her seat, and her knees totter together. How do we even get sick? Like, do we get sick from other dinosaurs? Can we even catch reptilian diseases? Mr. Yanikin wanted to give you the project worksheets for his classes. She pulls her backpack up from behind her chair and reaches in, drawing out a manila envelope and waving it in my face. My dizziness intensifies as my eyes attempt to track the rapidly moving object in front of them. Oh, the one about Baroque? Thanks. Pretty sure Ben had just sent me those as a PDF. Yeah, Ben is a PDF file, isn't he? I bet that's true. I have no evidence to back that up. She snorts and lets the packets go, my hands fumbling to catch it before it hits the floor. Without batting an eye, Olivia pushes past me as if wandering into someone's house is an everyday occurrence for her. Come on, the project isn't gonna finish itself. We get to finish the project together, chat! Chat! Huh? She's already wheeled herself over to my couch and set a backpack on the coffee table. Yeah, I figured you could use some help on it, or... And box at the mountain of junk I left. I swear, Olivia, all those tissues are because I'm sick. I think her nose crinkles, and hard to tell from so far away. Damn, Inko, you live like this? I love this image. I love us in our Snuggie. That looks like, you know, we're about to do some chanting, setting something on fire. My head finally catches up with what's transpired. Oh. Olivia is here now. Cool. What is it is the sudden onset of vertigo. Guess I was standing upright for too long. I only managed to stay up just enough thanks to the support of the wall. What? Oh, we have like beads of sweat running down our character model. If you look closely. Just how sick are you? Pretty sick. The disgust that was on her face is wiped away. She looks at me. Huh. I wonder why... Oh, everything's going fuzzy. Why is my flirt coming at me? Oh no, fall on the ground. Owie. I'm turning Mr. Plinkett now. After my impromptu tumble, Olivia had done her best to pull me up and get me to the couch. My robe did make it easy to drag me across the smooth floor of my house. Speaking of smooth, got some saxophones going on. Saxophones are a lot older than people think they are because Adolf Sax invented it in like the 1840s. But it's obviously known a lot more now for, you know, jazz from like the 20s and everything. Okay, forget the project. What project? Attaboy. Can't tell if the dizziness is new or not. Olivia's already started picking at the trash mountain, moving what she can into a grocery bag. Aw, she's taking care of us. Watching her with my vision going fuzzy only intensifies the vertigo. I guess I should take more. Don't do that, actually. If you take too much, that's not good. Grab a can of soda from the half-empty case on the table, along with a bottle of cough syrup. Where's Benadryl? I want to know if I can make a Benadryl joke about this. Yeah, I can treat some cold. Okay, new plan. Pop a bunch of Benadryl with you and Olivia, and you can go see all the demons and machine elves together. I up on the can and bottle into the glass and been using all weekend and watching the delicious mixture slowly become my panacea. What on earth are you doing, bro? I give the glass a good swirl to ensure the best final product. I grin and gulp down my alchemical masterpiece. I don't get to finish the drink, however, as an olive green tail slams my midsection and makes me spit up the drink all over myself. The fuck are you doing? No wonder you've been sick as shit. What? I read online that it makes the medicine go down easier. Inko, you've been drugging yourself with purple drink. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's purple and I drink it. Holy crap, how are you alive? The smell of my spat up drink irritates my nose, and I feel my stomach roil from both the impact and the forced purging. I resist the urge to retch, feeling all my energy drain away. Blur! Exclaimed Inko. I feel completely spent again. Vision slims and the world turns counterclockwise. Feel something in my head, and I'm thankful something warm and soft as soothingly smooth maneuvers it back on the couch. The blackness in my shut eyelids returns the uprightness of the world, and the numbness I've grown used to overtakes my limbs. Oh my Nito? Inko, are you okay? Oh man, stay there, I'll figure... Olivia's voice was drowned out by a drone of white noise. And once again, the calls from out... What kind of voice am I doing? But I like it. From outside the window, bleed and flood into my house. I'm still without my rent money. Someone's in here. They're bent over something. Hey you, what's going on? Oh my god. Oh my god. What's going on? What's happening? What am I looking at, chat? Hang on, says the funny Gator on wheels. I'll try and help you out. So, big hugs. I want a hug. What's going on? Who is this? Where's Lucy? Where's my daughter? If man came from monkeys, how does Coach Sully exist? So, we know the obvious answer. Why is she holding up a ripped thing of a guy? Look at that. She's also got like a spoonful of something with a bone in it. The obvious answer is because we want to hug that Gator. Don't say anything. You're completely incoherent. Don't want to hug the Gator. Incoherent. That's the name. Now don't look at my basement. It's talking about Star Wars peoples. Before I can say anything, my vision fades into the void. Oh god. My head, what year is it? I sit up and glance around the room. Mom and Dad aren't back yet, even though it's 6 o'clock. Some business meeting, huh? Wait, no, what's that smell? Dang, something's cooking. Smells nice. Guess Mama's home. Wonder what the occasion is. Normally it's just reheated whatever. I put the couch pillows back the way my parents like them and head into the kitchen to see what's up. Wow, Mom, that smells good. Sorry. I didn't know you were still... Oh, man, I passed out on you, didn't I? The assignment. It's fine. You feeling any better? Are they not around very often? Yeah, they're usually busy with work stuff. Both have busy, but well-paying jobs. I'm fine, don't worry. If you say so. Olivia looks down at the slow cooker and fiddles with one of the dials. Actually, do you not have anyone around? No aunts, grandparents, no nothing? I shrug. Like, my mom's gone and my dad's a whole nother story, but at least he stuck me with the pains. In that way, I guess you're worse off than me somehow. Yeah, but I'm not in a wheelchair. Oh. The last part she spoke was quieter, and with her downcast face, I can't help but feel I wasn't meant to hear it. Well, yeah, at least you have your folks, but I don't think it does much good comparing our situations. I'll just have to be a better parent for my kids. Our gross, hybrid alligator human children. If best case scenario, they either just completely take after one parent or another, or our DNA would most likely be way too incompatible. Unfortunately. I don't know why, though. Isn't that what everyone wants? You plan to start a family? Yeah, of course. Based. What about you? My dad really wants me to. He knows he's pretty far from ideal. He's told me before that he hopes I can make a family work, like how he couldn't. It'd be nice, but it's probably not gonna happen. I think it can. Because I want to start calling you Mommy. Well, after you collapsed, I panicked. I had to call Mrs. Payne to ask her what to do, if I should call emergency services. She said when this happens to Damien, she just makes him shepherd's pie and waits for him to sleep it off. I had to root through your fridge to find out you have jack shit in terms of ingredients. And your appliances, too. I thought a place this upscale would clearly have an air... Clearly you don't own an air fryer. But all I could find was this slow cooker, so I threw the vegetables that hadn't expired in with some stock. That's fine. That's basically how you make any soup. You can't really go wrong in that way. As long as there's carrots in there. Carrots are kind of like a must with a lot of soups. Excuse me. Should be good for your sinuses, at least. I vaguely remember something along those lines. I stepped closer to Olivia, peering into the glass window of the cooker. I didn't even know we had half of whatever's in there. Really? Why would your parents buy this kind of stuff if they just let it rot away in the fridge? My mom does like to cook, but she doesn't do it very often. I wish she would. The green gator snorts. You know, I'm only spoiling you because you're sick. It's not like I like you anything. Baka. It's not that I just miss dinner, you know? Sitting around the dining room table and talking to each other. We don't really do that anymore, except maybe on holidays. Olivia winces. No kidding. Sorry to pry. I can't help but sigh as I think about my lackluster relationship with my mom and dad. That's something that's never really brought up in a lot of these visual novels, right? It's in a lot of anime as well, right? The main character's parents are, like, inexplicably, like, working, they're overseas for, like, the whole year for their job, so they're just gonna, like, leave a 15-year-old completely alone to take care of everything. I'm like, no. Now I get a lot of it's part of, like, teenage fantasy, right? But yeah, it would be cool if they could play on that trope in, I guess they're kind of doing it now. If, like, you deal more with the parents in this type of visual novel and story. It's alright. Anyways, I didn't take you for the culinary type of it. See, I was talking about this earlier. Like, the next game the focus should be, okay, the girl really likes cooking. But look, our Gator is an artist and a chef. So she's, like, perfect. The awkwardness of just standing and staring gets to me, so I choose to take a seat at our island table. Islands are a must in the kitchen. Like, that much is true. Man, these chairs are surprisingly comfy. This is actually the first time the table was even used since we'd moved in. Thinking about it, Olivia's given me a lot of firsts now. Kind of wish Mom would make dinner again, like before she got that promotion. Olivia hums to herself as she moves towards the fridge, pulling out the egg carton and scowling after checking it. How often do you get groceries, Inko? I ordered some earlier. Actual groceries, not that junk. Oh. God, that's such a waste of money. Based. Imagine if you could cook the food you like. I tried to, but my head starts to get a bit lighter, though I can now practically taste the salivating smell coming from the cooker. Is that why you're in home ec? There's another low hum from her as she considers something. She wants to be a trad wife. She wants to be a wife and mom, chat. There's another low hum from her as she considers something. I wanted to be ready when I had a place of my own. That is true. Learn how to cook. Learn how to cook real food for yourself. You save so much money, and it's so much healthier. For the price, even fast food, which is super expensive nowadays, you can make like 4 times that amount of food on your own, and you're not going to get horribly sick from it. Do it. You can make, if you have at least 30 minutes after work or after school or something, you can make a lot of just basic meals. Like, it's like, okay, people can't make spaghetti. Why? It's one of the cheapest real foods you can make. You boil the water, you put the pasta in, you take it out, you add the sauce. It costs a couple bucks, and you're good for like 3 days. But no, apparently people can't do that. And it's actually relaxing. Yep, it just keeps my mind and hands busy when I'm alone. Yep, cooking is like that. She is best girl. Plus, it's either this or, bother Mrs. Payne all the time. Ding. The cooker pings, signaling the stew is finished. When Olivia takes the lid off, a cloud of steam erupts with the rich aroma of cooked meat and veggies. Can you grab us some bowls? I'm guessing they're on the shelves above. I nod and get up, moving around the table to the shelf with all the bowls. I give the top a quick dust check, sticking it back in and taking the two under it. Olivia already has the ladle ready, stirring the soup slowly. I set the bowls down next to her, and she ladles in servings for us. Okay, Moneybags, back to the couch. You don't want to eat at the table? I can't. Oh. The island table doesn't really have space for her chair to fit underneath. Plus, I want to enjoy this with some quality entertainment. I figured we could watch some millennials when presented with the concept of not watching YouTube while eating. I figured we could watch something together on that big flat screen you got. That's something else that... Sorry, this is another segue. This is why this... going through this is taking so long. I'm old enough to remember... I know the Zoomers watching this... I know the younger people won't realize... having a big flat screen was like a big deal 20 years ago. Like, that was a thing on, like, movies and TV of, like, oh, this family has, like, the rich family has, like, the big flat plasma screen that's, like, a whole 32 inches. And now it's like, yeah, everybody has that. That's okay, right? Sure. I carry both bowls back to the couch, seeing the entire living room has been cleaned up. Man, I really need to make this up to Olivia somehow. Just watching something doesn't feel like a fair deal at all. But not only cooking, but even cleaning up after. I'll have to find a way to repair. I set down our dinner on the coffee table. Before Olivia can say a thing, I place both hands on the corner of the couch and push. Didn't think it'd be so hard, but then again, I'm still out of sorts. The space created, however, is enough for Olivia to work the front of her chair in. Olivia gives me an appreciative nod and then angles her chair in a way that to let her use her tail and the couch's armrest to pivot herself onto it. Oh, yes. Thanks. I give Olivia a small nod and smile as I grab my spoon off the table. Leaning closer to the bowl, the comforting aroma of the soup wafts up my stuffy nose. First time I'm getting goosebumps that aren't caused by cold flashes. I get a good spoonful of Olivia's homemade remedy, making sure to get some meat and veggies as well. Still piping hot, I blow a bit of air on the spoon to cool it down. Pussy. What? Hey, the last thing I need with this fever is second-degree burns all over my tongue. Whatever you say. Once I feel that it's sufficiently cooled, I slurp up my first spoonful. My dry, tired eyes close in bliss as the flavors wash over my taste buds, firing them all off like fireworks. Yeah, homemade soup is, like, so much better than what you get in a can. It's not even close. And it's super easy, too. Like, just homemade chicken noodle soup is so easy. All you do, chop up the veggies, chop up the carrots, some onions, celery, cook the chicken, and then just kind of let it simmer in there, put the stock and the water in, simmer it for like a couple hours or something, low heat. I should make that sometime. I'm gonna make that next week. To describe it as just being good would be a severe understatement. The stock is rich and hearty, and the meat is well cooked. It could easily fall off the bone it came from, and the vegetables gave it a nice aromatic touch. I love veggies so much. All of it well seasoned and spiced. It's like I'm experiencing that scene from Compi Tui. Sensing and seeing the different flavors move and dance in my mind. That's probably the result of the Benadryl. For a brief moment, I forgot all about my fever and only felt the warm presence of the soup envelop me like a cozy blanket. Is it good? Like a rescued scratch, I'm taken out of my experience and brought back to Earth by the baryonyx's voice. I look to see Olivia giving me a questioning look, idly crunching and munching her soup. I also realize that I'm sunk into the couch, my arms to the side like a rag doll's. Felt like my body was weighed down from both my sickness and the soup. I guess I got lost in the broth. Wow, Olivia, this soup is amazing. Olivia rolls her eyes at my enthusiastic compliment, but lets out a tiny smile. It's nothing. I just threw some shit together in a pot and called it food. Anyone could do that. Yeah, so chat, what's your excuse? Olivia looks away, once again cutting herself short. With weak strength, I lift myself up to the couch's gravitational pull to better look at the shining scaly. I'm serious, that's the most delicious soup I've ever had. Olivia moves her head back closer to me, but still avoids my gaze. Her smile a little weaker. Alright, I get it. Don't have to make it sound better than it is. I'm just helping out your I'm not saying it because of the flu. Honestly, you have a real talent for cooking. Olivia turns towards me. Her smile still small, but filled with honest joy. You really think so? I nod, even as the soothing warmth of Olivia's soup settles in, and manage to return her meek smile with my own tired one. I know so. She's blushing. Her eyes dart around for anything else to focus on, desperately trying to redirect her fluster. She shakes the flush off her face and checks around for her bag. Well, I'll get going. Going? Thought you wanted to get caught up on your shows. Grandma wants to watch her stories. Oh, well, remote's right here. It's the least I can do after your help today. What were you wanting to watch? She eyes the remote and the oversized screen on our wall. A few things, nothing in particular. You know, Hell's Kitchen, Bobby Flay, you know, The Bear, which is a really, really good show, by the way. I remember asking you last month for some recommendations, so I've been thinking of a few you might like. If you're sick and all, I don't want to... Yeah, I'd love to see what you have. My parents probably won't be back to hog it for another few hours. They come back tonight at all. So it's a pretty... Are they like Japanese salarymen? They just sleep in the office? So it's a pretty good time. You really sure? Sure, I'm sure. Show me all about the deep cultural meaning of animated dinosaur folk cartoons. Oh my god, you're so lucky you're sick right now. Yup. Olivia takes the remote and flicks the TV on. I can't see anything's happening on it because I'm wearing sunglasses. After getting over the initial shock of the screen being taller than she is, she navigates to a streaming site and picks out some colorful series I had only seen in passing. This one has a rough pilot, but it gets a few episodes in, and the animation is top-notch. So it's One Piece. She flips the first episode on, and an establishing fight scene unravels while Olivia moves back to the couch with me. Then, to my surprise, she hefts herself out of her chair and into the cushion next to me. I move my arm out of the way to make room. Sorry, should have asked. Of course, you're welcome to sit, but you're probably going to get horribly sick from my flu. I know. Thanks. We focus back on the show. Well, I do. Olivia's glancing my way, even after every joke and expensive shot to analyze my... Yeah, that is, unfortunately, like, if you have friends, you're trying to show a show to somebody, you don't get to enjoy the show. You have to watch their reaction to it. And when it's not for that, it's a forewarning that something a bit cheesy is about to happen. Eventually, the first episode closes and the heroes are ready to begin their journey for real in the following one. The credits scroll when Olivia swishes her hair aside with her fingertips. So yeah, it's pretty good, I guess. I don't know, what do you think? I liked it, yeah. Really? Well, they got the whole season. Do you want to see more? Wait, didn't you say you wanted to catch up on your shows? This is the pilot episode. She fumbles the remote in her hands and casts to catch it midair. Yeah. Just figure you should know what's all going on, so you're not lost, you know? But if you want to keep watching this, that's fun too. She quickly pushes the button and starts the next episode without my response. Cute is all that runs through my mind as her attempts to cover for her small mistake. She's probably just refreshing her memory, and I wonder why I thought cute fit. Well, it does. Hell, endearing every time she glances over as if I wouldn't enjoy the show. 1 second, I gotta mute myself. Sorry. The characters on screen freeze. Oh, shoot, did the Wi-Fi go out again? I try to stand up, but a brutishly heavy limb anchors my lap down. Her tail is on us! Olivia's tail feels like a boulder across my legs, keeping me from standing. Olivia? I just paused it, Inko. Oh. There's a complicated expression on her face. Is it normal? Is what normal? She chews her lip slowly in consideration. Your parents, are they, like, really not going to be back? I shrug. They're always busy with work. I feel a shifting next to me. Olivia's inched herself closer. Like, when I think about it, I can barely see them at all. More shifting. I wonder sometimes. Oh, that's nice. I just noticed, yeah, she's not in the wheelchair. The tail shifts to my abdomen now. Does anyone even care? All the movement has stopped, as if reality itself has paused. Man, I must be more tired than I thought. I feel my head sway as my muscles ease into putty. I'm sure they do. I look at Olivia, who is shoulder to shoulder with me now. I mean, Da's kind of the same. Olivia chews her lip as she considers her words. He's always busy, too. The whole reason I live with my godparents is because Da has to travel for work to keep up the American Empire. So he doesn't... I stop myself as I see the faint wetness in Olivia's eyes. Sorry. Her eyes close, and a somber sigh escapes her lips. No, it's fine. I get it, Inko. There's a silence hanging over us now. I copy after the sweet girl next to me, letting my eyelids slide close and a sad breath loose. After some time, she breaks the silence with soft and tender words. Of course your parents care, just like Dad. Why else would they work so much? But what about me? I once said just how pathetic that sounded. It's for you, you doof. How else could you afford all these nice things? Her words grow quieter as time goes on and my body sinks into numbness again. Dad cares enough to work for my sake. Enough to talk to my godparents into letting me live with them. They didn't have to, and yet I'm burdening them. My mind connects the dots. Mr. Halford talked Randy and Sophie into it, which is why I have to be able to live on my own as soon as I can. Because if they don't want me there anymore, that's it for me. I recall just how happy they were to have Olivia rejoin the party. They wouldn't, though. They love you like Damien and Vinny. She shakes the morose thoughts from her head, and then looks at me with serious, moonshade eyes once again. Another color. Make up your mind. Anyway, you should do the same for your parents and yourself. Chat! Chat! This is all any guy actually wants. My world goes horizontal and I find my head atop the comfiest pillow I'd ever felt. I nod, and the nod becomes a nuzzle into said pillow. Above me, Olivia yelps. I try to turn and see what's wrong, but something falls atop my head that keeps it in place. Nothing. That soothing, cool something rubs across my head, drawing me further into a restful peace. Along with the gentle caresses, a deep vibrato emanates from somewhere, resonating in my tired mind. Okay. With a lulling touch and tone, my eyelids grow heavy. Ellipses. By the time I wake up, Olivia's gone. I check my phone for the time, only to realize it's 4 in the morning. Can't help but groan as I sit up on the couch, but instead of feeling horrible like I had in the past few days, I feel surprisingly well. There's no doubt that I have Olivia to thank. Hell, I might even be able to go to school today. Wonder if any of that soup is left. She probably left it in the fridge, right? I shuffle over to the appliance and open the door, and allowing my eyes to adjust to the light, it only takes a second for me to spot a Tupperware container filled with a delicious meal. Nice. I'll have to ask her for the recipe sometime. Alright. Thanks to Olivia's advice and cooking, I'd finally made my recovery and returned to school. And with that, and the beautiful jazz music playing, I think we can end the stream for tonight. It's pretty late. I gotta go to bed soon. I promise I'll be here Sunday, no matter what. We can stream for a long time. I'll have a lot more energy since I won't have to go to work that day. And I think, hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll finish this. We'll finish this mofo next Thursday. And just as a treat, I might, if necessary, I could finish it on Friday as well, on actual Valentine's Day. Or, if I really feel like it, I can do a bunch of short streams Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week. That would actually probably work. So, extra long stream on Sunday. And yeah, God bless everybody. We love our Gators. We love our Gatory goodness. And have a good night, and see you guys later. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. It is Sunday. Chad's and Stacy's. I have a small bowl of green beans and scallions that I'm eating. Because I need more veggies. And this needs a little more salt. Sorry. I am here eating green beans. And in solidarity with our waifu, who is Chad, who drinks out of a canteen, I got myself a canteen. So I don't have to risk any plastic water bottles getting microplastics in me. This one made of stainless steel and can be attached to your belt if you're going hiking, which I want to when the weather warms up. Oh, man, it's cold. So, we're going to finish this VN this week, or die trying. We have to be well over halfway at this point. We have to be. I'm just checking the Steam stats on it. How long have I played this? Does it say I've played this? Where are we? Says I played for 11.6 hours, which, let's cut a few hours off of that because of just me, because it's going to take a lot less, because it'll take a lot longer as I'm reading it, and since I went off on insane tangents, and there's just kind of these beginning parts where I'm just waiting for anybody who wants to watch get into the stream. So I think we're at least a little over halfway through. I would say about 3/5 of the way done. And where we last left our Gator, we went to the arcade. We, saw Olivia get into a fight in a fighting game with a big nerd who was going easy on her, but then beat her because he really just wanted to make it a fair match. We then get horribly sick, and our wife who takes care of us while we're wearing a Snuggie. So all around a pretty good few days. These are good green beans. Alright. I don't know how... We'll at least be here for 2 hours today. And then I'll try and stream another couple times this week. Definitely Thursday. Thanks to Olivia's advice in cooking, I finally made my recovery and returned to school. And I'm glad to be back. I felt like I'd missed so much I feel like I'd missed so much while I'd been gone. So much I needed to catch up on. Weren't you, sick for, 2 days? I mean, I did manage to finish all the assignments that Ben had sent to me. But I feel out of the loop with the other things. Like gossip about me. Damien tried to give me the rundown of it all during PE. Still in shock over how bad some of them got. Up to cartel drug running and the FBI's most wanted. I don't think that's even possible in just a week. The end of class bell rings throughout the school, signaling the start of lunch. As everyone in class is packing up their things, Mr. Yodikin speaks up. Alright, everyone. Make sure you complete the assignment by next class. You all have a wonderful rest of the day now. Oh, and Inko. I stop at the mention of my name as I throw on my backpack. Could you wait a moment? I have something I wish to speak to you about. Yeah, of course. Olivia looks back from the classroom entrance, waiting for me. Don't wait up on me. I'll meet you at the table with the others. With a shrug and a nod, Olivia wheels herself out the door and down the hall. Everyone else leaves the classroom until just Yodikin and I. It would be me, because that's the rule I always heard was, if it's like something in me or I, is that if it sounds better, it's whatever it sounds better with. So in this case, it would be, it just sits down with me. I take the seats closest to Yodikin's desk and putting my backpack down as well. Mr. Yodikin gets up from his chair and walks around his desk, leaning against it. So, I'll be quick about it. I got the job that needs doing. Up. You missed assignments and need makeup work, and I need some extra help with something. Something I think you'll be very interested in. Some good friends of mine are getting married in a few short days, and they hired me to be their photographer. And given the excellent learning experience, cough, child labor, cough, I thought of you. Me. Yep, if you want to, of course. I could always call in some associates to help me out, but I thought adding in some extra credit would sweeten the deal. What would we be doing? There's a broad smile on his face and a distant look in his eyes. Well, you'd be my apprentice in this case. No, not only be helping set up more elaborate photos, you'd also be doing a lot of independent shots. You mean I'll be taking my own pictures? Yep. In fact, you'll be using my SLR and lenses for this, so to keep all the shots uniform. The idea of finally getting to use something like Mr. Yodikin's $1,000 Kavon instead of Canon makes my head swim. What do you say? Interested? Nope. It certainly seems like a hefty task, even as Yodikin would be there to help us. Then again, Yodikin wouldn't be offering the job if he didn't think I was capable of doing it. This would technically be my first official photography gig, and a wedding shoot to boot. It sounds daunting, yet enticing. I'd love to. Oh, now we don't get a choice. Alright, sounds like a done deal. It's after school today, so we can talk about it more later. For now, you should be getting along to lunch. Thank you, Mr. Yodikin. I give the teacher a nod, lift a few inches in the air, and grab my backpack. Just as I head out the door, my curiosity gets the better of me. So who's the lucky couple, if you don't mind me asking? The school nurse, actually. The husband-to-be is also a good friend of mine. Huh. Neat. Make a mental note to give my well wishes to the nurse if I see her before the wedding. Why would she... Would she really be at work on the day of her wedding? You'd think you get the day off on the day you're getting married, right? With that, I wave Mr. Yodikin goodbye and head down the hallway. Wait. Friday, I was going to practice painting on. Oh, I agreed to go, even if I didn't. It's real photography. It's not even a question of which I should go to, but geez. It's like the universe is conspiring against me to never stop drawing stick figures. I swear, if we have to make a choice, realistically, you know, okay. We choose to do the photo op. Like, we practice painting with her every week already. But in this stupid logic of this, is she gonna get pissed off at us? Really pissed off, and we can't romance her if we don't paint with her one day? I finally meet up with Olivia, who's waiting near the entrance to the cafeteria. The grassy green girl with the silver, gray, citrine, yellow, mirror shade, and opal and blue and green eyes is leaned over, a sour pout, scrunching her maw close as she eyes the passerbys. When she notices I've moved into airspace, she perks up immediately. And she's smiling again. She's so cute. Seeing the transformation is surreal, and I chew on my cheek to keep from laughing as I watch her muscular tail wag happily. Finally, took you long enough. Yeah, sorry that took so long. You didn't have to wait for me, by the way. And I can manage waiting if it means eating with you. Ooh. I can feel a smile tug at my lips just from hearing Olivia say that. Mind if I push a chair in? Using me as a battering ram through the crowd now, huh? Yeah, something like that. But only because you asked. Alright, these green beans need eating. Oh, wait. But give me your backpack, I'll use it as a shield. When I grab the handle, Olivia moves her tail up to grab my wrist. This is like hand-holding. Like at the arcade. Alright. Forvats! Charge! Yes, ma'am. I start marching through the crowd of unruly and famished teens clamoring for their daily meal. Olivia turns her head to me to say something. So what happened with Yadikin? You in trouble for something? No, Yadikin just had a proposition for some extra credit. Really? What is it? He wants me to join him at a wedding to help him out with a photo shoot. He says he thinks it'll be a good learning experience. Oh, well, that sounds pretty interesting. Did you take it? Yep, could be a good way to hone in on what I know. Plus, the extra credit can make up for the time I was sick. You mean when you nearly OD'd on that cough syrup cocktail you made? Yeah, that. Ellipses. Wait. Oh, what? I didn't say anything. Crowd's too loud here. The baryonyx chuckles to herself. As I eat more green beans. I'm almost done, don't worry. I'm left rolling my eyes, letting her claim victory in this exchange. By the time we've gotten our lunch, it's a simple matter of locating Damien and Liz by the telephone pole neck. Oh. For whatever reason, they're at a more sequestered table today, and when we arrive, it's pretty obvious why. Oh no. Oh no, it's the 90s stereotype bully who's dating the nerd and thought it was a really good look to start picking on a girl in a wheelchair. Bite her face off, Olivia. I love green beans. And onions. ASMR. Took you too long enough. Yeah. I expected more from Olivia. Something more graphic. Instead, Olivia rolls herself the rest of the way, taking her designated spot at the head of the table. I take the spot adjacent to her, all while keeping a wary eye on the pink parasol awful. It seems like Mia's rage against me has simmered down over time, but that air of uncertainty and uneasiness still wavered around her. The best I can do is act quote-unquote friendly. Hey Mia, you dumb bitch, is there something you need? Nah, I'm just here to catch up with my good pal here. While the red-scaled menace turns towards Olivia, her own eyes remain locked on her soggy chicken that she's eating mechanically. I thought you were asking Liz for her homework, though. That, too. Alright, here, guys. A pair of soda cans are rolled down the table, and I thank Raptor Christ I'm able to catch both before they ram into my tray of questionable luncheon meat. You guys were taking a while, so I grabbed the drinks today. No, you didn't. Mia gave those to you. Well, she did it because I thought about doing it. She's trying to bribe you for the math answers I helped you with earlier. Lizzie, I can't believe you would imply something like that about me. But it's true. Hey, free soda, man. At any rate, the real reason I'm here is, say Olivia, you leave your phone at home or something. People are trying to contact you all day. Oh. Olivia pulls her phone out from her jacket pocket. I catch a glimpse of her wallpaper, a comical portrait of Guts that she'd probably doodled. Guts is the name of her pet mouse, who is also, the lead of the teen high school comedy known as Berserk. Yeah, I ran out of service for the month. Yeah, get yourself an unlimited plan. Doesn't the school have Wi-Fi too? What the hell? Yeah, it does have... Wait. No, that was the Snoop game. Sorry, I got confused. You don't got a proper monthly plan? Make fun of her for that. I got more important things to be doing than this, you know. If they want to see Olivia so bad, why send you and not just show up themselves? Shut it. Who's so important for all this anyways? Who do you think? Ben. Ben wants to talk to Olivia. Why does he want to talk to Olivia? Is this 20 freaking questions? How the hell should I know what's really going on between my boyfriend and Hot Wheels here? All that matters is to me is if Olivia here is gonna fix it or not. Give me a minute. Let me finish this up. Ellipses. I'll think about it. Whatever. I'm out of here. Smell you later, ashy boy. Mia storms off, leaving Olivia looking very sour. Things alright with Ben? Olivia rests her arms on the table and slumps her head in. I don't want to talk about it. Where'd her bright mood from before go? Well, anyways, Damien, you really shouldn't condone cheating, even with something as simple as math homework. But you helped me out with it. That's different, because you're my friend. I helped you with it, and I think you're gonna get something out of it. Like the answers. What I mean is, in comparison, Mia's just trying to be lazy, and she's only cheating herself. What's the issue then? What's the issue? Yeah, I get free soda, and someone you hate tricked herself into staying stupid. Everyone thinks they win. It's great. You scare me sometimes, Damien. Guess I'll have to ask Ben what's going on if I see him later and kill him. In the meantime, Olivia's disposition only keeps getting more and more dour. I try to think of something to help her cheer up, but I keep coming up with dead ends on just what could work here. There's gotta be something. I can't leave her in such a sour mood. Oh, how about that? Hey, so what's the deal with your phone background? Oh, you noticed it? She flips her phone on and shows me her background. Aw, it's a little doodle of Gatsu. Yeah, I drew it up the other day. Got the curves just right the first try, so it's pretty cool. I'll bet. Is he with you today? Nah, I left him home. How often do you bring him? Not often. Maybe once or twice a semester. And even then, it's just when I'm bored. Although once he was just in my hoodie when I left for school. Unexpected. It was. Here, I got some pics saved. The screen displays the small creature sat atop a desk with its skinny tail clutched to its chest tightly. Okay, mad again. It's would be spelled ITS with no apostrophe in this case, since it's the possessive form. I don't know why, but he holds his tail like that all the time. I feel Damien and Liz hovering behind me, their eyes locked onto the adorably fat creature on screen. Me. I don't know who coos, probably Liz, but Olivia rolls her eyes and swipes the next picture of the cute pet, now in a transparent ball and looking confused. For the remaining minutes of lunch, I eat another green bean. We just sit huddled around Olivia's phone, entranced by her sweet little rat as it did the most mundane things. Yeah, yet Guts' method of doing them was too undeniably cute, and that's what really got to us and made time fly faster than we could even notice. Ding dong, bing bong. I blink a couple of times and stretch my arms and legs as I get up from my desk. Miss Prockling really knows how to make 40 minutes feel like 80. Well, at least it's time to practice painting for real. Wait, no. Yadikin roped me into the photo shoot. Can't practice painting, can't get good at anything. Why is it that every time I actually try to improve, something like this happens? But you want to be don't you just want to be a photographer instead? At this rate, I'll never get good enough to get a real following. I haven't actually gotten to actually have a whole afternoon to practice at all. Still, there's no way in hell I'm missing this. I ended up meeting with Ben and Yadikin. Okay, thank goodness we don't have to make a choice. Right as he was locking his classroom. Well, our teacher made the assignment, internship, apprenticeship. Well, he made it all sound simple, I was still subjected to some paperwork. Something about a liability waiver or something. You know, in case something happens to us, like a surprise attack by 5 teenagers in multicolored spandex. I wonder if that happens often. We still filled the form out as the instructor gave an interview of just what exactly Ben and I would be doing. Oh, we're with him, too. Great. There's few structures out here, save for one at the edge of the cliff. Ben's the first one out of the cramped car with an armful of telescoping black stands. Follow his example, unloading the vehicle. Alright, you two, you remember what you're doing tonight? Yes, sir. After we set up a photo station in the corner of the hall, we'll be taking turns walking the reception and taking pictures of guests. Perfect. I'll be with the wedding party the entire time. So if you need me, just look for the gaggle of similarly dressed women screeching and you'll find me. He grins as he helps carry the last of the lightest equipment from the trunk. Remember, this is actual work, so be polite, be efficient, but most importantly, Ben and I sit upright at attention, ready for any order our teacher will give us. Have fun. But trust me, the clients will appreciate it more. Finally finished with the unloading, I inhaled the mixed aroma of ocean and flowers. I'm almost done, I swear. I'm gonna eat one more scoop and then I'm done. Big one out. Should have eaten this before. Oh well. Alright. I'm done. For real this time. I'll finish. While I find the scent energizing, Ben seems to have the exact opposite reaction. His brows pinch together in disgust as he tries in futility to fan away the air with one hand while covering his nose with the other. Ugh, I think I'm gonna be the sick one next week with this weather. At least the view's great. That it is, yeah. Mr. Yadakin leads us through a small garden out front and into the reception hall. It's a spacious wedding tent, adorned with all sorts of flora and high-end lighting, keeping the place warm and lit. Okay, you guys know how to set up here, so I'm going to get to business. Yes, sir. He leaves us stepping into the ongoing ceremony with a private camera and tripod. Ben and I exchange a single glance before we both resign ourselves to the daunting task. First on the list is the telescopic stands for the cameras. From experience, it doesn't take us too long to get those in place. Next are the reflectors and strobe lights, all packed in heavy cases that have to be hauled inside. By my third case, I'm already exhausted. Shoot, I thought gym class would have prepared me for this. Bzzzt. My phone buzzes. Might as well take a breather. Opening up the notification, I discover it's from Olivia. Hey, Shades. Hi, Olivia. You got service back? Oh, I lied about that. Oh, angry face. Saw you leave with Yadikin after school. What's up with that? I told you! I'm helping him with a wedding photo shoot. You? At a wedding? Did Yadikin give you a better jacket for it? My jacket is cool enough. It is a pretty cool jacket. So where at? Oh, that's cool. If you want to scroll back, it just goes up the phone. Teacher said it was at some place called Clarkson Lookout on the way over. Wait, really? That place has a bunch of scenic views. If you see any good landscape shots, take one for me. Sure, if I get the time. No, do it now! And there's the little mouse. Moisty. What is mouse in Russian? Should know this yet. I should know what mouse is in Russian. Mush. Этот мой mush guts. Cute and threatening message received. Geez, well, this is as good a spot as any. The sun's starting to set, so it does make for some pretty nice atmosphere. Maybe Olivia wants to paint another landscape. In the distance, I see a few sailboats and yachts. Further beyond, a freighter or two. The seas sure are crowded these days. I take the picture and send it over to Olivia. Thanks. Oh, and it kind of the emoji looks kind of like her gator face. I like it. I can't picture thanking me like that in reality. The thought of her doing something so sweet a manner. Echo, this thing weighs like 80 pounds. I'm not doing all the work. Shut up, nerd. Alright. I let my camera hang loose around my neck while assisting Ben with setting up the last of the standing reflectors. Setting up meant not only the cameras, but a large chunk of the incomplete decor prep. Which meant carrying out loads and loads of heavy cases loaded with strobes, reflectors, cloth sheets, and so many telescoping pole stands. Following his instructions, Ben had set up a small red carpet path leading into a glamour shot station. And meanwhile, I was finishing making sure the marked out spots within the room had the right combination of flash, strobe, and/or reflector. By the time our teacher had come back, I just placed the final light in position. As guests start walking down Ben's handmade path, I skirt along the edge with my borrowed high-end camera. The DSLR's clicks and are muted compared to the chattering guests, and, well, I think I managed to catch some decent shots. I'm just not really feeling it today. Is something wrong with me? And voila! Ben was having a much easier time working at the makeshift studio we'd built in the corner. Couples would simply walk up and stand before the backdrop of the massage window to the cliffside and ocean. And Ben had the brilliant idea to not only set up Yadikin's loaned camera, but also his own, so he'd captured the couples from 2 angles at once. Push them into the ocean and go. He looked happy with each and every shot he took, and the people always chatted him up right after. And here I am doing my best not to scowl as I look over the blurry shot I had messed up. Blurry because my hands are shaking. I guess I'm I hadn't noticed until now that my main messaging app had been going off. So is it going well? Hardly. I think Ben's turning it into a competition. Are you winning? No, not really. Beat him for me? That wasn't a real message. I try to ignore my phone for now. I don't think anything will calm my nerves at this point. That feeling of anxiety only grows as time marches on. I can't seem to get any one picture just right, and Ben zooming around as efficiently as he isn't helping. Well, that's not all. Olivia's messages are just throwing me off. Just break his flashing stick thingy, lol, then his pics will be super dark. How out of date is Olivia to think we still use flash pans? Or lock him in a bathroom or something. Now that's an idea. I don't think that's sportsmanlike or legal. Oh, I just remembered. I need another pic. Can you try shoving him into the wedding cake and taking a picture of him smashed on the floor? I need it for, Muse. That. Do it for me? Come on, that's just violent. We're not gonna make a choice, are we? Just barely within my peripheral vision, I spot a perfect shot of an older couple, the parents of the groom, I believe. There, that's a good chance. I bring the borrowed camera up. Oh, sorry. Look through the viewfinder and see that the parents have already moved away and into another group. Camera slips from my grip, but luckily the neck strap holds it safely against my chest. Okay, I need a break. You've been texting this whole time! I find an appropriate place to sneak outside and go around the building, slumping against the brick siding. It's really twilight now, and the ocean's reflection of the sun is getting very close to meeting the real thing. My phone buzzes once more, and something in me jumps. Not fear, though. I just wish I knew what it was. Olivia sends a video of Guts running around a maze she had put together using cardboard and school supplies. When it comes out the other end, she gives him a grape to bite into her palm. Aw, I was never really fond of rodents, but seeing Olivia's videos and little doodles was really starting to sway me. There's something about seeing Olivia having such a strong bond with Guts. Just call her Casca. Wait, don't. No, actually that's not a good analogy. And caring for him warms my heart. It's hard to believe that this is the same girl that used to give me nothing but icy stares when I first met her. I'm glad she feels comfortable enough with me to let her defenses down and be herself. As I continue snapping photos, my trek around the hall to find good photo ops leads me to the stage where the DJ once was. Shame that I didn't get any good shots of him while he was here. Maybe Ben got some decent pictures. Looking through the camera lens, I see that there's a gentleman sitting on the steps that lead up to the stage, finishing off a cigarette. There's someone over on the steps taking a deep drag of cigarette and blowing the smoke up towards the window. Truly iconic display of suavity. Before I know it, I've taken several shots. He seems like he wants to be left alone, but he doesn't mind, right? Hey, kid. Oh, I've seen this guy in Snoop Game. At least get my good side, will ya? Oh, I stepped closer, readjusting my camera settings and scrambling for an explanation. Sorry about that, I was unsure if you wanted the attention. It's alright. People say I got a rested bitch face. I can't lie, I'm pretty exhausted, kid. Oh, that's the groom. Especially after I had to carry the new missus down the aisle all the way to the car. Ah, so this is the groom. So you gonna take a photo or what? Oh, right, sorry. As I raise my camera, the groom takes a thinker-esque pose, taking a drag from his ciggy. After a few clicks and a couple of slight adjustments to my position, I believe I got some pretty good shots in there. There we are. The groom blows out a plume of smoke from his mouth before leaning over to see the captures. Smells like a New Vegas hotel. That video games have ruined me that Las Vegas doesn't sound right. That it should be New Vegas anytime I hear it. I give the groom time to look at each photo thoroughly before moving to the next one. These are pretty good, kid. Managed to make this mug of mine look halfway decent. He lets out a scratchy chuckle as he takes another puff of his cigarette before snuffing what was little left of it on the floor. Thanks. Say, if you don't mind me asking, what are you doing all the way over here? It's your big day, isn't it? As the groom lets out another plume, he's already begun to dig up another cigarette. Lighting the new cig casually, he begins to inhale it. And keep inhaling it. He holds up a finger as he continues inhaling until the cigarette is finished, and he lets out and he finally exhaling a stream of lung cancer slowly over the course of 30 seconds. But, sir, Quest, just having a little rest is all. I hate smoking. I've never touched a cigarette in my life. I just hate the smell. I mean, this has been the happiest day of my life, but it's tiring as all hell. The missus is certainly having fun, and yet in a few hours, when we're in our new, no longer bachelor pad, I'll be listening to her as she moans about how sore she is. I think he'll be doing something else. The groom lets out another plume of smoke, this time through his nostrils. But hey, if that's the price I gotta pay, holy matrimony and all that jazz. Definitely feels like, the groom is laying it on a bit thick, to is essentially a stranger to him, and yet I can understand what he means. You know, you've been going around the whole reception snapping photos. Why don't you take a break too? I've taken like 15. He motions his hand to the nearby stage as an available seat. I settle myself on the stage as the groom then fiddles with a small packet. Looking closer, it's a still sealed pack of cigarettes. You know, Trent told me about you, you know. What? Who? Your camera teacher, whatever he's called at your school. Said you're a good kid and all, though a bit clueless. Hey, racist. Now I actually need another drink of water. The things I do to make funny voices. The groom lets out another guffaw as he cracks open the pack of cigs and plucks out a fresh cancer stick. His words, not mine. How do you know him? We've known each other for ages. He actually helped me meet the missus. Funny how that works out. Whoa, Mr. Yotkin was your wingman? Heh. He always hated how I told him that. I'd given him a lift to some field trip he had to chaperone there. Don't know why. He could have taken the school bus. But as soon as I got there, I met the rest of his co-workers, including my would-be wife. Darrow tricked me into also chaperoning too, saying I could use the time to get to know her better. Geez, maybe I should be asking him. Well, no, I can't. Get what? Nothing important. Have a teacher tell you how to court a lady friend, right? Hey, no, I think that's a good voice for this guy. Another one of his students? You classmate, yeah? It's not like that, baka. Ah, come on, I know you want to talk about girls. I'm gay. That's always fun. Actually, I don't think that's going to be in this game at all, so... That is one of the nice things, is that they took... Because Sweet Baby Inc., our favorite progressive consulting company, did work, surprise, surprise, on Goodbye Volcano High, so the Anons from 4chan who made Snoot Game and then this kind of took out a lot of that, or they made Fang from Snoot Game, they stopped her from being so, they kind of made it as that's really just a phase. And I don't think really there's anything like that in this game. Anyway. But you did get a nice clip of me saying I'm gay, so you can do with that as you will. I'm not. Humor me a bit. She's just a good friend. The words taste bitter on my tongue for some reason. Sure. We got a few more minutes of quiet while Brightzilla and the Maids of Murder fight over the bouquet. I quickly glance over to see a woman twice my age, folding a chair like it was a battle axe.
Trent can't help you there, but I can. So, this good friend of yours, what's she like?
Well, it's a bit of a complicated history.
Oh.
I mean, when I first met her, she was very cynical and sarcastic. Well, she's still sarcastic, but in a lighthearted way. Even with her friends, she was a little distant. But when she's painting or gushing about some franchise or obscure anime, there's this unashamed excitement and passion in it. I haven't met anyone with that kind of energy before. Once you get to know her, she's just, nice under it all.
That everything?
Well, yeah. I think she drew me carrying her once.
Well, shoot.
He slides the ring off his finger and holds it up to me. I was actually just kidding about that, bro.
You want this? Sounds like you need it more than me. Marriage, am I right? Kidding, I'm kidding. But dang. Sounds pretty cut and dry to me. Never had a crush before?
Not on anyone I know personally.
Your folks together?
Yeah.
They love each other too, yeah?
Please, can this guy leave? I don't want to keep doing this voice. Yeah, I guess they do.
You guess?
It's complicated. They're around so little, I don't even know what their love life looks like, and how they interact. If they even love each other at all. They've never told me their story, why they're together. Okay, that's very distant. You would think at least they would at some point tell you anything that my parents met at work. A whole of 36 years ago this year, wow. My dad was a chef, my mom was like a receptionist, or she helped book meetings. Anything that would prepare me for the future was outsourced. As far back as I remember, whenever my parents weren't around, there was a screen nearby. And they weren't around often, I always had that little electronic friend in my pocket telling me how great I was at everything. That's been my only help to get through life. All the best ways to have the best friendships, hobbies, romance. But it feels worthless now, based. I'm not prepared. I don't even know if what this is love. Can a man really fall in love with an alligator in a wheelchair? This game seems to say yes, though. This guy seems to think so, though. He'll help me out. I see him putting some words together now.
Let me give you a little anecdote, kid.
The groom finally lights the cigarette, though this time he's slow to puff on it. Oh, she's cute. Yeah. She looks like Jackie Kennedy as a dinosaur.
See my beautiful bride over there?
He motions with a dull ember of his smoke to where the bridesmaids were still violently wrestling and the bride acted as referee.
Even if we had never met, this was a happenstance meeting. I'd see her over there. I just know I love her.
Yeah?
Yep.
Ellipses. Is that it?
Yeah.
Are you going to try giving me a little push, convince me I like this girl?
You're the one who wanted advice. There it is.
And hey, look, he's got a pair of sunglasses too, so that's pretty cool. They're on his suit. I thought you were going to go on a bit more about love.
Why the hell would I give a speech about love? I know what it is. You know what it is. But there's no groundbreaking advice that'll make everything make sense, and you don't need me to convince you. You're just looking for reasons to not believe what's right in front of you.
Oh. Well, that's actually some good advice there. Some good old boomer advice, right? Though he hasn't had 5 divorces, so he's not really a boomer. At least I don't think.
Break's over. Gotta run!
The man gets up, dusting off his pants and flicking the cigarette butt into the trash, setting the whole place on fire.
Hey, take some great pictures for me, will ya? No more moping, you're on the clock.
Okay, thank God. He jogs into the crowd to meet up with his bride. My phone buzzes in me pocket. What timing? I reach into my pocket and pull out my phone and squinting at the screen. An unread notification from our group chat. Shoot, do I have time to be on my phone right now? No! Maybe I can talk to Damien about this. He's known Olivia for a while. Ben and Olivia, too, used to be friends, right? Would he be able to help? I should probably focus on what I'm here to do. Besides, I don't want to let the groom down. But this is I sense a choice coming up. But this is Olivia we're talking about. I don't want to do anything without knowing as much as I can. We've already taken some good photos. I'm talking about Olivia. Wait. Again. Bitch move. I'm saving it. I can't go into this without being prepared. We've done what we needed to do. We're gonna get the extra credit. We've taken some good shots. I really don't want Olivia to let Olivia down, especially after all I've done for her. What kind of things does Olivia like? Hell, what kinds of things do girls in general like? They like being mean and catty about other women. I might be able to find some pointers online, too. Yeah, there's this guy named Andrew Tate. By the end, I could be a good boyfriend. I just need to figure out how. When I reach for my phone, my fingers brush the camera that's still hung around my neck. Wait, I still need to take these pictures, so I can't just drop this entirely. And I definitely don't want to let Yadikin down, even though I'm not that good. Well, Ben's been on top of his game all night. Even now, he's snapping up shots. I'm sure Yadikin will have enough by the end of the night. It's not like I'm offering anything crazy valuable here. I meander to the far wall of the hall and find a way to slip outside. Phone in hand, I scroll through my previous calls to Damien. He'll have all the info I need. And you can't just wait a couple hours. Realistically, just finish the shoot and just call in and, just ask them later. And he called me the other week to ask if the following day was a school holiday. On a Saturday. Aha! Here it is, just what I needed. And now as I listen to the dial tone, all I can do is wait. Come on, pick up! The cool evening air of autumn nips at my skin. Oh, it's still autumn, really. We're never gonna finish this chat. We're never gonna finish it. The nightmare will never end. With a slow breeze ruffling the branches of the nearby trees. Some leaves are blown lazily off their branches. What, palm trees? Drifting with each other to a songless dance. I thought we were in a warm climate here. Well, no. That's why they have that celebration. Never mind. I always did prefer nature photography. It's a lot less hectic compared to tonight. Hello, Payne residents. Huh? Oh, sorry, Mrs. Payne. I thought this was Damien's phone. It is. He left his phone on the table while he takes the trash out. One moment. Damien, sweetie, you have a school friend on the phone. Ma, I told you not to answer these spam calls. It's Inko. Oh snap, cool, thanks, Mom. Hey, Inko. I can make out the frantic shuffling of the phone. What do you need me for? Okay, just play it cool. Right, I wanted to ask about Wait, how do I even ask him this? Well, I want to be a better friend to Olivia, right? Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm following. I can't do his name without doing the groom's voice. I was wondering if you knew anything else I should know, Silence lets me know how stupid that sounded. Huh? Well, I think she likes anime and soda in the arcade. But didn't you know all this already? I do, yes. But, I mean, anything a bit further than that. Ellipses. I mean, you like Olivia, don't you, Inko? I didn't say that, Baka. Despite the stiff breeze, I can feel my face burning up. Shut up.
Say it.
Say what?
I don't need to tell you nothing. And I got all day to wait. Do you?
Damien, I'm serious. I need some help here.
I'm serious too. Come on, say it.
I'm not confirming or denying anything.
Well,
the one time I actually don't need to yawn.
maybe I should hang up then. See you at school tomorrow, Inko, my man.
Or verdammt, fine. Damien.
Yeah?
I take a deep breath and say it. I want to hug that gator. All right. I like you, her.
Huh? Who?
Oh, come on. Oh, our eyes are terrifying. I think we look cool with like a gold chain around us. That would make us look more like we're in the mafia. Olivia.
Huh? What about her? I'm not hearing complete sentences here.
What a Chad. Screw you. I like Olivia. I just want to know what advice you have as her friend. I'm serious.
There we go. In all seriousness, I don't have much for you. I have thought of Olivia like that way since, like 3rd grade. I don't got anything game-changing for you.
Great.
But hey, I'm here for you, man. Just don't act a fool or start wiling out,
Not in the slightest.
I'm saying, look, you're calling because you think there's some big secret here, right? I'm telling you there isn't one, and that in itself is an advantage. You don't need to be focusing on, strategy. Just let it happen. Wait, does she know?
No, I don't think so. I think she likes me too.
Huh, well, yeah, that's the long and short of what I got.
Have you ever been in a relationship, Damien?
A few. Nothing serious, though. Hey, I want to go to the school dance, that sort of thing. Never went anywhere,
Yeah. Alright, I should get back to it. Sorry to bother.
Hey, call anytime, man.
He is our best bro. Thanks, be seeing you.
See you later, Gator Dater.
Hey! I like that. I fight the urge to throw my phone into a brick wall. That was completely fucking pointless. I place a hand on my forehead and take a deep breath. At this point, I should just try and get some photos to look somewhat competent at my job. I slip my phone back in my pocket, grab my camera, and begin walking around the hall. Doing my best to look for opportunities to snap some decent shots, I do a lap around the hall. Even then, I'm still struggling to find anything good. It isn't long before I notice Ben across from me. And from the looks of it, he's managing a fair bit better than I am. Not only is he finding better shots than I am, but the guests are going to him to ask for shots. Actually, the more I think about it, Ben might actually have some decent advice. Ben might have some decent advice to give, right? He's dating the girl that bullied Olivia horribly. Why do you want to talk to him? He's a nerd, he looks like Harry Potter, his girlfriend sucks. Better than what I got from Damien, at least. I surreptitiously maneuver around the various wedding goers and impeding my path, trying to get to Ben. Eventually, I have an opening while Ben is currently taking a picture of another couple by their table. Not wanting to seem like I'm lost, I try to blend in and join him. I get near Ben and get down on one knee to take alternate angled shots of the couple. As if he had a sixth sense, Ben quickly noticed my presence, shocked that I was next to him. Inko, what are you doing? I just wanted to get some alternate shots for the lovely couple. Just in case they'd like them, I give off an awkward laugh, though it's not amusing to Ben. He gives me an icy glare that sends shivers down my spine as if I've clearly stepped into his territory. I think it'd be a bit more efficient if we work in different parts of the venue. What if there are people over there that want their picture taken? If the people over there wanted a picture, I wouldn't be here in the first place. Ben wordlessly goes back to snapping photos. I get back on my feet and lean closer to the preoccupied Parasaurolophus to talk to him. Look, Ben, I need some advice. Thank you, young man. No problem, man. Finished with the couple's photos, Ben turns around and begins to hoof it down the venue to look for more photo ops. I match his pace in order to keep up with him. Advice, you say? It's about Olivia. Mentioning the baryonyx stops Ben dead in his tracks. He turns around to face me. What about Olivia? Well, it's just that I take a deep breath to center myself. The thing is, okay, maybe not that yet, but I think I love Olivia. Ben's face goes from confusion to sheer surprise. His eyes going as big as his glasses. Wait, what? Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. And since you've known her for longer, I figured I could ask you some things about her. Ben? Oh, what? Sorry, I must have misheard you. I thought you said you were in love with Olivia and I did. Or I think I am. Take another sippy. Maybe I'll get some iron from the stainless steel canteen. Iron's good for you. Look, I don't really know, but I'm asking for some help, and the Parasaur clasps his hands on my shoulders and smiles broadly. This is wonderful news. Olivia's always been a bit of a loner, but to know that someone likes her like that is just fantastic. His arm wraps around my neck and he starts dragging me away from the wedding crowd. Okay, right, so you want to know more about Olivia, yeah? We used to be the best of friends way back. I paid close attention to Ben as he went over his history with the girl I may or may not love. A part of me wanted to take notes on my phone as he listed down all the shows they used to watch together. By the time he'd hit the cues, I noticed some of the guests had left. Should I be writing all this down? I think you'll be fine. Unless Olivia's even changed music tastes in the last 3 years. 3? Aren't you talking to her these days? I mean, not as much as I used to. It's been a while since we had a sit-down. But, wait. But Mia came and told us you wanted to talk with her at lunch. I have no idea what you're talking about. Huh. I thought you were above gossip, Inko. Sorry. Anyway, Olivia and I don't talk much, but I think we should. Hell, if I was around more, I could have helped you two get to know each other sooner. Maybe even... A shrill cry interrupts us. Across the room, the newlyweds are in some altercation. I guess it's the time of the... I guess it's the time of the night for the groom to carry the bride out, but for some reason she's riding piggyback like a grade schooler. That's cool. I would do that. I want to do that when I get married. If chat. He laughs to himself maniacally, while she complains and holds on to his hair to keep balance. Well, that relationship isn't going to last. Inko. Yes, sorry. Back on track, what's important is that you always have to be always be mindful of her condition. No! No, that's what she doesn't want. You know what I mean. Olivia, yes, this is true, absolutely hates special treatment and can get to the point where that in itself is a burden that weighs down her friends, refusing to accept help to the point she becomes a problem for those around her. Ben sighs. I would know. Are you talking about how Olivia tries to do things on her own? Yeah, like, for all those times I tried to help her out, she just gets all pouty and silent as if I were stepping on her toes. No wonder people try to avoid her, you know? You can't just keep pushing people away. I care about Olivia, but she doesn't do herself any favors. Truth be told, I'm a bit excited to hear this from you. If you could get through to her, we could be friends again. Hey, back off. Get your girlfriend to stop picking on her, and then we can talk. I definitely do it right this time. I don't want to impose anything on her. That wouldn't be right. Well, see, that's exactly what you want to avoid. Otherwise, your relationship is going to be one-sided. One-sided? Relationships, oh, here we go, are all about mutual respect. I'm going to take really, really good relationship advice from a teenager who looks like this. Are all about mutual respect for one another. Anything less than that is unreasonable. Without that understanding, it's doomed to fail. And one thing to understand with Olivia is that her condition needs special considerations, ones that she doesn't fully agree with. So you have to account for that from her, otherwise it won't work out. Is that why you two stopped talking? Alright, you boys ready to pack up? Pretty long night, huh? Our teacher looks haggard as he walks up to us. His wings are dragging on the floor and he's propping himself up with one of those light stands we brought. Despite his exhaustion, he's grinning wildly. You two enjoy your first work experience? Oh, absolutely, Mr. Yadikin. I managed to load up both of the memory cards you gave to me. Fucking kiss ass here. And I even managed to try out the different kinds of lenses you had brought. Good to hear, Ben. What about you, Inko? Well, if I'm being honest with you, I don't think I was on my A game tonight. I suppose it's a tough order to start with. So many things to account for, and... no, I meant that I didn't really get that many good shots. I didn't even finish the first card you gave me. I see. Well, we'll go through these next week, and I'm sure they'll be fine. Oh, definitely! The groom saunters up with a huge grin on his face, slinging an arm around our teacher's shoulders. I can't wait to see these! Yadikin straightens up and shrugs the arm off, turning to the newly married man. You'll see them when you see them. My team still needs to go through all the pictures and weed out the chaff. Come on! You can't give your buddy a preview or something? Yadikin sighs a bit. Hey, it's your special day. Ben, could you fetch the laptop and the card reader? Yes, sir. Inko, while he's doing that, can you start packing up everything into the trunk? Sure thing, Mr. Yadikin. Before I turn away to start, the tired Taro takes the camera from me. We can sit at the table over there. The two older men head off, leaving Ben and I to get started on packing everything up. Ellipses. Here he is with the lovely, I guess recently widowed, Jacqueline Kennedy. While Ben and I are busy dismantling the multitude of standing flashes and lamps, the bride, groom, and Mr. Yadikin sits at a cleaned-up table with a laptop before them. Can't really make out what they're saying, but I can kind of tell based on the way the three switch between quietly focused and laughing loudly. By the time the back of the car is loaded up, the last of the wedding party has departed. Nothing left to do. Ben and I linger a bit behind the group. Think about it, alright? My advice. Olivia does need help. If you're really aiming to ask her out, keep that in mind. Yeah, I'll keep it all in mind. Thanks, Ben. No problem. And we're done. Yeah, don't want to keep the missus waiting too long. Not tonight, am I right, fellas? Blech. Sex. Teenagers would never be interested in that. Oh, sorry. Good night, everyone. He points to me for a moment. And good luck to you, little guy. Be seeing you, Mal. Groom saunters off. You two ready to go? Yeah, I'm pretty beat. My legs are killing me. Feels like my shins are about to explode. Better get used to that pain and go. Plenty of more of that to come once we start doing all-day events like sports matches or air shows. Any advice you can give me to avoid the pain? Suck it up, you little bitch. Ben taps his chin. Comfy shoes, good soles, and plenty of squats to build up your leg strength. Maybe also going out for power walks and jogs to really build those muscles. Great. Even when I pick a career choice that doesn't involve physical activity, I still somehow wind up having to exercise in order to be successful. Ellipses. Either way, it's not long before we climb into the car and begin our journey back to the school. I settle into the rhythmic motions of the car as it glides along the road. The cityscape of Volcaldera Bluffs passes by, and I can't help but admire it. The mood is quickly killed, however, as Ben calls a certain red-scaled girl. The saccharine lovey-dovey talk makes my head hurt, and I can throw his phone out the window. I can guess by his expression that Yadikin feels the same way. He changes the subject by asking if my parents can pick me up. Looks like I'll be taking the late-night metro home. Still, I had fun today. I discovered that I really, really want to have a relationship with an alligator. Or a baryonyx, I suppose. Even though we're pretty far into the fall season, today is a nice day out. There's a storm coming in later today with a cold front, so the temperatures outside are bearable enough to relax in. One last respite before the unforgiving cold of winter settles in. I decide to celebrate by eating lunch outside. After a good... Oh, look, the leaves are changing in the background, that's nice. After a good bit of prodding, Olivia joins me. Inko, it's too cold. It'll freeze my veins solid. It's 70 degrees and you already agreed. Calm down. I love this pose of hers. We step out into the chilled air. Aww. She pulls the drawstrings of her hoodie taut, yanking it shut again. When I try moving her along, she starts dragging her tail on the ground. You're secretly enjoying this, aren't you, Squidward? That hoodie isn't hiding your silly little grin. There's a table by the edge of the yard that looks pretty good. Now it's just the two of us. Alone. Sitting at a picnic table in complete silence. Ingenious one-liners flow through my head like a slam poetry comp champion, yet I can't work up the will to say anything about the wedding to her. Guess there's always later. So, Olivia. The gator lifts her head from her roast beef sandwich, staring directly at me. What's up? How about this weather, eh? Seriously? Yeah, seriously. I'm not used to coastal towns, so this is a nice change of pace. Well, it's pretty chilly. Part of why we're the only ones out here. It is pretty empty out here today. Maybe it's like a human dino thing, more acclimated to snow. Even with the hoodie, it's a lot colder than I'd like. Oh, why'd you agree to come outside with me? Because she likes you. Why do you think? Well, you wanted to, and you. Olivia's lips quiver a little as she tries to work out words to say. Her mouth isn't up to the task as a flush of scarlet spreads across her cheeks and she makes her pouting lips glow. Hey, stop looking at me like that. I mean, where are you from then? The Midwest. The Midwest, only loons come from the Midwest. This is very true. Oh, come on, it's not true. Oh, sorry. Alright, what was it like then? A lot of empty promises, nothing worth talking about. What was St. Hammond like before I showed up? Ugh, horrible. Everyone here sucked. Well, they still do, I guess. But seriously, most of the faculty had a stick up their ass, and the student body was holding on for dear life. I'd do anything to get out of this place. If I got to take you and Damien with me. Wow. Colorful. Olivia and I freeze at the familiar voice. Oh no. The sound of stone grinding on stone echoes through the courtyard as we turn our heads to whoever said that. Principal Scalar stands just as still as us, her face burning red. Though her jaw is moving, her teeth grinding exceptionally loud as she looks at Olivia. Okay, so he is a whale. Next to her stands... Why would a whale be part of, like, whales are actually relatively... I know whales are the biggest animal that have ever lived, and they're around currently. I don't know if whales were... If cetacean... No, they wouldn't be. Whales are mammals. Yeah, they wouldn't be around in dinosaur times. I found a plot hole! Next to her stands a large whale dressed in formal attire. I guess Mr. Ferris is still doing that inspection. And did he hear... What were you saying just now about student morale, Principal Scalar? He doesn't even look up from his clipboard as he begins jotting down something with a pencil. I said had. Ever since Principal Scalar took over as principal, things have gotten better. Olivia's words do little to make Scalar's face lessen in both color, intensity, and heat. Yeah, I have to say, this school is way better than my old one by at least a country mile. So, would you say that your time... So, Mr. Inko, it's Mr. Nito to you, buddy. Would you say that your time in St. Hammond since your transfer has been both fruitful and comfortable? I mean, compared to my old school, I've met good friends, had excellent teachers and classes, and have had an all-around good old time. Also, the cafeteria food is great here. It actually tastes like food and not microwave reheated gruel. Mr. Ferris gives me a nod and writes something else on his notepad before turning to face Olivia. What about you, Miss Olivia Halford, was it? The great-niece of Rob Halford of Judas Priest. Got any more comments regarding St. Hammond? Be honest, if you please. Do be honest, if you please. Olivia shoots me a quick glance before taking a deep breath. Well, the school needs more handicap-accessible ramps. Also, the elevator in the main building is busted. Sometimes they get stuck for a few minutes. Uh-oh. Also, our PE teacher steals hats from the students and hoards them in the equipment shed. I can almost feel the heat emanating from Principal Scalar's face as soon as Olivia finishes lodging. Okay, what she just did there to Scalar is like... That is genius. I am impressed. And she did not do anything wrong. She's just going to Superintendent Chalmers saying, yeah, here's some actual issues that this evil bitch is letting happen at this school. Wouldn't want to be around her after Ferris's visit is over. For his part, Mr. Ferris only nods and writes down more on his clipboard before turning back to face Scalar, who does her best to turn her grimace into some kind of smile. Seems like there are some issues left over from the previous administration. Are you already taking care of correcting the issues Mrs. Halford has pointed out? Principal Scalar nervously clears her throat. I've already sent in a request to the district to have the elevator looked at by a technician. Mr. Ferris nods and writes something else on his clipboard before clicking his pen and stuffing it into his front suit pocket. I'll have to talk to the Oh, he's not the superintendent. Okay. About that request next time I'm at the office. What about this PE teacher Miss Olivia mentions? Oh, Mr. Coach Solly. Ferris raises an eyebrow. It's his legal name. I know. He checks the page. Oh, his actual first name is Coach. I think that's the joke. And then sighs a bit. Right. Ferris turns to face me. Well, that's enough about St. Hammond for the time being. Mr. Inko, how would you say things are going for you, not just as a student, but as a growing adult? This school has really helped me learn a lot, sir. I respect the efforts of the faculty and students alike for their efforts in making me feel welcome. It's much more refined than my old school, at least. Well, you might as well ask him for a letter of recommendation already. Huh? That's not what I was doing, Olivia. Olivia doesn't even respond to me, instead laughing quietly to herself. I'll keep that in mind. The Leviathan finishes jotting down something on his clipboard, finally turning to Principal Scalar. I think I have everything I need for the time being. So, Mr. Ferris, why don't we adjourn to the faculty lounge? Of course, we can go over your future budgetary plans over a nice cup of coffee. The inspector turns away, Principal Scalar lagging behind him with a look of pure misery on her face. I wish she'd done this freshman year. With a huff and a frown, Olivia stabs at her lunch tray, treating her Caesar salad like a voodoo doll. Well, look on the bright side. She levels her multicolored eyes on me, but remains focused on treating her salad like its namesake. What dinosaur would Julius Caesar be in this universe? I think a T-Rex. It's gotta be a T-Rex. It's senior year, and we're about halfway through, thank God. So we only have to put up with this place for a couple more months. She lances the largest piece of chicken, twisting her spork roughly. And then what? I guess I don't really have any concrete plans for after school. What do you mean? You mentioned all that stuff about making a name for yourself. I mean, yeah, when I first got here, that was the goal. But honestly, I haven't considered what I was going to do to get there. It's my turn to toy with my meal. You? I plan on getting an art degree. Whoa, really? Well, online, of course. Oh. Not like I have any other options. The only time I'm worth anything is when there's a brush in my hand. Only classes I'm really passing, too. And nod my head in understanding, but she's talking about her future, but it sounds more like resignation than declaration. I at least have something, even if the path to my goal was vague. The morose mood leaves me at a loss of words. Damn it, I was actually hoping to use this time to... I don't know. I wanted to talk to Olivia and, ask her something. Ahem. Or something like that. It's stupid Mr. Ferris's workplace politics dampening the mood. The air between us is awkward as we pick at our lunch. Even after the bell rings and we're forced into finish eating, it's still weird. Even when I ask Olivia if Olivia would like a push to history, she just remains silent in thought. Olivia has been quiet for about 5 minutes now. And if a woman is not speaking for 5 minutes, something is horribly, horribly wrong. Even though 5 minutes isn't that long a time, Olivia had grown so much chattier as of late, so the silence just felt a bit off-putting to me. A part of me couldn't help but wonder if it's a cold shoulder directed at me, or just remaining nerves from the last conversation. No use just thinking about it. So, penny for your thoughts, Olivia? Oh, right. Sorry, I guess I'm just not here right now. What were you thinking about exactly? Olivia lets out a sigh and turns her head upwards so her eyes meet mine. Like a cute little dog when you won't pet him. I really got to thinking about what we were talking about earlier, how it seems like neither one of us knows exactly what we'll be doing after school is over. I know people don't need to hear this, but, you know, you do not have to figure out what you want to do with your life exactly after high school. I think at this point you really shouldn't even go to college immediately after high school anyway. It's probably a better idea to just find some sort of job. Like, it doesn't even have to be a good job, just like something to do to get work experience and to build up some money and then figure out if you want to go to college or not. I hadn't really given much thought to the fact that I had essentially dropped a bombshell on both of us. Now that I really stopped to think about it, though, the idea that neither one of us... Oh, hello, Peach Tea Lingo. Yeah, a simple community college degree helps, too. I'm fine, because my parents were rich, and, you know, I don't have any debt from college, because I was smart. Now that I really stopped to think about it, though, so really the answer to all your problems about your future is just don't be poor. The idea that neither one of us really knows what to do after graduation is concerning. Most seniors at least have some small idea of what they will want to do after graduation. At least I think. Nope. Hell, Liz made a full chart and timeline for herself. I mean, I always figured I'd go to college, but that feels so basic, for lack of a better word. There should be some kind of grander plan on what to do with the next big step in life. University, a career, maybe even starting some kind of family. Those kinds of plans that have come to mind. Those are the kinds of plans that come to mind. They're all just simple platitudes at the end of the day, though. Is it even worth making plans? The more I think about it, the more likely it is that something stupid just comes out of left field and wrecks everything. If you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans and all. So maybe all I can really do is then is live in the moment. I always hated that sort of thinking. Just be a sitting duck for life and take just be a sitting duck for life to take pot shots at me. Just live pretending death can't show up and take me at any time. Speaking of death, hey, it's Olivia. So, Peach Tea Lingo, how did you find my Twitch channel? Was it from one of the Discords I sent out the announcement to, or from my YouTube or Twitter? And friend. Olivia stiffens her in her chair. Oh, hey, Mia. Olivia's words are a hiss as she tries to face away from the crimson-scaled girl. Her hands shakily strain against the wheels of her chair, slowly turning it too. Oh, yeah. From Dave Distributus. Yes. Welcome. Welcome, yes. This is why I'm not streaming this on YouTube. Not only just because I wanted to do something different, but I'm embarrassed to stream this on YouTube. But yes, welcome to I Want to Hug That Gator. This is a romance visual novel that was made by a bunch of 4chaners because some really woke rhythm game called Goodbye Volcano Kai came out a few years ago, and a bunch of 4chaners decided to make a fan game of it, and then they went on to make their own game company, which made this. And yeah, I'm really liking it. The writing in it is pretty good. I have all the VODs saved if you want to watch them. Got a couple of questions to ask you, Olivia. Would you like to humor me for a bit? Whoa, what am I saying? Of course you don't mind. The Parasaur saunters up, and with the sway of her hip, pushes me aside as she takes Olivia's reins from me. What the hell? You're insane if you think we're going to go with you anywhere. We? She looks down to Olivia and back at me. We. He's funny. Yeah, it's not that much to catch up on. Is Olivia? We are the only human at St. Hammond High School. We've transferred over here. It's our senior year. We have made friends with Olivia, who is an alligator girl. Mia is the girlfriend of Ben, who's like the class president. He's a nerd. She's an evil bitch. She bullied this girl in a wheelchair earlier. We had some nice conversations. We made closer friends with Olivia. We have our friend Damien, who's kind of a dude bro, and Liz, who has a very, very long neck. We've gone to the arcade. We've taken some photos. We did a photo shoot at a wedding because we want to be a photographer. We had a very intimate moment where she tried to pass off one of her paintings as one of my photos because Olivia has a very bad complex where she doesn't think she can actually earn anything because of her being in a wheelchair. That anytime something good happens to her, if she wins a contest, it's only because people feel sorry for her. And we got to hug her, which hence the name. I think we're definitely more than halfway through the game. I'm going to try and finish it this week. Oh, we're just going for a little girl talk. No boys allowed. Sorry. You're up for that? You're up for that, right, Liv? It's very cozy and fun. We're having a gay old time here. She puts a hand on her shoulder and cocks an eyebrow back at me like she knows something. So yeah, we'll just be a moment. Don't worry that pretty little head of yours. I'm left gawking and confused as the two head off in another direction. Olivia doesn't seem to know what to do or say. What to say or do either. So she just goes along with the parasaur wheeling her away. Also, Olivia has a pet mouse named Guts. Don't worry about it. Part of me wants to give chase, but the side-eye that Mia sends back at me forces me to stop. I feel useless as the two turn the corner. My thoughts of what I want to do going after the pair are betrayed by my body, still frozen by that icy glare from Mia. Damn it, I'll just go to class and I'll ask what this was all about later. By the time I get to Prockling's history class, I'm half expecting to see Olivia already waiting for me, some kind of remark primed and ready to be spoken to me. But instead, she isn't there. I reluctantly take my seat, tapping my foot impatiently. Even when the bell comes and goes, there's still no sign of her. Shit. I shouldn't have let Olivia go with her alone. What the hell was I thinking? I really don't want to cut class, but I can't afford anything bad happening to her. No, I can't sit and do nothing. I shoot my hand up in the air, causing Miss Prockling to pause mid-lecture. Yes, Mr. Nito. Miss Prockling, could I be excused? Why, class barely started a few minutes ago. Because I... shat myself. I'm halfway out the door already. No, that's an excuse. Where did they go? There's not a soul to be found anywhere. If I were a bitch, where would I harass someone in secret? The bathroom. Shoot, whatever is between them, I hope it isn't turning physical. I mean, she wouldn't... would she? Honestly, it might be a good idea to just let that happen because... hey, you're not going to have to deal with Mia again because... She's the evil bully that beat up a girl in a wheelchair. Like, no one's going to have any sympathy for her after that. Even if we do the 90s sitcom where, oh, I don't know, her dad's beating the shit out of her at home and that's what she's taking out. Nope, no one's going to feel bad about that. You probably deserve it. My hands clench tighter and tighter as I focus on walking faster. Finally, something snaps out of me out of my trance. The faint sound of squeaking metal. I've heard that sound before. I turn towards the source, just beyond the door of a nearby classroom. Judging by the paraphernalia covering the door, I think this is the algebra room. I grab the handle and haphazardly throw the door open, praying I'm not about to rudely interrupt a teacher for the second time today. Looks like shit. How am I? Should be happy. It's done. Two heads turned to me in a mix of anger and surprise. They're the heads of the girls I was looking for. It's like a sudden three-way... Oh, thank God it said standoff. Three-way standoff. I was definitely not intended to be a factor in whatever this is. I really should have thought about that before barging in. You get your damn hands off my waifu, you evil, scaly bitch. Thank Raptor Jesus she's okay. What the fuck are you doing here? I should ask you two the same question. Oh my god, look, Baldy, now is not the time. Don't talk to him like that. Yeah, or what? I told you not to be followed. You were there when we left. He just heard you screaming like a maniac. I've been forgotten already. Hey! Why are you two in an empty classroom yelling at each other? Need a drink? The two fall deafeningly silent, unwilling or unable to speak. I notice a piece of paper in Mia's hand. It looks like something's drawn on it. The style is different, but it's unmistakably one of Olivia's works. Mia, why do you have her drawing? The parasaur stops blinking for a few seconds before shoving the paper in her jacket. Before I can question it any further, Olivia speaks up. Inko, why did you come here? We are being a little too pushy, I think. You seem like you were in trouble. She's gonna kind of get mad because it's like, oh, the girl in the wheelchair can't defend herself. How touching. Well, we're all in trouble now. We? Yeah, dumbass. I don't have time for this. Hot Wheels, fill him in. Ellipses. What's the big issue? Ellipses. Olivia claws at her armrests again. She looks ready to cry. Hey, where'd all your vicious bravado go? Are you afraid to tell him? Afraid of what he'll think? Shut up. Precious. Fine, I'll say it. Mia turns to me with a malicious grin. Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat of what on earth is happening here. Ah, I see. I know about what this prick did during the yearbook art contest. Now, ordinarily, I wouldn't give two shits. But then it hit me. Holy shit, she can just get away with it. Now, how crazy is that? She pauses me, goading me to say otherwise, but I bite my tongue. Like a shark smelling blood, she starts to circle me, continuing her taunts. Then one thing leads to another, and now we're helping each other out. After all, if the school found out, it'd leave a permanent mark on her unemployable ass. Don't you talk about her ass like that, only I get to do that. What? Yours too, since you're involved in all. My teeth creak painfully from my clenched jaw, and yet the blood drained from my face. I'm talking about her record, your mouth breather. Art's her big break, right? Skipping the whole rigmarole, the gist of it is simple. So Olivia draws up some BS group projects for me, and some friends of mine turns them in, and I make sure the whole incident goes away. I managed to earn back some of the feeling in my consciousness, just long enough to defy her. But that's blackmail and cheating. That's wrong. Oh my god, that's fucking precious. Mia blinks a few times before turning to look at Olivia, then back to me, then back to Olivia. You know we're on the second floor, right? You can just shove her out the window. No one will care. And we can get rid of Ben, too. He is the only other person that would care. Mia blinks a few times before turning to look at Olivia. Then back to me, then back to Olivia. What, are you disappointed in her now? I bet you made her pinky swear that she'd never do anything like that again. She leans closer to me, faux whispering. Well, sorry to break the news, Inko, but your friend here is a liar. Don't listen, I wouldn't be. She was threatening me. Threatening? Honey, if we were swapped, you'd see my ass hang. All I'm doing is making things better for both of us. Not my fault you tried to get away with cheating. You think a cripple like you would have more shame than that? I see Olivia's eyes start twitching. Mia's really starting to get to her. I can't let her keep talking to her like that. Mia, stop it, okay? She really doesn't need this right now. Can't you just both walk away and pretend this never happened? Shit, Inko, you're good. Haha, you hear that, Olivia? Wait, but I didn't mean... Olivia's staring at me with a look of betrayal that threatens to tear my heart in two. Damn it. Why can't I stop talking for once? Olivia waves me off, turning to face her target once more. I bet you'd love to walk away from this, but things don't just work out that way, do they? Oh, that's why you didn't want Inko knowing that she's still doing it. Ooh. Shut up! Oh, relax, it's not a big deal. No, I'm sick of this. You already admitted it. Art's my big break. You're only doing this because art is all I have. Your record is fucked, and you know, and you lose nothing if we get caught. It's Tuesday for you. But me, it's all I have. You're embarrassing yourself. You know I can't lift or run or carry or dance or fucking anything you do on a daily basis without even thinking about it. I can't ever do anything because of these fucking legs and this fucking chair. Why can't any of you just leave me alone? I just want to draw, for God's sakes. Mia rolls her eyes and takes a step closer to Olivia. Tonight's outburst and all, sweetie, but I really thought you were smarter than this. Olivia wipes away at her eyes with her sleeve. What? Mia takes another step forward. Think, handbag. Don't call her a handbag. Would I really go through the trouble of making you do this junk just for middling grades? If your work were crap, you wouldn't have a record to hold over you. Everyone knows you're the best artist in this place. You're just a retard about it. Olivia's mouth hangs open, but no words come out. You're the kind of idiot to let this sort of comment get to you, so let me be the first to say, congratulations, Olivia. You have a fan. Anyways, Inko. Oh, crap. Distractions aside, you're in on it now, too. You don't want Olivia to starve now, would you? Her words, not mine. Say a damn word about any of this and she's doomed. You understand me? I try to muster up words of defiance, but just past Mia's stare of death, I spot Olivia's horrified expression. Hello, Baldy. I'm waiting for your answer, Skinny. That's a slur. I know that's a slur in this world. You can't say that about humans. We're more evolved than you. I honestly don't know what to say or do in this situation. Start autistically flailing around. That'll probably help. No. Excuse me? Let me think this over with Olivia. Think this over. You dense something? It's a simple yes or no. You can't seriously freaking... Mia pinches the bridge of her snoot and lets out a tired sigh. Fine. The two of yous talk it over and reach some kind of resolution. But that don't change the fact of what I said earlier, Inko. Don't say I don't do nothing nice. Think carefully, amigo. You both got a hell of a lot more to lose than I do. Mia only gives me and Olivia one final glance before unceremoniously leaving the room. It takes me a bit to recover my thoughts. I never thought Mia would go this far. And Olivia, right now, she must be. I stand up from the floor, slowly approaching the Gator. She looks like a mess. Ellipses. Why? Why did you have to come in here? I'm sorry, I was just so worried about what Mia could have been doing to you, and I wanted to make sure you were alright. Olivia grips her armrests. I was alright. I had it handled with Mia. She's probably mad because she's like, you don't think I can handle this on myself, or on my own. But it basically be your slave doing all of her work? Not all of it, just whatever she needs to pass. I'll take the seat next to her, there. She threatened she'd go to Scalar and spill everything. And if Scalar knew that I swapped the art, she'd know that it was with you. I couldn't let her do that to us, so I got desperate. I told her I'd do anything she wanted. That's how I got mixed up with her. I let out a deep and heavy sigh. Olivia, I can understand why, but I heard how Mia was treating you before I came in. Even when you're doing her work to save her skin, she's still treating your art, and more importantly you, like garbage. My words ripped through the Gator girl's fragile heart, her face contorting in a fierce snarl even as her eyes grow wet. You're miserable. You know that. Olivia looks away from me, her face scrunching up as tears well in her eyes. I don't know what to do. And I don't even know I can trust her to keep her word. Now that you know what's going on, Mia has a noose around both our necks. The gravity of the situation settles in. It feels like something in me is both frozen over and ablaze. There's only 6 months left in the semester, oh gods. It's not like she's asking for something impossible. Her eyes regain some fire as she smiles. I'll just have to tough it out, keep making art to shut her up until this whole stupid thing can blow over. She's been going through this for so long, and I'm out of options, and so is she, so I poured out the first thing that comes to mind. Why not tell Scalar about what Mia's making you do? Scalar, are you out of your mind? You saw how she handles things around here, especially with that auditor breathing on her neck. I'm trying to avoid getting caught. Right. Okay, Yadikin? For a split second, I see her mask crack, her real worry evident in those silver eyes shaking. No. Olivia makes a show of clearing her throat. Mr. Yadikin doesn't need to hear this either. You know, he'd be able to... I can do this on my own. Her balled-up fists quake wildly after they slam onto her armrest, and the Gator girl does her best to hide her wince. Sorry. I've been sitting too long in one spot. I had to stretch. I don't really think we can fix this if we're not working together. There's nothing to fix. I told you I have it under control. Please, just please, Inko, I need you to trust me on this. Don't ruin this for me. I do trust you. Her voice is softening, as if she's been fully drained now. I can handle it, I told you. Her fists unfurl and continue shaking. I take one of her hands, ignoring her indignant sputters as I delicately cradle it in my palm. Her protests die down into a pained whine when my thumb ever so slightly presses down on a joint. All this time you've been doing your best, Olivia. My soft words draw out an even softer breath from her. Mia's had me drawing for her group almost daily. It must hurt a lot after so long. Maybe it does. But it's nothing I can't work through. Why can't you trust me to help, then? It's not that I don't trust you, Inko. It's that I did trust everyone else. So please stop asking about fixing me. Or fixing things, I mean. Is that what this is about? Olivia's burning out at this point. She is already hurt badly. I can feel her hands shaking, still shaking. It's beyond the point that either of us alone can handle. I let go of Olivia's hand, watching as she takes back her hand and settles it against her chest. I hook a nearby chair leg with my foot and drag the seat closer. Close enough that I can sit down right next to the baryonyx. Inko, I find that being next to her like this makes it easier for what I'm about to say. Breathe in, breathe out. Meeting her eyes once again, I speak my honest thoughts. Mr. Yadikin can help Olivia. Her teeth grind together, as though contemplating mauling my face off. Please, hear me out. I want to trust you, Inko, but I'm just scared that Yadikin will hate me forever for this. He's the only one that's ever felt like my worth. He's the only one that's ever made me feel like my art is worth something. I can't lose him. Look, we can get you out of this. Of course, Yadikin will understand, even go to bat for you. And if you're the one to speak up, it means you're the one getting back at Mia. She won't have power over you. I can't just give it all up like this. How can I trust you with my entire future? You have nothing to lose. I have everything. Well, that's not that nice, but can you trust Yadikin? Will he really just let that happen? Mia has no reason to not throw you under the bus. Does he? Of course not. Mr. Yadikin he's the only teacher that's never given up on me. I'm here with you too. You're not alone, Olivia, but you need to accept our help. Please. And just like that, it's wrapping around to like what Ben said about how, her biggest problem is that she feels the need to do everything for herself because she needs to compensate. She hates the idea of everybody taking care of her. But we have to kind of break through and say, hey, you have people around you that love you, that will help you. This is brilliant. Why is it that this simple, stupid visual novel about dating an alligator has like more realistic and better like emotional and character writing than most AAA games in the past 5 years? I like Baldur's Gate 3, but geez, like I care way more about these characters than I ever did about Shadowheart or whoever else is in Baldur's Gate. Olivia looks me in the eyes for a few seconds before sharply snapping her face downwards. Her body then begins to quiver, almost as if she's trembling, as she trembles with a mixture of cold and fear. Olivia, I get up from my chair and reach out to grasp her shoulder to try and comfort her somewhat. It's okay. I'm here for you. Olivia's shaking lessens, giving me hope that my words were starting to reach her. But not 2 seconds after those thoughts crossed my mind, Olivia's shaking resumes once again. The shaking's followed by sniffling, at which point I noticed tears rolling down Olivia's snout and falling right into her lap. Before I can finish my words, Olivia lunges forward and wraps her arms around my abdomen, bringing me forward and burying her face into my stomach. At which point, she begins to let out what I can only describe as a pain-filled wail. At first, I'm left utterly frozen in place, hands raised and eyes wide. Nothing in my life has ever prepared me for a situation like this. No, Inko, you know what to do. I place my hand on Olivia's other shoulder and slowly take a single knee, bringing me to eye level with her.
More hugs! Yes!
Then, without saying a word, I tighten my embrace, allowing my arms to wrap around her neck as her arms wrap around my neck as I wrap my arms around hers. My waist is pulled closer, too, by her boa-like tail that's become an impromptu belt harnessing me to the Gator Girl. There is a distinct thumping on my chest, rhythmic and relaxing. Realization that it's her heart sets my face ablaze, but also brings a smile to my lips. I close my eyes and let myself become lost in the warmth of Olivia's embrace. When we break apart, I check on our time limit. My phone still says there's still 20 minutes before school's out. Hopefully, Yadikin has a free period right now. You ready? Olivia gives a small nod. I get up and start towards the door. At which point, Miss Prockling busts through the door, Coach Sully with a dodgeball in hand, going, "You just told me you shat yourself. I didn't smell nothing. I think you lied to me. You missed all of class, you asshole." The door held open with the back of my shoe. I look back to her. As Olivia wheels over, she grunts with each push. Oh crap, I'm an idiot. Once she reaches me, Olivia gives me a very meaningful look. Though I don't really get it, it's her intent till her tail wraps itself around my wrists. Oh, right. Taking Olivia's reins for her, we start towards our art teacher's room in companionable silence. The art room looks exactly like this room. There's only like 2 classroom backgrounds they have for this whole game. Man, I can't wait to just go home and relax. Maybe open a bag of chips. Olivia's tremoring has fallen to a 2 on a Richter scale, so that's nice. She's eager. She's seen enough Mia to last a while. Then again, so have I. She'd probably kill us if she saw us sneaking off. We're near the end of it all. It's nearly over. It's the first bit of quiet that we get. Just the sounds of Olivia and I walking through the halls. Olivia's gripping my wrist pretty hard. Guess she's still pretty tense. So maybe there's a massage place around here. That'd be pretty nice, right? No, wait a second. Just the sounds of Olivia and I walking through the halls. Something ancient awakens in me. An icy chill races down my spine as if there's a knife poised just behind my neck. The Gator Girl tenses, her head stiffly turning. Her pupils slowly shift to mine, and their contraction to pinpoints bring attention to the danger my ancestral instincts are warning me of. Sup. You two trying to run a fight or flight. Reflexes kick in. Zero thought on my end. My body chose to just book it. We get an animation, too. Oh, jeez. Hell yeah, we get some animation in this one. Wham! For a moment, I wonder if the deafening noise of the metal doors being hit is from Mia punching it in rage or accidentally slamming into it after chasing us. When I catch you, I will eviscerate you and every last thing you love. Fuck! The elevator finally begins its ascent downwards. I exhale deeply. Olivia gasps for breath. Aw, she looks so sad. My arm stings from Olivia's razored grip. Good thing I have a jacket. Her claws have shredded the sleeve. I think it may have even drawn blood. I shake my arm a bit. Olivia retracts her hands apologetically. Sorry. Oh, God. Are you okay? No, I'm not. What happens when we reach the bottom? Mia will be there waiting for us. Olivia removes the key from its slot. It won't open. Just don't make any noise. The elevator reaches the bottom. Just as Olivia said, without the key, the outmoded chamber simply powers down. Silence. There's a small gap under the door letting light in. There's nobody there. We sit in the dark, empty cabin for what feels like minutes. Are we just going to wait in here till she gets bored? I'm pressed close to Olivia while we wait it out. I can feel her tail wrap around my ankle, which thankfully won't rip my clothing apart. The phrase 7 minutes in heaven surfaces in my mind and is buried immediately, because this is a clean Christian game. It's a bit warm in here. Shh. Heavy, rapid footsteps zone in on us, accompanied by the sound of ripping paper. Mia's destroying everything on the walls. You fuckers better still be in there. If you cowards run away, so help me rapture Jesus. She's right in front of the door. I hear her heavy breathing and soft thuds as she attempts to put an ear to the door a few times. I try to stay as silent as possible, but I'm afraid that the homicidal parasaur can hear my heart hammering in my chest as my in pants crapping horror. Mia, with no intention to vent her frustrations verbally, resorts to the next best thing, physical therapy. We're surrounded by the sounds of ripping paper, dented lockers, and drywall fracturing. On occasion, something hits the elevator door again. Olivia and I don't dare move. I hear other voices. Mia's drawn attention to herself. Who the fuck are you looking at? Do you want one less horn? Find someone, quick! I fucking swear, I've had it with that fucking luggage case on wheels. Good luck painting when you're eating through a straw, bitch legs, crock a cunt. Wow. Olivia takes a sharp breath. Silencio. What was that sound? It sounds like a series of sharp cracks. Hey, whoa, hey, it's all cool. It's not what it looks like. It's rapid footsteps echo from down the hall. Is she gone? What the hell could have scared Mio like that? There's a light knock at the elevator door. Hey, anyone in there? He sounds exhausted, but it's definitely Yadikin. By now, my eyes have adjusted to the light. Olivia's relief is palpable and shared, my body relaxing and practically melting against the wall of the tiny elevator. We're going to have to tell Yadikin. It's safe to come out. It's all clear. It looks like a stick of dynamite went off here, but otherwise it's fine. I look at Olivia, who stares at the key in her hand. She moves to unlock the elevator, but hesitates. I think our teacher is able to sense it, since his tired voice carries the weight of his worry. Everything will be okay, I promise. But she doesn't put it in, she just stares. You don't know that. Olivia whispers softly. I can barely make it out. God, please. Putting that key in and opening up means telling Yadikin everything. There's no way Mia's letting this slide. Nothing's a safe bet. Nothing can be said for sure. She can't do nothing. She can't do anything either. So she looks to me, as if I'd had an answer. The key is offered to me, delicately held between two of her claws. Okay. Another decision. Save. I'm gonna take the key. What happens if I don't? My hands cup hers, eliciting a small gasp from the girl. Even with the darkened lenses of my shades, I can make out her moon-silver eyes filled with all the worries of this past month. Worries she'd endure because of our friendship, and possibly more. Inko. My fingers curl softly, pushing the key back into her palm. My lips move, but no sound comes out. He'll understand, Olivia. Either from my unspoken words or my comforting grip, Olivia is able to gather her courage. We share a simple nod, and her hand finally moves to the panel. Oh, okay. We helped her do it herself. With the key inserted and twisted, the dark room shudders briefly before the metal door finally starts to slide open. We're greeted by the sight of our teacher looking very haggard, his brow slick with sweat, and holding some strange black rod. Olivia reels back at the sight of the odd baton. Thanks for saving us, Mr. Yadikin. Don't thank me just yet. I'm going to need an explanation for all of this. So is Principal Scalar, for that matter. He steps aside and motions us out of the elevator with a wave of the broad stick. Come along now. Give the janitors some time to take care of the mess. Holy shit, it looks like Mia tried to destroy everything within her reach in the hallway. On the ceiling, a pipe is leaking water intended for fountains and toilets. Jeez. A group of dinos in overalls round the corner looking absolutely pissed. Our teacher waves at them and begins escorting us to his room. All the adrenaline has faded now, and I can feel the acute pain in my arm. Olivia's hand reaches back behind her head to the arm she had grabbed, and her fingers delicately loop around the spot. I want to see what happens if we just take the key, if it's going to be the same thing. Take the key. Alright, let's get this over. We've come this far. Time to end it. I've had all about whatever. By the looks of it, so is Olivia. She's been dealing with this much longer than me, so it's time for me to carry my own weight here. The least I can do is take that final step for her. Even if she doesn't trust Yadikin, she trusts me. She doesn't trust Yadikin? That doesn't sound right. But it can't be anything else. It's just that. Enough nonsense. I take the key and move to slide the key in the panel. No, I think that was the wrong answer. Fuck it. We're going back to this one. She looks back, her mouth shut tightly, but her sympathetic eyes telling me she's sorry. I nod back with a comforting smile. Sure, it hurt, but I knew she didn't mean it. We look forward again to the door of Yadikin's classroom. Olivia sighed and resigned herself to explaining everything to our teacher. Olivia looked ready to collapse. She had taken the better part of an hour explaining Mia's extortion in full detail to Mr. Yadikin. I grab Olivia's canteen and hand it to her. I'm going to take a sip from my canteen, too. She greedily chugs the entire thing, gasping after rubbing her sore throat. It was hard to get a read on what our teacher was thinking. His brow was furrowed, his fingers steepled, and he was muttering to himself. Finally, with a deep sigh, he stands from his desk and looks at the exhausted girl. I had a feeling something was going on, but to this extent, you should have come forward sooner. I know, but we're here now, aren't we? Fair point. Still, I'm concerned that you thought nobody would notice. I didn't think anyone would care to look. Those assignments go through dozens of eyes, you know. What do you mean? Your style, Olivia. I saw it from a mile away and was just waiting for you to talk to me. You knew? Why didn't you say anything? I wanted it to come from you. Don't worry. I'm not going to lecture you. Raptor Jesus knows you've had enough of that already. I would say I want to see what Raptor Jesus looks like, but I think that would be a bit too blasphemous. It is nice that they do have Raptor Jesus in this world, because we do have at our friend Damien's house, there is a very visible cross on their wall, which is pretty cool. So this is a wholesome Christian game. Don't worry, I'm not going to lecture you. I said that. I'm glad you two are okay. Yeah, I thought she was actually going to kill us. Mr. Yadikin shakes his head before He smiles softly at us. Have some faith in the faculty here. We do our best for you. No, don't trust teachers. From what I've learned of watching cartoons growing up in the early 2000s that show schools as a tyrannical nightmare full of horrible people that will do horrible things to you, showing it as this awful place, I realize now that those cartoons were completely and totally correct. Public school system is evil and awful and should be completely dismantled and most teachers fired and replaced. Have some faith in the faculty here. We do our best for you. With what we have on Mia now, we can justify watching her I think you should expel her like a hawk from here on. Anybody else she was harassing ought to thank you. Are you sure she's actually going to get in trouble for this? At this point, we'd look bad if we didn't punish Mia for this kind of behavior. That's a relief. Come on, you two can hunker here until school clears out. You sure? You're going to stay after like this, like always anyways, right? Yeah. The loud noise makes me stumble to the floor. We've just been tased. Mr. Yadikin! Whoops. Yadikin looks at the device in his hand. Is that a... Oh, we actually got tased. Shit. Is that a taser? There's a piece of tape with something written on it. Estrus Protocol. I'm sorry, what? Anyway, I'm going to run and get some things done. I have just tortured a student. I think we're even now. They're going to want my account on paper pretty soon. Might as well knock it out of the way. With no care at all, something is off with this guy. Mr. Yadikin chucks the electric weapon onto his desk before turning to his hallway. Before turning to his doorway. Don't burn the place down, alright? Alone, I go sit near the back of the classroom. Looking out the window, I finally let out a huge sigh I'd been holding in. Olivia rolls over to join me, and surprisingly, she's smiling. Aw, just the two of them. You were right, Inko. I could trust him. He comes back, the principal's there. You two are now expelled. Get out. We sit in silence, just looking out the window. When school's let out, we watch the crowd of students going home. I don't see me in the crowd, but that doesn't matter. I think, despite it all, Olivia's life is going to be just a bit easier after today. While students trickle out of the school, Olivia took the chance to unwind. I figured it'd be best to let her rest, as I saw her drooping eyelids finally shut. She looked... kawaii. Just napping idly in her wheelchair. Except for the weird bellowing. It was like a snore, except for I could feel it vibrating through the floor. With the clouds hiding the sun, then the classroom's lights turned off, I could do with some shut-eye too. But I can't bring my eyes closed. Instead, I look out the window. But we're not going to see it. The layer of clouds overhead suddenly grows more dense, casting a darker shade on everything. Light raindrops prick against the glass. Crap, I really should have brought my umbrella. As a few minutes go by, they roll in closer and closer, blocking out the sunlight. If Olivia was awake, she'd think this was pretty neat. I look back to her. Maybe I could nap too. Just a little. What was... Oh. My eyes are drawn upward to the heavy clouds in the sky. In moments, the glass of the window is assailed by numerous heavy droplets of rain. Holy guacamole! The trees outside are billowing almost aggressively. Several small branches are stripped away in the torrential downpour. An umbrella wouldn't help with this. Huh? What? My phone's blaring an alarm. So is Olivia. Instructions to shelter in place for several hours. The classroom door is thrust open quickly. Mr. Yadikin is back, panting hard and clothes drenched. He takes our moment of surprise to compose himself as best he can. I'm sorry about that. The faculty is doing a sweep of the campus right now. Apparently there's a monsoon scare right now. Monsoon? Does that happen here? Yadikin gestures to his drenched outfit and out the window as if to ask if Mia had clocked me in the head after all. Right. Are we gonna be alright? Oh, of course. Schools are designated shelters for the worst disasters. Yeah, sure. If anything, you're safer here than at home. But the hallway outside is open, isn't it? I just finished putting the cover up. A cover? Just keep close to the wall, yeah? What do we need? What do we do now? Vatican shakes his phone at us. Shelter in place. We're all stuck here for a few hours. Olivia reaches in her bag and pulls out her drawing and a well-used pencil. Actually, why don't you use this time to catch up on some schoolwork? I'm sure you have some work for the class is still pending, and I can't think of a better time to tackle that than now. But today's been rough. Can't I do this or finish my nap instead? That's fine too, but aren't you falling behind grade-wise in some of your other classes? Maybe. Fine, I'll catch up with some of that work. Yadikin gives a single nod and smiles. I think we'll try and stream for at least 3 hours today, so. Olivia puts away her notebook, her drawing materials, and instead pulls out her bulky mathematics book, which she sets on the table with more force than necessary, followed by her notebook. Her tetradi, as it is in Russian. With some hesitation on her part, Olivia sets herself to work. Well, meanwhile, I bring myself closer to her in case she wants some help with the work. After a few minutes, it's clear that her mind and spirit isn't into the work. One bit, she constantly fidgets, taps her pen on the table, and looks around the room and out the window. Eventually, she lets out a groan and slams her book shut. Oh, this sucks. Can't I please do something else? Yadikin, who's been busying himself with grading some paperwork, snaps up away from his work, looking at Olivia while rubbing his chin. Well, there is one other thing you could help out with. Would need both of your help with it. Could even consider a new extra assignment. What do you say? I don't know. Today's been pretty rough on Olivia. Absolutely, I'll do it. Alright. Wonderful, it's back here. He starts walking to the back of the room and waves for the two of us to follow him. Whoa, something in the dark room. Oh man, I thought we wouldn't get to do anything in there until the last few weeks of the semester. Are we going to be getting a head start on this section? Maybe we'll be making prints or learning about C41 and... Huh? Oh, Olivia's poking my back. Quit with the cinematic gait. You're going too slow. Oops. I shake the excitement off and head into the dark room. Yadikin holds the door open for the two of us to enter. The inside glows a vibrant crimson light. Yadikin's suit appears to light up in the red lights, and so does my shirt. I've actually only been in a dark room once before. This is so cool. I clasp my hands together. So what are we developing? This is an important job just for you. Alright, I'm ready for it. What am I developing? Your lower back. There's a click of the switch and the red light switch to normal lights and properly illuminate the room. There's boxes over there and I need one at each station around the room, but they're too heavy for me. If you can, of course. Legally I can't make you do any of this. Do I at least get extra credit? You get one of those bags of chips I keep hidden in my desk. Worth it. Fine. Nice. Come on, Olivia, we should clear the way for him. There actually is something in the box we'll need in a bit. The two move back to the entrance, and I'm faced with the myriad boxes I'll have to carry. Looks like there's about 10. They're pretty medium-sized, like you could fit a table lamp in them. How heavy could they... Ugh. Thud. Lift with your knees and go. Yep, this is true. You lift with your legs, not your back. This is gonna suck. I look at Olivia. She already has her phone out and pointed my way. Damn it. I shift my legs and try again. I actually managed to get this thing off the ground. This must weigh at least 70 pounds. What are these loaded with? Bricks? Something like that. Careful, they're fragile. Finally, I get the last box in its place. I pick a chair and collapse in a heap. My muscles are on fire. Though to be honest, I don't know if I could have done all that at the beginning of the year. I guess I'm getting stronger. Yadikin walks back into the dark room with a small black toolbox. Oh good, you're done. Come out and take a breather. That looks tough. I'd rather stay here. Olivia shows up in the doorway behind Yadikin. I'm surprised you didn't use the dolly. What dolly? This does not look like a dark room. This just looks like an industrial hallway. I don't want to be reminded more of work when I'm at home on a Sunday. Before you get started with me and go, you didn't ask. For the love of I hate you. That's the spirit. Olivia stifles her laughter into a snickering snortfest. Your mood will improve when you see just what you've been carrying. Oh? He grabs a box cutter from the shelf and slices the top of one open. Our teacher pulls out what looks like a large overhead lamp from the box. Oh, sweet. So that means that you'll be making your own prints for midterms. That sounds awesome. Oh man, I can't wait to... Before any of that, these need to be assembled. The rest of the parts are taken from the first box and set down meticulously. Olivia's gotten curious as she's rolled up to the station and handling one of the funnier looking pieces. Anywho, here you two go. Wait, 2? Yes, 2. Don't think I didn't notice you watching Inko so much. The stammering denial from Olivia does nothing to wipe the cheeky grin from our teacher's face. But what about you, Mr. Yadikin? I'll be right back. He makes his way to the door again. Get started without me. I need to go fetch some things. Before either Olivia or I can speak up, he's left the room. Olivia already has the toolbox open on her lap. Alright then. I grab the folded up instructions and lay it out, seeing the details of the bizarre device fully assembled. Okay, so, thunk. Step 1. Hand me the next piece. Oh, did I scare you? Yes, you scared me. These things are heavy. What if you dropped that on something? I didn't, though. But you could have. And I didn't. Olivia's tail reaches for some brackets, but I grab the limb before she can take them. You just grabbed onto her tail. This should be like a big event or something. Hold on, we gotta do things right or the enlarger might not work right. She retracts her tail from the table. You're no fun, it's just an oversized lamp. That's a gross oversimplification. You're a gross oversimplification. Got him! Yadikin's gonna make you use the one you break. Just means I can sketch more, right? Well, it'd mean you can't participate or learn about photography. Photography's your thing, so it doesn't really apply to me much, does it? Well, maybe that's the case for you, but photography's my thing. It's the whole reason I took this class, after all. Oh, sorry. It's nothing. Olivia politely rests her hands in her lap. Her eyes linger on the box of parts. Well, how does it work then? The print enlarger? She shakes her head. Photography. Like, why the giant lamp thing? It's all digital today, right? Huh. I think that's the first time someone's actually asked me about it. Sure, I've had lots of mid-shower rehearsals explaining my hobbies and their cultural significance to others, but none of that's coming to me right now. It's all about shot composition, and this machine is part of the production of it. Getting the right things in the right places at the right time to evoke a certain feeling. Composition is a thing in painting too, you know. I'm ill-prepared for Olivia's comeback. Yeah, but it's a lot easier to pick the composition you want. You don't have to worry about any other factors than yourself. With photography, you have to build the set to get a good photo. That's the fun of it. But why would you want to limit yourself like that? Why not just draw whatever you're taking a picture of instead? You can express all kinds of things you never express with a photo. Olivia taps a claw on the imager, the metallic ping echoing in the small room. What sets all this junk apart from just lines on a page? The technique and vision. She smirks at my petulant comment. Fine, I'll show her. I'll prove to you that this takes skill. I hold the lighting portion up, making sure it's at the right angle, and fasten the last portion of the enlarger in. I plug the machine in and flip the switch, happy that it works right, and it lights up the entire base. Olivia looks at me with confusion as I move to the entrance of the room and flick the light switch, bathing the room in a bright red again. Going back to our workspace, I pull the developed negatives from my backpack and slide the slot I want into the carrier. And ta-da! The negative carrier in place in the machine, a blurry gray blob is projected onto the base. What? Give me a minute. I hold the manual under the light to the side of the blob and checking which knob is which and slowly turn them. As the lens and billows shift, the Rorschach test transforms, gaining more and more definition until I'm starting to just kind of lose any interest. I mean, I get it that it's cool to learn about photography, but I don't care. Until it becomes a spinning image of the school's front entrance. I can even do this. I take out the negative and place another atop it, before sliding the carrier back in, while also increasing the strength of the light. The image displayed is now the entrance of half dozen semi-transparent students in front of it. What did you do? I overlapped another shot. The backgrounds are the same and doubled up, so I had to intensify the light, otherwise the entrance would be too dim. So, that would take me a few minutes to do tops. It'd look a lot better too. She smirks, but I think she's feigning her apathy this time. Her apathy. Her tail gives her away. It's a lot more technical, I guess, but I only knew how to do this kind of stuff from Mr. Yadikin's lectures about negatives. What else can you do with this thing? I don't know, but what's that smell? Oh shit! I pull out the negative carrier and wince at how hot it is. Crap, shit. Olivia's quick to rip the plug from the socket. With my sleeve, I open up the carrier and see that I've managed to melt the two negatives together. Oh man, I was gonna use that. All that work, and I go and mess it up trying to prove something. Olivia's never gonna let me live this down. The green Gator girl lays a sympathetic hand on my shoulder to my surprise. Hey, shit happens. I've ruined a lot of paintings in the past, too, you know. She takes the reels from the warm metal plate and holds them to the red light, trying to see through them. And you've got more shots on this thing. But I like those shots. Then go retake them. It's not that easy. It has to be the exact same time and weather and... Lighting? The abrupt darkness coincides with the vague ambient sound of the ventilation shuddering to a halt. The blackness is all-encompassing. I can't even see Olivia, who I know is right next to me. Inko? Her voice helps me confirm that we're still alive in some fashion. But there's a shakiness in her tone. I'm just gonna stretch real quick. Everybody should stand up watching this. Sorry about that. I needed to stretch. There's a shakiness in her tone which sends a tense rattle down my spine. Our breathing is the only noise. It's as if we'd been encapsulated in a void of nothingness. I'm still here. I know that. I plant my head down to brace her snoot, feeling the still warm metal of the enlarger base. I'm gonna go get something real quick. I'll be right back. I'm back. I the enlarger base, but larger base, but yeah, I guess the school lost power. Yeah, I guess the school lost power. Yeah. I feel something cover my hand, and then squeeze. How lewd. Painfully. Ow, 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 ow. Sorry. The pressure lessens, but she doesn't let go of my fingers. No, it's fine. There's a subtle shake in the scaly limb in my hand, but when I brush my thumb across it, the limb eases. Hey, stop that. Stop what? Just stop that thing you're doing with your hand. I shrug. And then want to slap my face when I realize that she can't see that. Alright. Standing here in the darkness of the darkroom isn't getting us anywhere. We should go find Wham! Olivia, Inko. Olivia and Inko both say, aha! My instincts kick in. I hop back to make space between us and the killer. I turn my back to them to become a defensive wall. I wrap my arms around Olivia's head to make sure she's 100% protected. Hey, it's me, Mr. Yadikin. It took a bit to find a flashlight, but with how this room is, I look up to see the shining white pterodactyl pointing the flashlight at his own face. Oh. Get off me, you geek. Oh no, she's turned British for a moment. Any charm she had is now gone. Oof. Look, I'm not paying you two to get frisky in the closet. That's what Trigham's class is for. You're not Mr. Yadikin holds up a pale hand, his grin widening. Relax, I'm just joking around. He leans against the doorway to get a better look at inside the dark room with his flashlight. Power's out for the whole block, and apparently our backup generator is decades old and is only keeping the AC on. Someone should get fired for that. Come on, we can wait it out in the studio. Olivia follows me out into the main classroom as we trail slowly in Mr. Yadikin's wake. The slow sounds of his gait sets a nice contrast to the rain lashing against the windows. Whoa, it's really coming down outside. Think it'll flood? It floods here? Sometimes the ground floor classrooms have carpet, you know. Used to have carpet, you know. Yadikin starts pulling something out of his desk, but it's too dark to see what. Look, don't remind me. That junk just sucked away half a year's funding. You ever try teaching people about watercolors without the freaking watercolors? It was ridiculous. I remember. I remember you were the most upset. Oh, and a bot is chatting. Hello. Alright. He sets some tiny tea lights down on one of the desks and begins lighting them. The tiny wicks are set alight with the tiniest of embers and providing the bare minimum of illumination for us to see. Won't those trigger the fire alarms? We should be fine. They're too small by themselves. Yeah, that's the thing is, historically, people did not carry around big torches or, like, huge bowls of flames when they wanted to light their houses. Typically, they would just light a lot of candles, because it would make a lot less make a lot less smoke, and they were cheaper and, you know, just all around better. That's what I would want to be in that would be a steady job back in like the Middle Ages, is if you were working as the candle maker. What are those for? Been saving them for a rainy day. We're going to be stuck for a while, so why not make it a camp out? Camping? I like the sound of that. Won't we get in trouble, though? It'd be trespassing, right? It's either this or try to get home in this storm. As if to illustrate his point, the weather decided to chime in. Besides, schools are usually made with sheltering in mind. There's all kinds of procedures for this, like bringing everyone to the gym and breaking out some really moldy cots. Olivia winces. Those haven't been replaced? Ha! Our budget has been in the red for years, Miss Halford. Part of why we're being scrutinized right now with that whole audit business. Anyways, we're the only ones left on campus, so I'm not going to go through all that trouble. So just relax for now. I've already called a taxi for the both of you. A taxi? Made the call as soon as the power went out. It's going to be a while. It's just going to be a while to get one ready and send it out. What do we do in the meantime? Our teacher has a wicked grin. You're not done with that homework, right? Haha, I'm only kidding. I'm kidding. Time and the storm carry on, yet things are surprisingly calm. Olivia pretends to focus on her work while I pretend to help her. But as soon as Mr. Yodikin starts sharing wild stories about previous semesters, a few years back somebody tried to take his hat right off his head. Let me tell you, I've never seen a shuttle fly that fast. That sounds appropriately violent. Either way, Olivia slowly loosens the facade of her productivity. I join her not long after. I still owe you for ruining your one coat last year. Oh, forget about it. I have dozens of them in my closet anyway. You too? The eerie ambiance from the blackout is quickly overridden by our combined laughter. Eventually, we run out of things to say and just wait quietly in each other's company. Yodikin slumps downwards in his chair. Whew, long day today. He glances out the window, still being assaulted by sheets of rainwater outside. Normally, I'm home by now, resting. You two mind if I relax a little here? It's your classroom, bro. No, go ahead. Thanks. He stretches behind him, cracking his spine against the groove of the chair. Olivia, I've been meaning to say. You're usually so quiet, reserved, isolated even. I've noticed you being more... Sorry. Been reading a lot. I've noticed you're being a bit more friendly recently. Huh? You think so? You've been in my classes all 4 years. Of course I would. Maybe I'm a bit old-fashioned, but it hurts me to see a student hurt themselves like that. When you're in the adult world, you'll see this all the time. Someone's in a rut, they'll tend to just stay there until their days blend together instead of lifting themselves up. Like they got all the time in the world, so I'm proud of you for making an effort, Olivia. Oh, Mr. Yadikin, don't be flustered. Be proud, Olivia. You've managed to form a friendship. Of course, I appreciate you extending an olive branch too, Enko. Me? It's no problem, Mr. Yadikin. Come on, school hours are over and you can drop the mister. It's not something to be thanking me for, is it? I'm just your friend. That is great to hear, though. You can't always navigate this world alone. Someone to keep company can really help. He can? More than you can, I imagine. Yadikin leans forward to place a hand over both of us. He just barely makes contact with Olivia's wrist when she winces and yanks it back. Shit. Olivia, are you alright? Ow, I'm fine. That just hurt. I was fine before, though. You've been trying to stay off that risk all day. Was it that bad? It was feeling better. I even helped build those doohickeys. The print enlargers? He covers his eye with one hand. Of course, great move. Student's been overworking herself, and I think to give her extra physical work. What am I doing? It wasn't your fault. I didn't want you to worry. I had no idea how bad it was. He leans forward again, gently holding Olivia's wrist, inspecting it and being careful not to cause any pain. You need to take care of yourself, Olivia. If something were to happen, I know you'd be completely beside yourself. I know. I know you were doing extra work, but how did it even get this bad? It was a lot of extra work. Oh, yeah, her wrist is all cramped. doing a whole group's assignments on top of my own for the last 3 weeks, basically all my free time. It's great practice. Hold on a second. At least that's what I was telling myself. At least that's what I was. Olivia does her best to hide her wincing as the teacher tests her arm. I never would have made it to graduation, all because of that painting you switched. He shakes his head and lets go of Olivia. No, it goes further than that. That painting was all because of the pain you've been going through all these years. All because of that first contest entry hanging. Yes, we know. Hanging in the gala. Your first venture into the art world. And it went how it did. Olivia looks down at her hand, stretching the fingers out and in, slowly. Carefully. My hand moves without a thought, fingers taking her hand to carefully to help in some way or another. You and that painting. Our teacher palms his face and groans into it. It's a genuinely good piece, Olivia. I've told you that so many times. She locks up, but manages a small nod. What a horrible chain of events. I had to witness it all these years. Watched it as it's taken your friends, your self-worth. That little smile you had when you first came into my class. And now it's ruining your health. He gently lets go and covers his own eyes again. And I really just sat here and watched it. I was just talking about how people act like they have more time than they have. Yodikin? Are you alright? I'm super. I'm more than okay. In fact, I've made up my mind about something. You. Take her to the gala, please. There's something I want you two to see. No words, just do it, please. Olivia, what are you going to show us? He stops at the door. Something you should have seen a long time ago. Ellipses. My shoes slosh noisily through the flooded... it's flooded. Flooded hallway as we head slowly back to the main building of the school. Olivia had used her arms to tuck her legs onto her seat, her head now resting on her knees. Yodikin didn't seem to care, each of his steps splashing water around and soaking his slacks. The drains on the floor are working overtime to keep the water at a minimal level. An unsettling feeling washes over me as we enter the atrium, the interior of the school pitch black from the lack of lighting. At least we aren't dealing with wet floors, but navigating the halls in the dark is a new difficulty. Olivia brought out her phone, using its flash as a light to shine our way, but I'm still unnerved. The only sound I hear is the squelches of my shoes and the awkward dripping from both Olivia and I. It was then that I realized that Yodikin had left us behind. Mr. Yodikin? Her voice bounces down the dark halls of the school. Did you see where he went? Kinda, I think he went that way. I can just make out Olivia's hand pointing to her phone. Towards the school offices. I keep pushing Olivia, though taking my time as I feel my shoes threaten to slip with each step I take. It's slow going. Between the eerie darkness and my slow steps, what should have taken us a minute at most takes us about 3 minutes for us to arrive at the gala. Well, we're here. The storm rages against the glass ceiling. What's normally the source of the hall's natural lighting is completely obscured by the typhoon. And there's still no sign of Yodikin. I withdraw my phone to turn its flashlight on too in hopes to improve the situation. I can hear something else aside from us in the rain. Something that's getting closer. A tiny red light in the distance with the sound. The tiny ember bounces and sways in rhythm with the odd tapping until... What? What? Oh no. Oh no. I'm frozen for a second. The thought forces its way through me. He would never hurt us. Yeah, they can. What are you doing? Something is kicked aside. It's Olivia's painting from the art contest a few weeks back. It smacks loudly against the glass casing of the display case. These are the ones, yeah? What? I'm ignored. Olivia's staring right at Olivia. She's also struck fearful, but she nods. Yadikin takes a deep breath and faces the display. What are you going to do with that? Hey, Yadikin, wait, this is a bit extreme, isn't it? Oh, jeez. I love that expression. Ha! Ha ha! Olivia, it's gone. Both of them. This should have been done long ago. Yeah. Yadikin, it's crazy. I know. What about the other things in the case? Who fucking cares? Those students graduated ages ago. You know how many still do art? None of them. If they're collateral, so someone else can, fine by me. But Olivia, you've got no other big paintings now, do you? She shakes her head. That's a shame. Look what I just did. I can make another. Yes, that's what I need to hear. You make me so proud to hear that. Do you remember in sophomore year when you challenged me to think of something I wanted to do and set a goal to do it? Of course. I couldn't think of anything back then. But there has been one thing I've been wanting to do for a while now. And it's like you said, some company could really help. Olivia grips my hand just a little tighter. No, she doesn't. Promise me not to laugh? Never. Would you mind asking me again, Yadikin? Sure. I believe it was, if you could leave right now and go do anything you wanted, what would you want to do? Anything at all. Yep. I want to go see a fountain and paint it for you. Fucking brilliant. There's a fountain here. There's a park not too far from here, and you could barely see a fountain in the center of it from the window. You can see it right now in the storm, but I want to go there. You can't see it right now in the storm, but I want to go there. I think I know of it. The one in Stig Equestrian Park. That's wonderful, Olivia. Yadikin stumbles a bit. I rush to give him a shoulder. Some shards of glass crunching under my feet. Ha! Good thing the power's out. No cameras up or anything. Won't you get in trouble for this? I'm always in trouble for something. No, ordinarily I just take the hit, especially for something like this. That Mia chick can take the fall. To hell with her, based. Olivia manages another small smile. I'm looking forward to that painting. You better get it to me. I will. And you better help. Of course. Yadikin motions for us to wait by the school's entrance. For a while, we sit there. Do you have one, Vatican? Do you have something that you want to do? I'm already doing it. No, really. Really? Teaching high school is a great job that nobody ever regrets. You should pose that question to Inko here. All this character development and he's barely said a word. Alright, Inko, what about you? What do I want to do? Huh. If I could pick anything, I guess... Well, we know what we're gonna pick. A more ambitious dream, I can get behind it. It's a bit unimaginative. That's just hater talk. Should probably look into the how and not the what. Like you would know, I can totally do it. Is that what we picked? Sure thing, Mr. Successful. Your blog doesn't even have 10 followers. You looked me up? Yeah, got bored. You can at least follow me if you're gonna cyberstalk me. I'll follow you when you make good content. Ooh, called out. I feel called out. That's why nobody watches this stupid Twitch channel. But no, Also, I don't want to talk about it. Also, your interpretation of Godzilla you copied from a video essay sucks and you should feel bad. I copied Yadkin's motion with the axe and karate chop Olivia's leg. I didn't feel that, jackass. Well, I guess some banter is a form of motivation as well. Sounds like you have quite the promise to uphold now, Inko. Boo! Even with the disses being thrown around, what stood out most was the grin on Olivia's face. Between the staccato of rain and the uproarious laughter, time seemed non-existent. I could feel the muscles of my face ache, brought on by bouts of laughter and grinning, which made the taxi's arrival so disappointing. As we were escorted out to the parking lot, our mirth was replaced by something more. Calm, comfortable, and easy quiet that let my thoughts wander, back to the things that we said to each other. Back to what our tarot teacher had said. Navigating the world alone. For all the time I spent around Olivia and her friends, it never really occurred to me that she'd harbor something like loneliness. I mean, Damien alone is a wild crowd composed of a single madman. And Liz, she's practically the group's nanny or something. The driver of the yellow van leans into his horn, and I can feel a baleful leer on me even through the haze of fog and raindrops. Olivia draws her hood up, and I hold my jacket above my head. With a final look at Mr. Yadkin, we thank him. No need for thanks. Seeing my students grow and prosper into adulthood is all the reward this old fossil needs. With a wave, he sends us off into the rain, to the irate taxi man's van that yells us about burning his gas. Well, Olivia works to get herself situated in the cab. I turn back. Mr. Yadkin is sagging, meandering back into the building. Oi! Hurry up! Right. It's been about a week since the typhoon. The days were surreal with how things just realigned with the old schedule. Yadkin was serious when he told Olivia to keep off that risk. He effectively banned her from painting until it got better. Meaning all week I have been doing our work as a group. It was exhausting. But today I'm pretty excited. For the first time, Olivia is actually joining me on the metro. Usze via metro. Gdzie stacja? Gdzie szkoła stacja? We're headed for the city. It's going to be a bit of a trip. For the last several nights, Olivia has been using my inbox to store sketching ideas while her wrist heals. On Thursday, she even attempted sending a few left-handed sketches, but gave up after the third or malformed rat. Then Liz sent a game-changing invitation through our group chat. Her uncle has some business in the city, and he told her she can go do something with the time since it's her car. So she's invited the rest of us to join her for lunch at a fancy place. It's got us pretty thrilled. It's got me pretty thrilled. Olivia understood the order to stay off her hand, but that doesn't make her less manic about wanting to get back into painting. Why'd you agree if you don't want to go? Well, a trip to the city won't suck so bad if you're here. Aww. She's so cute. Even if I really, really want to start that painting. You're almost done healing. It won't be much longer. I know it. But Yadakin said you should at least wait for Monday. Yeah, that too. Besides, I don't want to be around Damien while he's... Ugh. Poor guy looked positively miserable when I picked Olivia up. He was pale and shaking. The floor between his feet was left bubbling after a particularly powerful sneeze. Has it ever been that bad? It happens like once a year. The reason we don't share a room. One moment he's fine, the next he's inebriated. This car is weird. You ride this every day? Yep, this is even my seat. Right next to the folding accessibility seat. What, did you start accounting for me before we'd even met? Maybe I did. She mouths something and rolls her eyes, but there's a clear smile after as she goes back to watching the passing buildings. Compared to a car ride together, this felt a little more intimate. Even if there are more people in close proximity, none of them paid us any mind. Just Olivia and I. Several stations later, the metro grinds to a halt at our stop. Alright, you ready? Yep. Olivia shoos my hand away when I go to help her out the metro. We step out into the chilled air of the city. I'm already getting goosebumps. That cold front is really making itself known. We should find Liz quick before Olivia starts shivering. Are you seeing a long, big green neck anywhere? None that I know of. Great. That sounds awesome. We look around through the alleyway into the closest shops. Maybe she's in the bathroom. I'd wait, but I don't want to make Olivia wait out in the cold. Did we go to the wrong stop? Just text her already. Crap, right. I'm dumb. What the hey? Where'd you go? Ah, there she is. A moment later, her head ropes out the door of a nearby coffee shop, followed by the rest of her.
Hey, Inko, glad you guys could make it.
Yeah, just got confused. Didn't know you'd be in the cafe there.
Really, I've been in there the whole time. I messaged Damien and went in to escape the cold and... Where's Damien?
Oh man, he got nasty sick right before we left. He couldn't make it.
But... is he fine?
He'll be fine, I think.
Okay, alright. Well, that just throws a wrench into all my plans now, doesn't it?
We can still have fun without him, right?
Yeah, I know.
It was just that you like him, don't you?
I was hoping between the four of us, it'd be like a double date.
Huh? I mean, we're on a holding hands basis now, so I think, you know.
Yeah, Damien and me and you and Inko. All together for a fancy lunch.
Liz, Olivia and I aren't...
Oh, I'm sorry, just assumed. Boy, this is embarrassing. Whole day seems like everything is going wrong for me.
It's fine.
Yeah, well, we can still have a good time. I'm still having lunch with friends.
Yeah, who are they?
I'm sure you guys will love it too. Come on.
Liz leads us through the streets, pointing out our destination when it comes into view through the towering skyscrapers. The building is more akin to a narrow spike aimed skyward, with a large disc-like room built near the tip. And you see that space near the top? It's the restaurant. They built it in a way that the whole thing slowly... I've always wanted to go into one of those. So your view changes while you eat. You can see the whole city, the ocean, even the mountains. Whoa. I've gone here with my parents all the time when I was a kid, and I've always daydreamed about bringing friends and important guests there, and, well, you know, business type stuff. This'll be my first time on my own, well, you know. Yeah. You'll see, there's even a... Wait, hold it. We lost Olivia. We turn around to check on our errant Gator friend, who's a bit farther behind and grimacing. She comes slowly rolling in, fighting to hide the slight winces every time she pushes herself. Oh, sorry. It's fine. You sure you don't want help? I can manage on my own, please. Alright, you want to lead the way? Alright, it's that Space Needle looking place, right? She rolls ahead. Liz and I follow behind, continuing our conversation. The restaurant is an impressive spire, with the actual seating area 30 floors up or so up. After Liz verifies her reservation, we're let into a special elevator with a glass front. After a minute or so of rising above the city, we stop and the doors slide open to reveal the restaurant. It's a circular room with windows, with the seating by the windows and an inner ring for bars and the kitchen making up the center. We're back to the SimCity 4 music. Definitely a carefully crafted place. I wonder if it'd be the kind of place my parents would bring me to. A waitress greets us and leads us to the table by the windows. One of the seats closest to the window is moved so Olivia's wheelchair can fit by the table. She approaches the space and stops. I think she's afraid of heights. She's looking down, out the window. Can we switch seats? Afraid of heights? Shut. Alright. I oblige, shifting the seat over so she sits by the aisle. Quite the view, huh? I can see why it'd make you squeamish, Olivia. Heights also scare the living daylights out of me. What? Are you afraid of heights, Liz? Well, yeah, isn't everyone? What? That doesn't make any damn sense, Liz. Your head hangs 3 stories above your shoulders and heights doesn't scare you? Or heights scare you? Look, acrophobia is the irrational fear of heights, okay? So of course it doesn't make any sense, but still. Whatever, heights suck. We agree on that at least. So what do you think? It's very nice. I can see why you wanted to come here. Liz nods. My family usually comes here only once a year. Uncle Ferris has to remember to bring along a letter from the owner saying it's fine to let in. He's fine to let in, and they won't bring the whole tower down. Heh. What the hell is a bisque? It's a soup. Olivia's looking into the menus. Right, we're here to eat. Lobster bisque? It's a lobster tail and a creamy kind of soup. Then why not call it lobster soup? Bisque is a stupid word. Okay, she's losing points with me. I looked down at the menu myself. There's all your standard options between pastas, sandwiches, cuts of meat, some weird novelty things, but I actually like trying those. So I guess I'll have... a double tropical cheeseburger with pineapple sauce. I would try that. Chicken pizza, the chicken is the crust, entire leg of cow, carnivore section, same as with Olivia. Or a Volcaldera kebab. The wooden stake is even carved to look like the restaurant. I don't know if this is. I don't think every decision really is going to affect the ending. I'm gonna pick the burger. You sure?
Damn it!
Oh, is it the same for every single one of them? Lame. Okay, and that means we can choose anyone we want. You sure? With onion rings. If you want it, I'm buying. That's just her flashing the fact that she's rich. They serve breakfast all day, too. I'm going with the pancake platter. Liz waves a waitress over and we give our orders. Nostalgia pick? You got me. It takes me way back. She stares out the window. I look out at the horizon as well. The view has shifted a bit to show the mountains. We all look out for a long while. Maybe a little too long. Ordinarily, this would be around the time Damien would say something that kept the conversation going. Oh right, he's usually the one bringing us all together. Yeah, it's strange to think about, but Liz and Olivia aren't really more than acquaintances. But during lunch, it's Damien that always makes sure everyone else is included in the conversation. Nothing comes to mind. I don't think I'd make a good Damien. Un momento, por favor. Bojalista. I ring Damien up in the hallway. He's sick, yes, but hopefully he'll have something for me to use. If he picks up, please.
Yellow!
And as you can see, yeah, there is a nice, beautiful cross in the middle of their living room, so they are a good Christian family. Vinny, I want to talk to Damien.
Nah, he's out right now. Mom's with him in the backyard. He's puking his guts into a bucket.
Why?
Pest control guys buy it from us for $50.
What? Gross.
What do you want him for? I can tell him to come. I can tell him when he comes back in.
Oh, why not? I wanted to know how he always keeps our friend group so lively. Like I was considering small talk, just bringing up movies or something.
Ew, no. Movies suck. No one actually likes them.
What?
I played...
License drop here. Are they gonna get sued?
I played Fortnite. I'll turn it down so you can hear me.
I heard what you said. It was just dumb.
Was it?
Yeah. There's a pause for a moment.
Movies always sucked. Like they started in black and white without sound and they never really got any better.
Everyone's a critic.
Even when they quote-unquote peaked in the 70s, they only became barely watchable. You ever watched The Godfather?
Oh, see, this voice actually fits.
Dad made me watch that stuff and it just sucked.
No, you probably just didn't get it.
Dad explained the whole plot to me, ins and outs, and it was really just mid-trash.
That movie won awards. You can't just call it trash.
Yeah, it can. Movies are just trash genre of content. Even the best ones are usually just polished turds that waste your time.
Okay, then, what's a good movie? Oh, God.
Ever heard of Mr. Beast? How about Storytime Animations?
You've got to be kidding me.
I'm not. Any popular content on YouTube provides more value for your time than the classics that you old people fawn over, and it still sucks.
Those aren't even movies. Says the guy who watches video essays on movies he's never watched.
They move, and I watch them.
Not my point, you troglodyte. As if you could ever think of comparing that slop to likes of Star Wars, Godfather, Blade Runner 2049, the Joker movie.
Movies are a massive pile of doo-doo font. But even it can sometimes make something mediocre.
Those are billion-dollar franchises. Millions of people would disagree with this deranged nonsense. Shit. Oh my god, you little... Listen, you little chump. Next time I see you, I'm going to break your little neck like a wash rat. What? Who is this? Shit. Calm down, calm down. Kill him later. Nuts, I didn't get the advice. Olivia and Liz have thrown each other outside of the window. Whoa, alright? You alright? Your eye is twitching. I don't think I've ever been more angry in my life. What happened? I don't want to talk about it. I rub the tension from my face. Fine, I can be a good Damien all by myself. So, Liz? Yeah? You mentioned when we first met that you wanted to be an art dealer, getting the right people the right paintings, right? How's that going? Oh, it's going great. I just got accepted to Marshland U, actually. Oh, snap. Yeah, I finally got everything all worked out for myself. I'm gonna hit the ground running once I graduate. That's pretty cool. I'm still figuring things out. You too, right, Olivia? I only got short-term goals right now. But I'm interested in what Liz is talking about. Right. I'm sure it won't be a problem for Olivia to replace the stolen painting. But what was really annoying was having to contact the Treasury and Administration about the broken cabinet. I mean, what even happened? Whoever did it, I wish they could have dealt with Mrs. Scaler's neurotic tantrum the way I did. We're still finding glass shards all over the floor, and I get screamed at as if I'm the one responsible. Scaler needs to put the coffee mug down sometimes. Jeez. It's not a problem anymore. We've already ordered the new display and it should be installed next month. Oh, I got off track. What were we talking about again? The art dealing thing. The art of the deal. I'm actually interested. Oh, well, the plan is to be able to open up my own business. I'll start online and work my way up to having a physical location. Uncle Ferris, he's willing to help me figure out the legal part. I've already gotten a few connections. She just doesn't shut up, does she? Stop bragging, Liz. It's not polite. Some people that might be interested in being involved that run some pretty decent prices. For me, I mean. And I'll be selling my own works too. I've gotten even better at painting since the start of the year. Have you noticed? I think you have. Although since I'm no artist, I'll admit some of the details are probably lost on me. Liz nods. Maybe I'll buy one sometime. You'll give me a discount, right? Ha, maybe. Olivia, have you painted anything good recently? Just twist the knife. No. Oh, sorry. It's fine. Well, I got one I really want to be doing. Why don't you? Because I got dragged here instead. Dang it, Olivia. I mean, not that I'm mad. Liz looks like she wants to say something. The thought dies on her tongue. Yeah. The conversation and the tension, thankfully, gets interrupted as our food arrives. The social media influencer itches to take a photo of each plate. Yep, that's another way social media has ruined our lives, is that, you know, you can't just enjoy a moment anymore. You have to take pictures of everything and have it as part of your online persona. I'm guilty of this. Especially with how good the presentation is. Dang, I should have brought my camera along with me. Wait, I have my phone. Say, Olivia. I turned just to see her clamp her jaw on the hunk of meat, tearing it right off the bone. Never mind. How's it taste? She takes a moment to chew her food before sending it down the hatch, smiling as she gives me a greasy thumbs up. Liz chuckles from Olivia's good review as she lowers her head to get the first bite of her pancakes. Given that her neck is making movements equivalent to doing the happy dance. I'm guessing that the pancakes are good here. My view had changed again, and now having noticed, I could almost feel the slow rotation of the room. I savor my onion rings whilst watching the Volcaldera bluffs pan right by us, taking in the amazing view. My thoughts reach out for my camera, already calculating the restaurant's rotation with the proper settings to capture the full 360 panorama I could achieve. And a separate section of my mind recalls the other panoramic of the city I saw, the one that is now nothing more than shredded debris. Say, Liz, the Brachiosaurus takes a moment to respond as she attempts to cram her mouth or snout into her glass of water. Stupid glass, no straw. Yeah? Yeah? So you mentioned all about wanting to be an art dealer and be a part of that system. I guess could be cool if we worked together. Come again? I don't know, it just seems like a decent idea. No, I get you. Now it's Liz's turn to pause from her food, sit upright, and carefully tap the napkin on her closed lips. Maybe, but I don't think you'd want that, honestly. No, that'd be cool. I'd like that. Oh. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. Not sure? Yeah, I'm trying to get this whole thing off the ground on my own, without others' help. Like how you feel about your art stuff. That's different. The point is, it's important to me that my start is as self-sustaining as possible. But you just said you had connections and your uncle... Yeah, family and such, not, Olivia raises that iconic eyebrow. Friends? Or is it just me? Olivia, don't even start to make a scene. I have to do something. Olivia? Liz, come on, guys. Can't we just finish our lunch first? How am I making a scene, Liz? I'm just... Uh-oh. The two women are fighting. This is not going to be pretty. I'm just curious about your life for once. Well, not like this, then. I'd rather you go back to giving me the silent treatment. Oh, no. Oh, no. What have I done? What's your deal? Damien and Inko want us to be friends. Here I am, actually trying. And what? Am I not worthy enough for your stuck-up... Ugh. You didn't want my friendship before, or Damien's for years. It just sounds a bit like you want to be friends now because you can get something out of it. Don't say that. I want to be friends, just not like that. I thought things would start finally getting good. Olivia, there's lots of people less fortunate than you. You have the support of your friends, all the offers. You can't blame me if you just ignore both. Liz, Let me finish, please. I'm not mad. I envy you. I admit it. Anyone would. Effortlessly getting that attention and help. I hate it. I know, and I know it's wrong. But that's what I've been thinking for a while. I see all these things you have available to you all these years, and you just take them for granted. I think that's a wasteful way to live. Look, sorry, I appreciate you guys. After telling me how my face, how you'd rather be elsewhere, not here, but eating at my expense. She's mad. You know what, Olivia? This is the most nice I can do for you at the moment because you really don't deserve anything else. Liz. Liz claps a hand over her mouth. Olivia doesn't respond. She looks down at her plate. I'm going to use the bathroom. She pushes herself away from the table and through the aisle. Oh no. I'm sorry, Liz. I didn't mean to snap. That's alright. Once Olivia gets back, you can apologize. No, I don't think I can. After everything, I think I deserve that much. Good gods. The brief was just to get these two talking and have a good time. It's like a grenade was thrown into the table. Wow, I'm a terrible fucking Damien, let me tell you. Liz? Yeah? Why didn't it work? Why didn't what work? I know you two aren't on the greatest terms, so I tried to keep the conversation going, so it wouldn't get awkward and nobody would get left out, like Damien does. I feel like somehow this was my fault. But how? I did everything I was supposed to. I don't think you did anything wrong. Why does this never happen around Damien? Good question, I don't know. Liz picks at her plate, popping the yolk over her over-easy egg. She's probably not in the mood if I pushed any further, and said anything I wanted to say right now. Olivia wouldn't like me prodding now either. There's no options. I try to think of something to do, but nothing. I can't think of doing anything at all. Not without making someone uncomfortable, or worse, getting them mad at me. And I've never anticipated something like this happening. It's frustrating. I can't do anything, but I can't do nothing, obviously. Not if I want to smooth things over. Right now, Olivia's in the bathroom. She's actually just fooling around in the hallway. But the point is, these two are separated. I can work something out. Should I keep trying, then? I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable. I think I'd rather you didn't. Ooh. Well, we're gonna go find our Gator friend. A heavy breath escapes me as I stand from my chair. Excuse me, Liz. Her head tilts comically further than needed in question. I just wanted to check on Olivia. Oh! She waves me off as I turn away. Making my way through the restaurant, as a part of me marvels at how I don't even feel the room spin. Well, yeah, because it's spinning very slowly, and on Earth, which is spinning very fast, relatively speaking, you don't really feel it because gravity and the fact that we've always been spinning on Earth, so we don't really know anything else. But it just means it's also the Earth is really big. But it's just mental busy work to distract myself. After all, I have no idea what I'm going to say to Olivia. Hey, you don't have to say anything, my dude. Eiko? Well, I'm on the spot now. Hey, just came to see what you were doing. I thought I had more time to think about things, but instead of being by the restrooms, Olivia was... Why are you here by the bar? I wanted to see if they'd give me a mimosa. What? Mimosa, you know, like OJ and champagne. Olivia, you can't drink. Loser. What a square. Says you. She takes a long slip from a glass flute filled with orange liquid. I make to slap it out of her hand, but her tail stops me. I'm only joking, jeez. It's like you, Inko, a virgin. She grins at my scowl and continues sipping on her drink. Want some? But she holds out the glass to me with that smug smile of hers. Taking the flute, I can clearly see where her lips had touched it. Olivia looks to be leaning forward as I stare at the glass. Ignoring the heat in my cheeks, I tip the glass above me, carefully pouring some of the liquid into my mouth. Oh. This is just juice and ginger ale, Olivia. Handing her back the glass, for a split second, I thought I saw some disappointment in her eyes. Maybe I'm just seeing things now. With a shake of my head, I refocus. I came to check on Olivia and fix things between her and Liz. You okay, Olivia? Yeah, totally. Why wouldn't I be? Her eyes are wide open and yet not looking my way. Well, because of what Liz said. Oh. She sags in her chair. Olivia? No, yeah, that was... Her finger circles the lip of her glass as she thinks. I'm not hurt, just frustrated. She looks at her glass one final time and then downs the last quarter of it in a single swallow. Afterwards, Olivia sets it at the bar on top of a couple crumpled dollar bills. I mean, Olivia doesn't get it, Dinko. Maybe if she walked a mile in my shoes, she would, but I hate to see you guys go at it like that. Yeah. Maybe it's been a long time coming for me, but who cares? A long time coming. I know she's been a bit frustrated for a while. Probably been holding that in. Doesn't mean I want to hear it, though. All the time I've known her, she's just been so far ahead of me. You heard her yap about how her art's getting better and how many connections she has and how it'll get her $1 billion or whatever. I'm the better artist, but I don't even know how to start getting my crap together like that. I look at that chasm between us and it fills me with dread. It's just jealousy. I know it. It's just been getting worse every time she mentions getting further in life. Well, I can't even convince myself to try. It's different actually getting her upset at me. Over this specifically. I just mentioned being someone she'd considered a real acquaintance and she blows up at me like that. You want to talk about it? No. You sure? Stop pushing it. Is that what you wanted to see me about? Partially. The other part is I'm a bit confused. I wasn't expecting things to go the way they did. So I came to see you, to ask for help to make this right. Uh-huh. Well, I'm not apologizing if that's what you mean. Alright. Another option. Come on, Olivia, help me out here. It's not my fault they acted like school children. Olivia, hear me out. What? You just admitted yourself you were expecting that from Liz, right? You know how she's been feeling. I want to smooth things out with everyone. Can you please help me? She's the one that snapped at me. What do you want from me? Just to consider her feelings. She's already down because her date idea fell through, and then you said you didn't even want to be here. It's not what I said. It basically was. She's doing something nice for us, Olivia. And I've been trying to include everyone in the conversation. It just needs to happen. There's no need for us to have any ill will towards each other, right? Yeah, I know. So can we try and smooth things over with Liz? I got a plan. Once we get back, I can chime in to the argument and put it to rest. Fine. But you're helping me when I finally do get to the painting. You got it. So, ready to go back? Her smile seems to travel all the way to her tail as it bobs alongside her head's nod. Once we're done with this scene, I'm gonna have to stop. I'll probably stream again, Tuesday or Wednesday, and then definitely Thursday. Hopefully it'll be finished by then. As much as I love this, I do kind of want to just play an actual video game next time. I'm thinking either like Metal Slug. Metal Slug could be fun. Olivia follows me back to our table. Hey, you guys are back. Everything good? All cooled off? Yep, everything's great. I wanted to give my 2 cents to try and resolve everything. Oh, damn it. Ugh. It's not really our place to make this decision, so I'm going to say, I can't decide who's right. You're my friends. I think both of you have some good points. There's also a bigger picture that we all need to see. Deep down, both of you want to be friends, so why not turn over a new leaf starting today? Is that it? Pretty much, yeah. So are we good? Sure, I guess. Yeah. That went much better than expected. After things settled down, we finished off our meals. Well, Olivia finished our meals. Liz had noticed it when one of her whole pancakes had simply vanished, and I thought my onion ring pile was looking smaller by the minute. Looking Olivia's way, she simply waved at us with the most bizarre concoction of onion rings, flapjack, syrup, and beef on her plate. What? I'll make you guys better food than this later. The theft of our food stopped shortly after that, and though the portions had diminished, we were all thoroughly satisfied with the meal. I offered to pay, or at least pitch in with a check, but Liz refused. She insisted that it was her idea to begin with. But I'd always figured it was the man's place to pay for a date, and this was a date, kinda. The harem is building, chat. Neither of our hands lifted from the tiny leather booklet, and I don't know how long we spent playing tug-of-war over it. Olivia at least found it amusing, even recording our stare-down on her phone. But victory was mine, as I managed to palm my debit card to the waitress before Liz could give her back the bill booklet. With that done, all that was left for us was making most of the view. Olivia led the way to the observation deck on the floor beneath the restaurant, and she immediately regretted it, as the blast of cold air even had me shiver for a bit. The altitude plus the late fall weather meant the deck was mostly clear of guests, but the view was easily worth the cold, as I made a mental note to come back here one day with my DSLR. We slowly moved to the railing so we can fully take in the skyline from the bluffs and out towards the ocean, along with the city's skyscrapers that were dwarfed by the spire. And as I scan over it, I double down on the mental note, because seeing Olivia silhouetted by this beautiful view is... Brr, I don't know how you two can stand this temperature. Liz doesn't look that cold, but all she's doing is rubbing her arms in a theatrical manner. I'm gonna be by the elevator, guys, okay? Olivia moves her head next to Olivia. Her head moves next to Olivia, and there's a hushed whisper shared between them. I'll fucking gut you like a fish if you ever make fun of me again. Finally, Liz's body turns and leaves, her head following shortly after with a beaming smile. Olivia? Don't ask. Her eyes remain on the horizon. Maybe it is a little colder, though, as Olivia's face is slowly turning red. Something up? Well? Her eyes trail down, and her hands raise up until she is carefully examining her wrists. I watch carefully as she tests her hands, wincing occasionally as she slowly flexes and rotates her hands. About the painting. Not until you're better. I know, I've been thinking about it. I'm gonna be way out of practice when I'm all better. So you're going to practice. She smiles as she turns to me, probably excited about the prospect of starting work on that soon. Yes, I have the mental image for it in my mind and everything. Her smile lessens, though, and her tone becomes uneasy. I just want to make it perfect. I have the mental image, but I won't have the skill. Plus, between the carpal tunnel, rushing out all those pieces for Mia, I think I understand what she's getting at, but... Her smile is back again. Once I can paint again, I need time for practice. I want to show Mr. Yodikin the greatest piece I can create. Do you need anything? My words cut my thoughts off. Nope, I have all the paint and... do you need any help with your practice? Her face glows red again. Maybe. We're in. Well, I don't know how much help I can be, but with my complete lack of painting talent. But otherwise, yeah, I'll do whatever I can for you, Olivia. I promise. I cement it with a smile and a thumbs up. Thanks. I think we only stood out on the viewing deck for a few more minutes. After a particularly cold draft had swept over us, Olivia figured she'd have enough of the chilly air here. We made our way back inside to the elevator station where Liz was standing idly. She and Olivia looked at each other for a moment. The two held their stare locked in each other for about half a minute before Olivia looked to the side. So, what else is there to do here? A lot, evidently. Once we had gotten back to terra firma, Liz had taken it upon herself to walk us around the entire block. The whole area was like a miniature theme park with a lot of street vendors and selling tourist trap gifts. We spent the rest of the day just wandering the city park here, enjoying the late fall day the best we could. Eventually, as the sun sank below the horizon, Mr. Ferris found us. I'd forgotten that we came here in the first place because of a business meeting of his. Liz and him waved us goodbye as they broke away and headed for the parking lot, while I pushed a very tired Gator to the metro station. I don't think she minded much, honestly, as she clutched her tail to her chest and used it as a makeshift pillow. Aw. She looked so sweet like that. As the perfect background for my phone. She must never learn of this, though, because I don't think I'd survive. But it'd be worth it. After going home that night, Olivia texted me all night and well into the morning. We ended up talking about all sorts of things. Mia, our art, various shows, just about everything. Once we see another thing of background, I'm going to end it. Never seen her that excited before. For someone with sore hands, she sure types fast. And for someone that doesn't like talking at all, much like talking at all, she sure types a lot. I certainly can't keep up. And when she didn't want to talk, she sent me more doodles and sketches. Sleep wasn't really an option on my end either. And Guts' doodle adventures were quite the entertaining read. Since then, we've been texting each other more every night. Not as much, but since I do need my sleep. But right now, I'm just waiting for art class to end. And now, I'm done. We have to be close to the end now. Heaven's sake, please let it be almost over. I really just want to get this done this week. So I'm going to stream a couple times this week. Back to the normal time around 5, I think. 4:30, 5 o'clock. I'll try it on Wednesday and Thursday. Maybe Tuesday as well. Like 6 more hours of this. 6, 7 more hours. We can't be... We have to finish it by then, right? Anyways. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. I will see you all again. God bless. Have a great rest of your Sunday. Bye-bye.